I'd like to go ahead and get the show on the road here. It's 5 o'clock. We've got a full agenda. I'd like to make a few comments, though, just to frame this in. When we have lots of conversations going on in the room, the recorders don't pick up what we say, so I'd ask people to...
I can't hear you on the...
Can you not? Is this not coming through?
It's when there's conversations in the room,
that's what he's
everything's being picked up by the cameras,
right.
But you will not hear it over here.
So I would ask that we keep the conversations to the person speaking and to the group up here, if that's all right. We've got a number of items tonight that we have a lot of people here, and this is what democracy is all about. We're not going to stifle any conversations. If there are groups here that are, I'd ask that to the degree that you can pick spokesmen to speak for you, that would be helpful so we're not here all night. If it's been said before, repeating it is not going to add to the mix. I will say that in a shout out to Village Square here in town, we have a When Pigs Fly pig on your up on the podium there, so when you're speaking, the tone will be civil tonight, okay? And that's the way we want to manage it. Everybody wants the right thing for our community, and there's a lot of different opinions that get floated around. So with that, Mr. Executive Director, I guess, Ben, take it away.
Ben is great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We do have a lot of ground to cover. I'll start off by just noting to everyone in the crowd, there are these blank speaker card forms, and there's blank, or not blank, there are agendas in the rear of the room. If you do want to speak on any different issue, please do find that issue, fill out the form, and then give it to anybody here, or Miss Ivy over there who's raising her hand. That would be great. So we do have a lot of speaker cards. Mr. Chairman, the first item, though, is agenda modifications. There were two items, and that's this on your table here, this form. There were two items that ended up being pulled. We'll cover that in a moment, but it's item number 3 and item number 10. Item 9 had been pulled and then not pulled, so that's not been updated, but item 9 will stay in consent. And there was some additional information that went out as well. Hard copies are provided here. That is the only agenda modification that we have.
Do we want to move then to citizens to be heard? Do you want to talk about how we want to frame this? If you're here to speak on the Benton Oak and FAMU Way extension?
The FAMU Way extension and the trees, if you will, would be item number 11.
Okay, so please note that if it hasn't been already. And then if it's Killarn, the Northeast Gateway.
The Northeast Gateway, the item that's been pulled, item number 3, which is project update, would be a place to speak.
Okay.
The public hearing on the budget would be another place, but probably item number 3.
Okay.
I do have a handful of cards for people that have indicated they would like to speak on non-agended items.
Okay.
Those are two issues that you just raised that are, of course, on the agenda with the numbers given. If you do find that you filled out the form, then let us know, and we'll put you in the right stack. I know we have a full crowd. Would you like for me to get started?
Let it go. Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I had sent an email earlier inadvertently to everybody on a reply all, and the city attorney has asked me to clear the record since we had somewhat of a two-way communication. Essentially, we received an email with an updated analysis of a tree. I asked the city manager to make sure we get that type of information in a timely fashion because, you know, with a project happening for so long, the day of the meeting's a little too late to get that type of information. And then there was a reply that from Commissioner Lindley. Good point. Unfortunately for staff, sometimes commissioners ask for last-minute info, hence the squeeze. I just want to put that into the record. Thank you.
We don't need to do anything with that, do we? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of our meeting moving smoothly, we've gotten a ton of written stuff. The chairman's prerogative exercise maybe a 90-second limit per speaker as opposed to the...
I think I'll stick with 3 minutes, but I just ask to the degree that people are, if somebody's already said what you feel like you should have said, and if you want to wave in support or against and just stand up and voice your opinion, I think it would make it go much better. So I'd stick with 3 minutes because I think most people probably planned on that, but thank you, yeah. And then if we feel like we're going to be here late, we'll address it at that point, so. Now let's get going. Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. All right, the first speaker on non-agended items this section is Dr. Geraldine Shea. C, followed by Dr. Holyfield.
Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Geraldine C., 2014 Chuli-Nini. I wanted to talk for just a few minutes about the direction that Blueprint seems to be going in as we look at some of the projects. And it seems as if, at the end of the day, what's happening is that African-American neighborhoods are being eliminated, for lack of a better word. Every time there's a project, it starts out, seems to be straightforward, but somewhere down the lane, these black neighborhoods begin to be subsumed into a better way. We see this at the Boynton Still project, and I took a look at that map for the airport gateway, and I was kind of taken aback by the original plan was a straightforward thing, but the revised thing, it looks as if people are going out of their way to go through this black neighborhood. And I'm wondering if anybody else on this board is beginning to see a pattern. Because it seems as if the black neighborhoods don't seem to be as important to you as other neighborhoods are, because at the end of the day, they're disappearing. And I think the question is, why is that? Is that you don't see these neighborhoods as valuable to the community? Are they eyesores? Are they reminders of days past? What is it exactly that's allowing these neighborhoods to be subsumed into your plan? And it's not the original plan, it's one that comes to you as you go forward. And so what I'm asking you to do is, as we move forward, and we can't do anything about the Boynton Steel area, that's pretty much already been plowed under. But we still have this airport plan on the deck, and you've spent a lot of money already buying property, I'm sure. But there's something wrong between the CRA and this blueprint that's capturing black neighborhoods, and in a city where, especially in Frenchtown in particular, that's the oldest African-American community in the state. So you would think you would want to make sure that that stayed. That Boynton Steel area would have been an interesting tourist development kind of project. Somebody's going to have to take a closer look at the plans and see how they're affecting, in unequal fashion, the neighborhoods in this community that have been assigned to these African-American folks because of Jim Crow laws and other things. They didn't choose to live there. That's where they were placed. So the question becomes, is that an embarrassment to the city? Are these eyesores? Are you afraid other people coming from all over the world will see them and know what's happened here? But I'm asking that if you're going to sit on, because we look to you to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen, and you're failing us. All these people are here because they have concerns about the directions that you've been taking.
3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes, Dr.
I see
Say.
it.
Yeah.
And whether or not remember, you're representing the people. You don't represent your individual leans and bents. You're supposed to do what we voted you in to do. And that's to follow those wishes that we've been communicating to you,
thank you,
for
Dr.
quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dr. Holyfield, followed by Mr. William Pittman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to suggest as a placeholder for comment a moratorium on raising African-American neighborhoods. And I know well what that speaker was talking about. When you count the total contributions are given, sacrificed to CRA directive projects, it is taking a tremendous toll. I think we should have a moratorium on any other African-American communities being sacrificed.
Commissioner Proctor, why don't we save our comments till we get through with citizens, because otherwise we'll be here. We've got 51 people teed up to speak, so we've got 2.5, almost 3 hours in front of us. So, Dr. Holyfield, name and address for the record.
Dr. Holyfield, Longleaf Court. I've said before that what y'all really need to do is streamline government. And you could do it by simply letting these blueprint people, Leadership Tallahassee, chamber with her, Sue Dick with her invitation-only event. Just give it to them. Give it to Mad Dog. Give it to Ron Sachs and all his clients. Just give it to them. And this is not the only time that the black neighborhood has been degraded. TMA tried to put an incinerator into Edwina Stevens, stopped them. We got asthma all over the black community. Asthma is potentially lethal. TMA just spent $271 million, and not a dime is going to be spent to bring asthmatics under control. And asthma is disproportionate in the black community. Did you know that, Cody? Disproportionate. We got tons of asthma. TMH spends $271, not a dime, to keep asthmatics under control. So being degraded in the black community ain't nothing new. Biomass plant. They're going to put all that particulate pollution a mile from Sable Palm Elementary School. That's in your district. That's what they tried to do. That's what the FSU tried to do. That's what TK Weatherall tried to do. That's what the city tried to do. You know about that, Proctor. They didn't have no trouble degrading the black community with a biomass plant. But we really don't have much of a voice. You take the Tallahassee Democrat. They've gone back to an all-white editorial board. And they tell a lie every day. In the Section 1A, they say, preserving democracy since 1905. Y'all remember reading that? Every day. That means they tell 7 lies a week. There's not one black on the Democrat editorial board. And this is now, 2019. It took us forever to get one on the editorial board. That was in 1990 or so with the Nedrick Carroll. Now they're going back to having no blacks on the editorial board. I mean, what is happening with this town? It's like white supremacy on steroids. So I'm saying that none of this should be a surprise. You know, black people have no voice. You know, we have no standing. Nobody really cares. You know.
Time, Dr. Hollifield.
It's just leadership, Tallahassee, and those of that ilk. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hollifield.
Next speaker is Stephen Martin. No, I'm sorry. Morton, okay. Stephen Martin, followed by William Pittman.
Name and address for the record, Steve.
Stephen Martin, 2625 Stonegate Drive. Now, I've been following city and county, for that matter, since 2008 when I wrote about a development. And yesterday, thank God, one of the citizens wrote an op-ed, and I read that to inform me that this meeting was going on. And in it, she brought up about FAMU Way and also about a development that I've had lots to say about. Canopy. So I've seen how this city and its people work. And I watched a city commission meeting of, not the last one, I think the second to last. Wayne Tedder gets up and starts reading names of all these people who they put on this citizen committee. And that supposedly represents everybody. Now, Mr. Hollifield, I understand where he's coming from. But before, I've said this too. They can go find different-looking people of all sexes, all religions, ethnicities, but they make sure they find people who think the same way. And there was a citizens committee formed, Walani Citizens Advisory Group. That committee was hand-selected individuals, all of whom agreed with the proposed development at that time. There were those who were friends of the owners of the plantation, and their good friend, Commissioner Debbie Lightsey, she got a bunch of her friends on there, some of whom were considered environmental activists, which I, to this day, cannot understand. Some who might be in this room, and I heard at least one who spoke about these trees with FAMU Way in opposition to them. But this person didn't oppose the canopy development. because, of course, they were there on behalf of their friend, Commissioner Lightsey. So they made sure, before they put that committee together, that they had nobody on it who was vehemently opposed to it and willing to stand up, because then they couldn't claim later, when they've got community outrage about it after the fact, that there was community-wide support. So they want to make sure that they get people on these committees that they put together well before these issues come before you. And then the rest of the citizenry learns about them and comes in and starts to complain. Then you can dismiss them and say these people are just eccentric, out-of-the-way people. We've got our people we spoke to. So when Tedder read that list, I heard lots of names I've heard and seen before, including somebody who's in front of me, who's known to be an activist, but when it comes to trees, is known to can't stand them and will stand up and fight any attempts to protect trees. So not surprised he was put on this committee, and when Commissioner Tedder, or not Commissioner, thank God he's not that, but when Tedder read his name, he made sure everybody heard that, so they would associate him with this neighborhood and the black population there, because he's often speaking out on their behalf, but not when it comes to trees.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Next speaker is William Pittman, followed by Ruth Wharton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is William Pittman, and my address is 2258 Monahan Drive. My home, my church, and my office are all in Killarney Estates. My concerns are relative to the proposed extension of Bellani Boulevard through Killarney Estates utilizing Shamrock and Killarney Way. And basically they're twofold: safety to pedestrians and bicyclists. I drive my car to work. I might have to wait 6 or 8 minutes to get out of my street because I live near Thomasville Road, where Killarney Way is. I walk. I take my life in my hands, look both ways, and run across Killarney Way to get to the sidewalk because it's only on one side of the street there. And when I get down to Raymond Deal, that's a death wish, pedestrians trying to cross Raymond Deal because you got right turn, left turn, 3 ways. So the traffic congestion and the safety to the citizens is a great issue as you look at putting more traffic on that road. I have another concern that as the traffic increases, there could be potential devaluation of my home because of traffic congestion. Questions and information that I seek, and I would hope that Blueprint 2000 could make a note, and I don't know, do I make a public records request? How do I get this information? But why has the focus only been on one solution? There's only one. Kimley Horn was given one thing to evaluate: Shamrock. Why hasn't Roberts Road been pursued as an alternative? I mean, thoroughly, not just talked about. Why can't construction of the I-10 interchange be expedited to provide the relief that you want to put onto Shamrock? Where are the traffic counts? I've lived in Killarney for 3 years. I've never seen a meter counter on the street or seen anybody on my street counting cars. Where are the traffic counts for Welaunee and the traffic counts for Killarney? Where are those traffic counts? And what is the current level of service on Killarney Way and Shamrock? And what will it become when you dump more traffic on it? The Shamrock solution appears to be a knee-jerk reaction that has not been properly evaluated and compared to other options. Please halt the forward progress on the Killarney option until other options have been fully vetted and impacts carefully presented and reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ruth Wharton, to be followed by Kim Ross. Ruth Wharton, then Kim Ross.
Hello, my name is Ruth Wharton, and I have a condo at 1200 Stern Street. I feel kind of funny addressing this group to advocate for saving the trees in a neighborhood because of my history. As some of you may have known, I was the chair of the Gaines Street Vitalization Committee from 2002 to 2012. During the time when the 60% plans to turn Gaines Street into a 4-lane boulevard came in way over budget and the city would not fund the extra costs. Staff's solution was to turn Gaines and Madison into one-way thoroughfares, but our group wanted to consider Gaines as a destination, not as a pass-through. So we organized a shred in 2006, which came up with a plan to extend FAMU Way to run alongside the Blueprint Cascades Greenway, which had already been planned, and to take 2 lanes off of Gaines Street. Eventually, Blueprint and the City Commission voted to support the plan. I was also on the Citizens Advisory Committee for FAMU Way until 2014. I was no longer on the committee when this final segment being discussed later was planned. I totally support the concept of the FAMU Way extension, but I feel like the last segment here has been designed without regard for either the history of the neighborhood or the majestic live oaks that are there. After a major historic study was produced for the segment alongside Railroad Square, along with the promise of historic plaques, no plaques were ever made or installed there. So you can appreciate my skepticism now that plaques are once again being promised. But plaques cannot begin to replace people's homes or majestic 500-year-old trees. I was personally impacted when we lost most of the trees and most of the historic neighborhood of Stearns Mosley to development recently. And it was incredibly sad to me to see the oaks at Shingles come down recently. Ponds can be removed or relocated to save the big trees. It's not too late to regroup. Past mistakes can still be corrected. It takes courage and leadership to do the right thing. I think there's been so much changeover both in staff and elected officials that y'all need to step back and relook at projects. The strategic plan needs to be finalized to see if these projects fit into the plans. Better tree ordinances need to be adopted. Historic neighborhoods need to be preserved and supported. Affordable housing needs to stay on the top of everyone's minds. I hope that Tallahassee is a place that is enlightened enough to see both the critical environmental and the cultural importance of this area and the trees. I appreciate your careful consideration here. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Next up.
Next speaker is Kim Ross, followed by Michael Rosenthal.
Name and address for the record, Kim.
Good evening. I'm Kim Ross. My permanent address is 1203 Buckingham Drive. In addition to being the executive director of Rethink Energy Florida, I am also the chair of the Big Bend Environmental Forum, a coalition of organizations that comes together to work on local issues. As almost all of you surely know, we're most well known for our candidate forums, which we hold during election years, where 200-plus people come out to learn about the positions of candidates on various local environment and growth management issues. Most of the organizations within the Big Bend Environmental Forum have been following the issue closely and voted to recommend that our representative on the Citizen Advisory Council vote for the no pond option at the council meeting last week. Additionally, attendees at our most recent meeting voted unanimously for me to read the statement here on the coalition's behalf. First, you might ask, why did most of the organizations support a no pond option for Boynton Stills when we're environmental organizations and there is water quality to be considered? It is because we are concerned about climate change, which will impact our most vulnerable communities first and hardest. People are already experiencing increased asthma and heat stress, not to mention our neighbors to our west that will be recovering from Hurricane Michael for years, and now we've got Hurricane Dorian. So to cut down large carbon sinks such as these oaks for what promises to have minimal impact on the water going into Wakulla Springs does not seem like a wise use of taxpayer money. Additionally, I understand there's also concern about Munson Slough, which needs to be addressed, but let's address it holistically and not through further damage to our community's trees. Additionally, these organizations asked me specifically to address the process. I know it's a pain to have a whole bunch of us show up late in the process. It makes for late meetings and long hours. It makes for reconsidering and considering new options at the last minute. I want to make it clear that this is not what any of us want either. No one was wondering what to do with their Thursday night and decided, let's go create havoc at the Blueprint Interagency meeting. Rather, all these people have volunteered their time to come out to voice their concerns about plans to destroy trees, which, regardless of how long they've been in the works, they have just heard about. Bottom line, your staff believe that they have engaged the public, but the public has not been engaged along the way to the extent that prevents you from having massive turnouts asking you to consider new options. Since the beginning of 2017, in particular, I have seen a shift in the Tallahassee electorate. We are more engaged, we are more concerned, we are less trusting, and we are less likely to sit back and stay quiet. So it's time to make changes to the process so the citizenry are informed and can be heard. And the Big Bend Environmental Forum intends to help with this process. We'll be working to set up a forum to get ahead of the future issues and discuss the process so that we can have some recommendations for you all to be considered. That's the other major decision we made. Finally, I won't be speaking again, so I'll add again my comment and my vote and ask that you consider the no pond option on Boynton Stills. Let's not destroy a few trees for such a small amount of water quality improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Rosenthal, to be followed by Larry Teich.
Name and address for the record, Mr. Rosenthal.
Hello, my name is Michael Rosenthal at 4045 Kilmartin Drive. I'm here to ask you to preserve and save our neighborhoods and the environment. When you're running for office, you promised to protect our neighborhoods and the environment, but your actions don't match your words. You're destroying neighborhoods. Benton Still was a lovely neighborhood and community, destroyed. You changed the land use up in Killarn on the golf course, and now part of the golf course is an eyesore. The neighborhood's not better. So don't extend the Northeast Gateway up to Shamrock. You'll only destroy our neighborhood. Every time you're also destroying the environment. Every time you build a new road or upgrade the capacity, these cars are adding more greenhouse gas emissions, and you don't seem to be concerned about this, even though you campaign on being environmentalists. Building new roads is just a massive cash transfer from taxpayers to rich developers. This is the worst form of crony capitalism. Have their new residents use public transportation. And why are you doing this? I could think you want more government revenue, also their campaign contributions, and from recent history, possibly there's bribery. I saw an environmental town hall last night, and I saw... I was watching an environment.
Keep the crowd noise to a minimum just so people can get through, if you don't mind.
I was watching an environmental town hall last night, and many of the candidates were predicting we're on the precipice of an environmental catastrophe. And yet, these people fly on private jets. President Obama has been warning us of rising sea levels, and yet he buys a $15 million seaside estate. So is this all fake? Maybe they're really Republican climate change deniers. I don't know. And I hold in my hands here, my formerly nicotine-stained fingers, an article about a new report from the Union of Concerned Scientists. They say we currently have about 5 days where the heat index is above 105 degrees each summer, and they're predicting by 2050 we're going to have 50 days. Fall is just 2 weeks away, and we're facing 100-degree temperatures this weekend. And I'd like to leave this off with your staff on this as an article, or there you go. And then finally, your economic development program, you want to buy Buxton Analytics software, which is $25,000 to $30,000. Well, the FAMU Small Business Development Center already offers a similar service for free. They have it. Don't add a duplicative service that's already being met in the community. It's a waste of money. And the reason why your neighborhoods are being destroyed is because you pick off the neighborhoods one at a time, and we're not aware of it until it's too late. And it's just in a piecemeal fashion. And you need to stop this.
That's time. Thank you.
Next is Larry Teich. Larry Teich, followed by Bob Picard. Larry Teich. Okay.
Hi, my name is Larry Teich. I live at 2224 Pontiac Drive. Some of the previous speakers are similar to what I'm going to say, but this won't take long. I've lived in Tallahassee since 1972. I've noticed that there's been a pattern from the city and county commissioners prioritizing business and development over the welfare of poor and unrepresented citizens. Just the latest indicator is the Boynton Still neighborhood, but the Blueprint 2000 website gives as its definition a community-based guide for economic development and natural resource management. I see the emphasis on economic development, but I don't see the community having the chance to give much guidance. And I see management of natural resources as removing historic live oaks and other trees instead of incorporating their preservation into project designs. The notification process for some of these project impacts is inadequate. The process for implementing eminent domain to acquire property appears to the public like a form of bullying to get rid of people who are too powerless to protect themselves and their heritage. Please don't just tolerate my comments as another 3-minute complaint. We elect commissioners to represent citizens and to incorporate our values and visions to make Tallahassee a better city. I've seen 300 and 500-page reports coming from staff that include a lot of measurement data and statistical analysis, but I don't see attention paid to the quality of life or the prevention of injustice. We want you to value ethics and transparency as much as financial and business interests, and we want you to direct staff to include intangibles such as economic justice and community pride into the design and implementation of every project the city is involved in. And so, therefore, I would say don't put a pond in when it's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 speaker cards that don't have anything, so I'm interpreting that as this section, unless told otherwise. Bob Picard and Patricia Thomas. If there's a different issue, let us know. If not, Mr. Picard, you're up next.
Name and address for the record, Mr. Picard.
I'm Bob Picard, and I live at 3322 Argonaut Drive, Tallahassee. I grew up in Tallahassee and moved away and moved back. And I find it astonishing that people have to come and ask to preserve the valuable assets that Tallahassee has. It makes me think of a guy selling a family heirloom in order to remodel his bathroom. I was in Safety Harbor this winter, and have you been there? In downtown, there's this oak tree that's about a cajillion years old, and people go to Safety Harbor just to look at it. And they take pictures of it and show their friends in Michigan, and they come down and look at it. And they don't just look at it. They walk around, they buy lunch, that are tourist things, sunglasses and sandals. The people who have businesses in downtown Safety Harbor are real glad that 100 years ago, nobody said, let's cut down that damn tree so we can put a nice road through here. The short-sightedness of this is what I really find surprising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Picard.
Next is Patricia Thomas, followed by Stanley Sims.
Name and address for the record, Ms. Thomas.
Hi, I'm Patricia Thomas, 2985 Teton Trail, Tallahassee. That's out in Settler Springs. I've been a resident of Tallahassee since 1967, so I've seen a lot of changes. And even back then, I remember when my daughter, who's now 49, was 3 years old, and they were getting ready to turn a corner lot that we used to play in into a lot for mobile homes. And I came and I spoke then, and much to my surprise, that lot is still vacant. Yay! Anyway, I feel like you all used to listen to us, but I don't think that so much so anymore, maybe because we've grown. But you need to, we had a couple of years ago, we had a thing here about the canopy roads. We were real upset, and I looked online, and I wrote a good paper, and I went to find it this afternoon, and I couldn't find it. But I do remember that back in the 19th century, I want to say about 1845, there was a massive fire here, a massive fire. And everybody got together, and I mean, it was just about burned down. Okay, what do we do? And at that time, with the technology they had, The two main recommendations were more trees to protect the houses and a better water system. And I present to you, here we are, more than 150 years later, and we're not doing real good at that. So what I want you all to do is figure out what we're known for. If you go online and you look up City in the Trees, we're there. And one of the things I remember from the Department of Education looking out over and saying, what is this called? What do they call? What's the nickname? They said, oh, City in the Trees. And so we need to figure out, what are we best known for? Is it buildings and popping them up like popcorn? Or is it our beautiful environment? I mean, yesterday was so gorgeous. The butterflies were out, the hummingbirds were out. I have two big trees in my yard, and I was out there and I thought, oh, dear Lord, do not let them destroy this. So we need to figure out what we're known for and what we want for our community. And then the voices of the neighborhoods need to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Final speaker card is Mr. Sims.
My name is Stanley Sims, and I'm representing today as a black tree hugger. So y'all have to bear with me as I misrepresent, because we really don't hug trees. We squat up under them. We sit up under trees, tell fish stories, fix cars, and even sell a little moonshine back in the day. But let me be very clear. Why I'm here is because I'm fighting for something. I ain't fighting by myself. Look at all these white people, black people, ordinary people. Y'all give yourself a hand. Come on. So, Mr. Deloach, if them boards and trees didn't do anything, it brought Tallahassee together. Because I'm tired of coming down here when it's just a black issue and it's just black folk. When it's just a white issue and it's just white folk. It's a tree issue and it's everybody. Ms. Dozier, I'm going to go on and go because y'all got a lot of people y'all want to hear, but I want to walk away, Curtis, and say boom, shakalaka, shakalaka.
That's all I have for
citizens to be heard
on non-agenda
items. Okay. I would entertain a motion. Can we knock consent out for the everything but items?
That's next. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, the next item on the agenda is a brief presentation by our Citizens Advisory Committee Chair,
J.R. Harding. Come on down.
Hello, JR. How are you?
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the IA, and members of the public. My name is J.R. Harding, and I am the chairperson of the CAC for the Blueprint 2000. We had a board meeting on August 22nd, and in your agenda package, we have a summary of 11 items. If it would please the chair and the members, perhaps I'd focus on item number 9 rather than some of the minutes and the other items. Would that be satisfactory, Mr. Chairman?
That would be fine.
Right. Item number 9 for the public was the presentation we received on Capitals Cascades Trail, Segment 3, the report of public engagement, acquisition processes, and the related stormwater facility. We received a number of passionate speakers. We reviewed 3 different alternatives. In the end, the CAC was not able to achieve a conclusion and is not making a recommendation to members of the IA. Right. There are 10 other items in our agenda, but I don't know that those are germane this evening, sir.
I think
commissioners.
most of us have seen that. I don't know if there's a reason to go through that. So,
thank you, sir.
JR, thank you for your service. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
All right, so just as I heard some questions about speakers to be heard, we've got a couple more agenda items where we've got a number of people teed up to be heard. We've got the consent agenda in front of us. 2 items have been pulled. I'd entertain a motion for everything. The 2 that were pulled are 3 and...
I see 3, Mr. Chair.
3 and 10.
What were the 2 that were...
3 and 10.
3 and 10 were pulled, so I'd entertain a motion for the remaining of consent.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's consent except for 3 and 10. Okay.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, item number 3 was pulled by Commissioner Matlow, I believe. Hold on one second. This is the status report on the infrastructure. We're here, whatever is your joint pleasure.
Chairman, you pulled it, but my prerogative would be, I think a lot of the speakers have come in thinking that's where they'd like to speak. I'd like to hear from them first, if that's okay, the board.
I pulled it just for that purpose.
Okay,
people were
perfect,
yeah.
okay. So we have a number of speakers. So this is the Northeast Gateway, which is primarily, but it's a...
Okay. First speaker on this item is Frank Tilcock? Next is Kate Nelson Tilcock.
Frank Tilcock or Philcock? All right. And what was the other, Ben?
Kate Nelson Tilcock?
Kate Nelson Tilcock. Put it in the back and try it again if they're not here.
Here she comes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We'll keep running through this.
Mary
Thanks, Susan.
Vancour?
Mary Vancour. I see Mary here, yeah.
Okay. Followed by Robert Custer.
All right, name and address for the record.
Mary Vancour, and I'm 3028 Shamrock Street South resident. And I'm here to talk about the Shamrock extension. And I've lived there since 1992, so I've had about 30 years experience there. So I get a decade for a minute, each minute, right? Okay, so I never thought I'd move way out to Killearn. I never thought I'd move onto a main drag. Those were my 2 no's. And so I'm on Shamrock South, which is a pretty busy street. But over the last 10 years, it has gotten significantly worse. And in the last couple of years, Killearn has hired motorcycle officers to pull people over. And it's a joke. We sit out in front of my house, and within an hour, they'll pull 8 to 10 people. And it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock at night. Whenever they ask the officers to come out, they are pulling cars over continuously for that hour. And it's gone on for at least 2 years now. So we're already overrun with extra people in the area, speeding. I've seen, when I first moved there, my kids played out in the front yard, but I mean, there's people are passing each other at high speeds. They are being reckless. There's more accidents. And if we have that easement and exit and entrance from Wulani fed into Shamrock on top of our current not good situation, it's not going to get any better. So, and also your roundabouts are great. Love the roundabouts, and it's helped a lot with traffic. But we are still backed up on the south side coming in the morning to the roundabout to get out to Killearn. Killarney Way is already, to Thomasville Road, Killarney Way is already backed up. It's a disaster. It's not good. Let's not say a disaster, but it's not optimal right now or good right now. So adding more I don't think is going to be a good solution. And we have the options of going out to Roberts Road. I know I don't understand all this has to be done first and second and so on, but that road can lead out to Thomasville Road, which is a larger road, and Mahan, which is a larger road, and it has so much less traffic than Shamrock already does. It would be nice if that was a viable first option, and I thought originally was. So if that would be a consideration, that would be wonderful. And I wasn't here for the tree group because I just found out about the 300-year-old tree. So if you could do a roundabout around that while you're at it, we'd appreciate it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, next is Robert Custer, followed by Paul Donovan.
Let me make a quick comment here, too. We're going to have a hard stop at 6 because by law we have a public hearing on the budget.
Yes.
So the speaker who gets closest to that, we will basically wind that down. We'll go to the public hearing at 6. We'll hear the budget, and then we'll come back to this. I'll also tell the elected officials there's a room over on the side that has a little bit of food in it, and we're not stopping. Just heads up. So if you need a break, take a break. We're going to keep going. Thank you. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
My name is Robert Custer. I live at 2914 Shamrock South. The reason I'm here today, I retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. I was a state trooper before that, so my whole life has been in law enforcement. I'm up here to tell you that I have conducted speed control in and around the Shamrock area. And to put it in layman's term, it's like catching fish in a fishbowl. When I first heard of this Northeast Gateway coming through Shamrock, I could not believe it. I could not fathom this much traffic when we already have a problem into a residential family neighborhood. And there's other options, as we've been told. I don't know why they are not going or looking at these options, but I just want to tell you from a law enforcement standpoint and working traffic and accidents in that area, that this is the last thing that we need in that community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is Paul Donovan, followed by Sean McGlynn.
Paul Donovan, Casey Donovan, come on down.
I sent you all a copy of this in email. If you put it in the record, that would be great.
Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
My address, 3609 Morse Court. That's off of Shamrock South. I've been very involved in many committee meetings, attended many of them, and I've got to tell you, starting in 2013, a group was established called Imagine Tallahassee. They were to promote the penny sales tax and identify blueprint projects. One person who was key in that group happens to go to trial on federal charges of corruption and extortion and various other charges. That's disturbing. Another person was also subpoenaed for records, who was part of this driving force behind Imagine Tallahassee. The blueprint penny sales tax, $607 million, approved by voters in 2014. We voted for it. Killearn residents voted. Everybody voted for it. It was a great idea. And what happened? What happened was we didn't even know we were voting for our own demise. There was someone on the Leon County Sales Tax Committee who managed to purchase 40 acres inside of Welaunee. And it just so happens that the Northeast Gateway goes right in front of this piece of property. Blueprint committee members, there's nobody from Killearn. That whole corridor, no one from Killearn. I went to the Blueprint Advisory Committee meeting. These people are great, the citizens of serving on this committee. Still, there's no one there from our area. They were presented with 940 pages and 7 days to prepare for this. That's just about impossible. At the end of this meeting, one member said, what Blueprint presented us was too much information, too little time, no options, it was too rigid, locked in, no alternatives were presented. Another member said, we've got a problem with credibility. We're suffering with a diminished reputation. Almost last here, Canopy. There are two people involved. There's one person, one organization involved in Canopy, who's also been the focus of the FBI investigation with Scott Maddox. I don't know how all this stuff works, and nobody notices it. Lastly, CRTPA, Community Regional Transportation Planning Agency. Excuse me, give me credit for having to say that. There was a proposal to run a 4-lane road through Killearn up to, from Olson Road, all the way snaking through up to Bradfordville. At a CRTPA meeting, the first thing that then Commissioner John Daly said, stop this, we're going to take it off the table. We were relieved. Another commissioner said, We're not in the habit of destroying neighborhoods in Tallahassee.
That's time, Case.
A third one said it didn't make any sense. Please, we need heroes. My God, we need heroes.
Thank you, Case.
Got time for three more.
Okay. Sean, you're up. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Sean McGlynn, 568 Beverly Court, Tallahassee, Florida. It's really a pleasure to see y'all today. And I'm on the board of directors of the Florida Lake Management Society, and on the board of directors of the Florida Water Monitoring Council, and on the Florida Springs Council. I would like to bring up a fact that water quality in this project needs to be considered. The Killearn chain of lakes are impaired, and they're in the TMDL program. They're impaired for water quality, from stormwater. All of Thomasville Road from Bradfordville down through the Walmart, everything goes through these lakes. And then it goes through Willani, and the Gateway Project is going to greatly increase traffic and the amount of people. And all this water eventually goes to Lake Lafayette, parts of which are also impaired, and which is the most subdivided lake. It's got 30 dikes across it. These lakes need to be fixed before you add more people to this area. That's one of the consequences of the TMDL program, is that they can institute a moratorium on growth if they're not fixed. We're in a 5-year 4E TMDL with the city to try to improve water quality. So far, it's getting worse. And we had a fish kill last week where instead of using herbicides, we tried to kill the algae with carp that eat it. And they all died, all 50 last week. And all this water goes to Lake Lafayette. And we had a $10 million project in the Blueprint 2020 proposal that was voted on, sales tax to improve these lakes. And that apparently has been turned down. We have sewage spills, and we have flooding in the Willani area where sewage there's bacteria in the water and has to be closed at times. All of this, the flooding study for that area was done in 1956. It really needs to be redone. And the floodplain really assessed properly, because all these holding ponds we're putting in are changing the way the flood water comes into our area and the water quality. And nobody is checking whether these ponds are actually working or not. But we need to spend more money on infrastructure before we add a gateway to let even more people into this area that is suffering so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean.
Next speaker is Kate Nelson Tilcock, followed by Frank Tilcock.
You'll go to tag team. Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Tilcock, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
We live at 2820 Shamrock Street South.
Thank you.
And so we just want to give you a face of who's actually being affected. We don't have as many fancy words or know any alternative plans. We just moved in about a year ago. We actually live straight across the street from our in-laws. So we cross Shamrock Street South probably once a day, at least a few times a week. Our son, we have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, was just diagnosed with autism, and he elopes, so he runs away. We've got multiple door locks, everything we can think to do, but our house lays directly on the street. So if we forget one day to put our lock on, then he's in that road. We don't have much more to say, but we just want you to think about us when we're thinking about that increased traffic is a risk that we worry about for our kid every day.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Till, followed by David Ferguson. That might be it for now.
John Till.
I'm John Till. I live at 3074 Shamrock, and I didn't know the arrangement of this group. I only have 3 basic premises that I want to run by everybody. I apologize. Obviously, I don't do this for a living, but that may be good, though. First of all, I'm going to get my notes out here. This is pretty tough for a former stutterer. Unless you are, you have no idea. Okay. There's 4 main entrances leading into Killearn Estates. Now, I'd like to say this. Name another established subdivision that we have tried to run basically a highway through, an extension. Can you name one? I mean, I don't know one. I've tried. There may be some, I don't know. I tried to find something, and I couldn't name them, you know. Where's that? FAMU Way?
Let's,
Okay.
Mr.
FAMU
Till,
Way.
let's keep the comments.
Okay. These 4 main entrances are well, you have Centerville. Okay, the 4 corners that we actually have are Killarney Way, Shamrock, which runs all the way around Killarn, McLaughlin, and yes, one more.
Perry Forest to
McLaughlin. Did I say McLaughlin? Anyhow, we have 4 main entrances. Now, the other day, and I live on Shamrock, the other day, I apologize for this, I see you leaning over, is I was behind a large truck, not even a semi this time. Shamrock goes all the way around, and cars are turning left from Shamrock onto Shannon Lakes. Well, this vehicle was coming on Shannon Lakes to turn right on Shamrock. Okay, it wasn't even a semi, and we have semis that go through there. What he had to do was he had to go all the way over into the left turn lane to turn right. He went all the way over to the left turn lane, turning right on Shamrock. And what this vehicle did is stopped all this traffic from being able to turn. And guess what? Because the roads are not made for heavy traffic like this. He went all the way over and blocked the Shamrock turn lane onto Shannon Lakes.
That's time.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Dang, that went pretty fast. But let me just see if I have one.
He was just about to roll.
Well, basically, that's it. Our streets out there are not made to have vehicles, and that wasn't a semi. I've done semis. Semis are even worse than this. Traffic has to stop on Shamrock. It has to stop everywhere just to make a turn of a large vehicle. If you don't believe me, ask that gentleman there. He knows.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think we have time for one more before the public hearing. David Ferguson.
David, come on down. Name and address for the record, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm David Ferguson. I live at 3061 O'Brien Drive in Killarn Estates. I'm also president of the Killarn Homeowners Association. First, I want to apologize for the bandage I have. My good friend and dermatologist, Dr. Cognetta, and I had a discussion yesterday, and he won the discussion. For the record, we have gone on the record totally in writing with all commissioners saying that we oppose the option 1 that we have running Welaunee into Shamrock. We want you to study at least one other alternative going to Roberts Road. Such a connection, though, coming into Shamrock, in my opinion, would absolutely devastate Killarn Estates.
Could you pull that microphone closer to your?
Would absolutely devastate Killarn Estates. As you've heard here, the traffic is horrendous now. If you try to get out of Killarn in the morning, try to get on Thomasville Road out of Killarney Way, you have at least 2 or 3 waits for the stoplight. Can you imagine what it's going to be like if you dump all the traffic from Welaunee into Killarn? I have no idea what it's going to be. In closing, really, I just want to say today at about 10:20 a.m., you received a 2-page email, okay, from our traffic engineer that we had to hire a traffic engineer ourselves to get the traffic counts in Killarn Estates. And she hits everything right on the head. If you're going to read one email about Welaunee Extension, read this because it covers every point that we want to make. It covers exactly what should happen. It takes into consideration all the things that we need to do. In closing, I would just say that if you proceed and approve to have Walani connect with Shamrock, the result of that is going to be, as you've heard, a decrease in property values in Clarendon Estates. As a result, it's going to be a decrease in the taxes that you receive from the property. So I just ask you to do the right thing, protect Clarendon, and don't sacrifice Clarendon for the benefit of Walani expansion. Okay? Thank you very much.
And just again to remind the audience what you had said at the beginning, so we have a scheduled public hearing for the adoption of the budget for the forthcoming fiscal year at this time. So we're gonna pause and come back to agenda item number 3 and all the other agendas and pick up with the speakers where we left off for that. But at this time, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as we do every year, I do have a script for this, for the budget. We are at that section of the agenda where we are to consider the operating and capital improvements budget at a public hearing. I'll be making a brief presentation, and then we're required, of course, to take public comments through the public hearing. Thereafter, close the public testimony portion of the hearing and engage in board discussion. I'll start off the presentation just by reminding the board that we've covered this material pretty thoroughly in the past 3 months. You may recall that there was a advanced presentation at your June IA board meeting. You accepted the report at that time after an abundant amount of discussion. You scheduled a workshop as well, which you held a couple of weeks ago, and we covered a great deal of information.
Could you ask the
Yeah, could we ask the citizens if you could just kind of be, if you're leaving, that's fine, but just kind of be quiet so we can hold the meeting? Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Substantially, Commissioners, and I've got probably 15 slides I can go through, but the bottom line is, as we presented at that time and both of those meetings, what is before you today is the implementation of the guidance that's been provided for really largely over the past 4 or 5 years. You see even in the background slide here effectively what it does, both from the operating budget on the OEV side, the operating budget on the infrastructure side, the capital improvement program for both as well. You see the activation of the 18 economic development projects, the activation of 14 projects in infrastructure that have been top ranked by the board. I'm happy to continue with the presentation. I'm also cognizant, Mr. Chairman, of the time and the will of the board. We are certainly here to answer any question that the board may have.
Let me take a quick temperature here. I mean, the process is usually now we would open it up for public hearing.
Correct.
And then we would have discussion. How many people do we have that would like to speak?
I have one speaker card on this.
All right. Why don't, if it's a pleasure of the board, maybe we listen to that speaker and then we can open up and have our discussion and get through this item, if that's okay.
Okay. At this juncture, we would call for public speakers. I have one card again to the audience. If you wish to speak on this item, please do fill out a card. Your public hearing. The name is Ronald Lee, is asked to speak on this item.
Ronald Lee. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind, Mr. Lee.
My hearing aids are so-so. My name is Ronald Lee, and I live at 3100 O'Brien Drive, which is blocked from Shamrock North. I've lived there since actually New Year's Eve of 2000, and that was when I first moved to Tallahassee. My wife was about a month and a half behind me because she wanted to stay home and pack everything up for the move. I haven't been forgiven yet for that one. But in any event, we previously wrote a letter to each of the members of the commission and the mayor, and the blueprint generally. It was about 7 pages long. It was rather detailed. We haven't changed our position since. We opposed Phase 1 as it was drawn in and offered an alternative, essentially, to collapse Phase 1 so that there would be no Shamrock South extension to Walani and run Walani instead up to Roberts Road. And the idea was if you ran it through Learning Way and Shamrock, the estimates by traffic studies of Kimley and Horn, which were then Powerhouse's consultants and now Blueprint's consultants apparently, is that it would shove 10% of the 3 lanes of traffic coming north, or south, I'm sorry, from the north on Thomasville Road through Killarney Way. Now, think about that. That's a residential area, Killarney Way. It has school buses stopping. It has mail trucks going from mailbox to mailbox to mailbox, stopping and pulling in and out. It has trash trucks picking up trash. It has FedEx and UPS stopping and parking on the curb and making deliveries. It has lawn service towing trailers with mowers. This is the kind, it looks like any other residential street. But what would it look like if you ran 10% of the traffic on Thomasville Road through it in order to cut the traffic on Thomasville Road? So what did we do? We recommended that Blueprint stop phase one, run the traffic all the way to Roberts Road, and pull off all of those northern developments up there around Bannerman, straight across Robert Road, and they'd have a 4-lane road, Wellani Way, all the way in. And right today, there are more developments being built in that area. Right today, that 10% keeps growing as it would come through those streets in Shamrock South. So we got a letter response, actually an email response, 30 days later, September 5, today, responding to our August 6th letter. And interestingly, he says, well, we're having traffic studies made in the area, and it would include...
Time, Mr. Lee.
It would,
Go ahead. You can finish.
it would include all of these areas, but at the very end of the letter it said, but the referendum only funded phase one. So all the alternatives, all the better solutions are off the table. And Commissioner Matlow was quoted in an article in the newspaper. He saw, and it's available, the 2014 referendum didn't talk about any specific project. Not one, and not dollar amount. And the only thing I see in dollar amount is the budgets that Blueprint itself proposed to pay back the advanced funds that it pulled from prior years and for 2020. So what I would request the commission is they remove the blinders from Blueprint and tell them, you know, you're not constrained to looking at strictly one road, one solution. You can tell your consultants who predetermine these routes to look at every solution and pick the best one, not the one we've pre-drawn and predetermined.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Yeah.
A couple more speakers.
Okay.
We've got Mr. Lenoris Barber, followed by John Hedrick, I want to say.
Yeah, John Hendry.
Kenny?
Kayla Norris Barber, 802 Old Bainbridge Road. This budget, there is nothing in this budget that addresses economic segregation. We all talk about it. I went to a City Commission retreat yesterday. One of the top issues, economic segregation and poverty. But yet you allocate virtually no resources to address this issue. There's been put a $325,000 line item in the budget for a micro enterprise development program for Appalachia Regional Planning Council. It's all well and good. It should draw down $1 million from a federal agency. But it does nothing really to address the areas of this community like Frenchtown, Bond, South City, and Griffin Heights. I think we need a targeted program, targeted loan program for those areas that are economically distressed. Now, you have almost $1 million in the budget for a program, a targeted business program. And that program says that if you would start or expand a business in one of these communities, then we will grant you money. But I'm here to ask you, just throw us a bone. Give us $325,000 for a targeted program for those communities. It matches what you're going to do at Appalachia Regional Planning Council. I'm not arguing against that program. Keep it. just include us so that we can increase entrepreneurship in our communities and create jobs for folks in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Next speaker is John Hendrick, followed by Lauren Perlman.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm John Hedrick, 1551 Christopher Drive, number 1. I'm the chair of the Leon County Democratic Environmental Caucus, which is part of the Big Bend Environmental Forum, and we are also members of Tally 100, of which I'm the co-organizer of. The Democratic Environmental Caucus, because budgets affect everything, the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Leon County states that FAMU Way from Gamble to Lake Bradford should be relocated to maximize saving people's homes and businesses from unneeded relocation removal and to save the ancient trees which are to be cut down for, among other things, a stormwater drainage pond where a stormwater channel is within mere hundreds of yards of this area. That probably translated to option 3 that the CAC was considering and did not advance. Once FAMU Way is finished at Lake Bradford Road, that is where the road needs to stop. For otherwise, you're going to displace even more people's homes, businesses, and conduct unnecessary removal of the area's trees when a further new highway is constructed. Trees contribute to our fighting climate chaos, and removing them goes in the wrong direction for this community. The citizen already has at least 3 different ways to get to the airport via Spring Hill Road and Capitol Circle, Lake Bradford and Orange Avenue, and Capitol Circle and Orange Avenue / Capitol Circle. A new road is not necessary for that purpose. Beyond this project, we already stated there seems to be some support for reviewing all major projects in our community with an eye towards minimizing and avoiding removal of people's homes and businesses, unnecessary removal of the area's trees. We renew that call now and trust we can work to avoid situations which occurred first in Cascades Park and now has been happening in the FAMU Way project. I might add, we're also seeing, as you hear tonight, we're having problems with Killearn, with Wilani previously in Myers Park. This is going on over the whole community. That's why we believe, along with the Big Bend Environmental Forum, that we need to get a handle on this, and we need to be able to have true citizens' input in a different way than it's been happening, be it forums, be it whatever way. So we can address this all rather than show up at a meeting like tonight and deal with this all. So we would invite you to join with us with Big Bend Environmental Forum, others, to try and do something so we don't end up in this posture we're in now. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, John.
Next speaker is Lauren Perlman, followed by Larry Hendricks, last speaker card on this item that I
Ms.
have.
Perlman, happy birthday.
Thank you.
There's
no other way I'd rather spend it. Thank you.
There's a caring citizen right there.
Yes, yes. Good evening and thank you. And I'm hoping that I'm speaking at the right time. But I wanted to address you a little bit about just the Blueprint 2020. And first of all, thank you all for your continued support of the animal shelter. I've been volunteering there for over 10 years, and it's a passion of mine. And it's just so fulfilling. And what you have done just really has, I think, upped the game for the homeless animals in this community. So thank you. On the Blueprint projects, I also want to say that, we're grateful that we are on that list. I know there's a lot of projects and a lot of priorities and a lot of things to be done. During the past year, there have been a few studies that have been done about the shelter and the building and whether to build a new shelter or renovate. And I hope that you take some time, if you haven't seen those, to look at those. But basically, I just would ask that I don't believe, and I think many of us don't believe, we're going to be able to wait beyond 5 years or so for a new shelter. And so what I would like is if there is any way you could direct staff to work with some of us to see if we can come up with some other funding possibly to help. I know there's a process with Blueprint and everything else. We want to follow that process, but anything that we can do to really take a look at what the need is, where we can fit in, and if there is a need sooner rather than later, than to go forward and do that. So that's basically what I'd like to ask. And thank you very much for everything. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Perlman, and happy birthday.
Final speaker card I have is for Larry Hendricks.
Mr. Hendricks. I saw him a minute ago. Larry, name and address for the record.
Larry
if you don't
Hendricks,
mind.
406 Alpha Avenue. I at the last moment realized it's a budget thing. And just a suggestion to staff, there's no index in this thing. So it took me 15 minutes to realize that the actual spreadsheet for this year's budget is at the back of this thing. And I've had very little time to look at it. Apparently that's a total of sources of $38 million. Now I've got to be clear, I have a problem with the 1% sales tax, whether it's for a blueprint or what have you, and that it's a regressive tax. It has a much more negative effect on the poor people in this community, being a much larger proportion of their total income as it does on the well-heeled. And that's called a regressive tax. It's to be avoided, especially people that consider themselves to be a democratic society or community, because it means that those with the most continue to get the most benefit from the system without paying for it. Okay. The other problem I have, serious problem I've had with Blueprint all along, is that those funds have been used to subsidize development. Hundreds of millions of dollars to subsidize Southwood. That's St. Joe. St. Joe was the largest landowner in the state of Florida. They were not someone in need of some kind of welfare, especially if that welfare came out of the pockets of the working people in this community. And now we have an organization, Blueprint, that's supposed to be representing the needs of this community with that money, which is quite a bit of money. 1% doesn't sound much until you add it up over a period of years. It means 100% of all your income ends up going into this. Yet it's pretty obvious with what just happened in this community down there off Gamble that the people in the community didn't have any say in what was going on down there. And I heard from various representatives of you sitting here, our elected officials, that a lot of us believed in the last election we were going to get a great change, that we were going to see some kind of dealing with that economic inequity that was going on in this community, that people were going to have more say in that. But it's not the case. I heard people saying that, well, the board of directors of FAMU thought it was a good idea. I'm sorry. How many of the board of directors of FAMU lived in that community? And so why should they have any say about, other than me or you or anybody else here, have any more say than the people that lived in that community? I've heard that those people were paid well to be pushed off their property. Well, apparently, the older gentleman who moved off and died a month later of a broken heart wasn't compensated very well. But this is not the first y'all have heard this. We've been talking about this for months. Yet the bulldozers went down there.
That's time, Mr. Hendrick.
Huh?
That's time.
I just reiterate that the bulldozers went down there and destroyed that community.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other speakers to be heard at this time, you would close the public hearing.
We need a motion to close it? Is there official?
No, you do not.
All right, so the public hearing is closed for the budget. We're going to come back to the other part.
You're going to come back to
plenty of time.
Plenty of time to speak on all the other items.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, acknowledging the time and the fact that you've gone through all of this data substantially, we're here to answer any questions that you have, OEV, infrastructure, or on aggregate. It's really the will of the board.
All right.
The recommendations for options 1, 2, and 3, ultimately, but we're here to answer any questions.
This is board discussion. So, Mr. Commissioner Proctor.
Mr. Chairman, I want to just jump here on the advanced funding projects on page 429. And I'm contemplating with the look at 32304, the issues of poverty. There's been a mention of what and how much we're spending for on the poor dogs in the community. And I'm not sure that we're spending as much for the poor people. And over the past course of the summer, a lot of data has been generated on that 32304. I'd like to see us develop or OEV or someone among the bigs, an urban vitality job, a job program. Commissioner Lindley has given leadership to a initiative where we expose kids to jobs and all of that. I deeply believe that in terms of economic vitality, that there is a need for the educational low scoring. Those who can't read won't work. Those who can't read, high probability to go to jail. And there's an existing database which is compelling, and I'd like to see in one of these categories, but there's no category that speaks to the human component for job placement. Okay. Then, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know the commissioners want to pounce on this load of money. I'm looking at the on page 430. Is the Walini Project Boulevard, is that attached to the comments that we heard tonight about people not wanting the this road and so forth? And we have $3 million. Walani, the Northeast Gateway, Walani Boulevard for $2.4 million. Is that tied? Is this project tied to some of the thoughts which we heard today?
Go ahead, Pam.
Is this what folk was talking about?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Yes, on page 433, you'll see the analysis directly in response to your question. It does cover the planning for that, for the boulevard. A lot of the comments that we've heard by email at the meetings that we've had and then here tonight speak to some of the connections of the boulevard vis-a-vis Centerville Road. I believe that a lot of this can be accommodated and accomplished through the planning process. You'll hear a lot more about that during a later presentation. But we're going to need to study. What the budget does really at a high level is it covers planning and design work for this project. And that's going to be necessary in any event as you move forward with the gateway.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I look at that and I listen to citizens tonight, it gives me pause. But to see that 2.4 is being triggered by our vote tonight, I'm not sure how much weight a county commissioner has at this table, or even the citizens in the room, if staff have pulled the trigger and want to move forward. I don't. There should be pause on this project. There has been weighted objection. There has been all kinds of, it's been rare that I've received the kind of emails, seen the kind of turnout with concerns. I don't want to load up $2.4 million to study against the will of the people. God knows I want to savor that moment. That happened so rarely. We're going to spend the $2.4 million. I like for it to be postured in the direction of what this community is asking, and that we're not planning $2.4 million and unleash it against the directions of which I am hearing. I'm not willing to do that to these hard and committed citizens of our community, and I hear their voices. And like I said, I don't know if staff's weight exceeds ours or the people of Tallahassee. Finally, on page 436, under the item, we have $10,000 for the MWSBE Industry Academies and B2B outreach. I don't know what that is, but we have $3.4 million here, $3.4 million. And to suggest what Mr. Barber was saying, there's merely $10,000 out of $3.4 million that has the name MWSBE beside it. To me, just to me, I think that should be enhanced and enlarged for the efforts of MWSBE. They need more money in a budget with $3.4 million. Then there's, I don't know what the $35,000 for economic vitality sponsorships, but I would like to see our chambers get involved in the minority chambers of Capital City, Big Bend, as well as Tallahassee. And to date, there is nothing that I see that those standard bearers have been integrated into our efforts for vitality. And I think that they would do a noble job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Matlow, and I want to try and hear from everybody, if that's all right.
Sure. I have two brief points. One, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Proctor on moving forward at this stage with the Weelaunee project. I don't want to remove it from the budget, but I think what we've been hearing a lot of is before we move forward with any additional PD&E spending, we do a traffic study to see how it's going to affect the Killar neighborhood, an additional traffic study to see how an alternative to Roberts Road would line in. So I would just like to see, and I'll make a motion that on the expenditures for the Weelaunee project, that we wait till December before we continue spending money towards that project outside of a traffic study to look at traffic into Shamrock Road, an alternative to Roberts Road. That's it.
Let me make a, Ben, you want to talk to that on point as far as where we're going with PDE before we go anywhere with this?
Absolutely, and we're happy to cover it, I think, a little bit later. But that is, the traffic study is the first component. It is the current component, as it is covered in agenda item number 3, which is what we're going to hop back to. It's underway. The goal is to bring it back to you in December, to bring it back completed, and to have it peer-reviewed by 2 additional external entities, one based in Tallahassee, one based in Jacksonville, at our cost, to be completely replete.
Which kind of gets to where I think you're trying to get.
So for clarification, we're not going to move ahead with any other PD&E exercises
any other component of the
December.
PD&E until you do the traffic study. That's what we have presented at multiple forums and workshops. That's what we've presented to this board and presented here again today.
Yeah, that's helpful. And again, I just want to, and I think I'm hearing some agreement that not just the project as it's currently proposed, but people like to see a traffic study that shows what just the road would impact Killarn, what additional development would impact, and then an alternative with connecting to Roberts and connecting to Shamrock, and then an alternative with just connecting to Roberts. So all 3 can be compared side by side. And there's also been a request by KHA. I guess they've had an engineer that they've hired, and just that we work hand in hand to make sure when we're developing models, the inputs are all mutually agreeable, so we can all respect the results, whatever they may be.
That was, you had 2 things. That was your first thing.
That was the first one. Okay. Completely separate topic. On attachment 2, page 2, OEV, economic vitality studies, the unallocated to projects, $1,050,000, is that the same as the leveraging fund that we've discussed?
What page?
I'm on page 442.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I've asked questions about, what I'm afraid like we're letting process get ahead of policy. And right now, the only policy that we have over how we're spending stuff is our procurement policy. And, we've talked about creating a leveraging fund, but we haven't set the policy of what's going to oversee that leveraging fund. And, it's my thought that just defaults to the procurement policy. We've talked in items that any amount of the leveraging fund that gets spent will require board direction, but I just like to see we put that into a policy so we're not playing catch up a year from now saying this has been the process, but we never actually wrote it in the policy. So I'd like to see us create a policy of how, if it's going to be a leveraging fund, how it's spent. I'm under the impression that we're going to come back in March to kind of discuss how that money may be allocated. But I just like to make sure before we start money out of that, we have it written down what the policy is and what the procedure is.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Commissioner. We presented in the last, I want to say it was the budget workshop, very clear detail in the analysis that any dollar expended from that would come back to the IA for board direction at this point in time, barring a policy, not the procurement policy, any expenditure from that budget. That's where it stands today. But if you would like a policy on that to be brought back, a draft, happy to.
Right, and I understand the practice, but at the end of the day, the policy is kind of how we operate by, is what's written down procedurally, and before we create a whole new fund, we should have a policy in place that directs it.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Richardson.
On point to that, though, Mr. Chairman, I think that should be at least come from a majority of this board if we're going to direct staff to establish policy.
Do we want a motion? You want to make a motion then to that effect?
Sure. I move that we create a policy, a procurement policy that explains the procedures for spending money from the unallocated to projects fund.
I'll second that.
We have a second. It sounds like from what I hear, we're kind of moving in that direction. This is a formal way to get it there. Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Dozier, on point?
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something. I thought, Commissioner Matlow, you had made a motion prior to this.
Never got a second.
You didn't get a second, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on where we stood there. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the policy direction to staff relative to creating a policy here?
We'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Perfect. This is a routine. Okay.
One more.
Well, we need to any other discussion on that? Sure. All in favor of the motion as Commissioner Matlow put together, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay.
And just speaking of that, because we're going to take up an item that allocates $30,000 for Buxton that's spent out of that fund. So before we adopt the budget, I'd say we just move $30,000 from the unallocated fund to OEV's operating fund, and they can just make that decision through their procurement policy.
Does that work from an accounting standpoint for you guys?
Great.
That answer your question? Do we need a motion to that effect as well, moving money around?
I would, for this budget, yes, sir.
I'd entertain a motion to that effect.
Before we do that, can I offer some unreadiness? I asked for item number 10 to be pulled, and I think that from the consent, and I think that a lot of what's going on there has bearing on what we're doing here. And so I'm kind of uneasy about moving through this budget process without getting some questions answered that I have regarding what I saw in 10, including the selection of a software company or what have you, that I know nothing about, never heard anything about we were doing this or any of that. And so I'm operating in the blind trying to catch up and try to figure out why this happened and do we not have locals who can do this work. So I'm unready regarding this approving of this budget because I have questions from items that we have to go back to. And I don't know how we deal with it, but I just wanted to put it on the record that I have some concerns.
Let's go ahead, Ben, if you want to address that.
At this point in time, that subject matter has been brought before this board for your policy direction. So we will take up that item. You will have the opportunity to ask those questions. I believe we have answers to those questions, and so we'll cover that when we hit item number 10 that's been pulled. You can make this action today and still provide that direction. That would be my guidance.
Mr. Chair?
Well, let Commissioner Matlow finish, and then we'll go because I got a couple of people.
Matlow.
Sure. I mean, that was the end of it. And to your point, if we're going to spend money out of that fund, I'm saying we shouldn't today on that item. I was giving the opportunity, if that's something OEV's prerogative through their normal procurement channels without a vote from this board, want to purchase that software, we can have that conversation later, or we could leave that money in that fund and make that decision when it comes up.
Mr. Chair, on the point here, I'm wondering if, since we need to take a vote on the budget,
absolutely,
can we take a vote without consideration of that $30,000 that's in question? And we could add that into a motion on item 10, should we want to bring it back into the budget.
Would that satisfy your question?
It will, but if we're going to do that, I have more.
Item 10 has been pulled, so we will come back to that in a moment.
Right. If that's okay, then I also want to look at the $225,000
Before I got
Okay.
people lining up here, and I want to make sure I respect
Okay.
people. So I've got Commissioner Richardson, who I know had something to address, and then I'll come back to you, and then I'll come back to you, Elaine. How's that? Because I want to have some process here. Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, well, the issue, I wanted to go back to the issue of the study for the Gateway Project, Northeast Gateway Project, because I have reservations about that as well, based on, given where we are. I have not, in all my years, actually, of elective office, and that's closing in on 20 years, y'all, seen the kind of community engagement that we've had, emails, text messages, the kind of turnout that we see here today in opposition to a project that seems to have been already predetermined when there are alternatives. And so I just want to make sure that in the planning process that all of the alternatives are considered and brought back to us for consideration with the fiscal impact of those alternatives as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Williams-Cox, Commissioner Bryant.
Since I've spoken, I'll yield to
All right.
the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Couple items. The first is that the item that Commissioner Williams-Cox brought up, we either need to take it out. Once we pass the budget, then this is where I started when I raised my hand the first time. If there are things in this budget that we need to take out in order to address, we need to do it now. I think once we pass the budget, is history.
Right.
So I'm in favor of hearing, because I agree we need to take the issues that you want to bring up from item 10, which is directly placed in the budget, out now before we get to that and try to undo it. That's the first thing. And then secondly, I just want to add that even though there has been much discussion, much input over the years on Welaunee, that if we have the kind of feedback we're getting tonight, we owe it to everyone, really, including ourselves, to continue with the plan of doing the study. Obviously, we've agreed to do that, and we need to do it. So I don't want to pass anything tonight that the traffic study might yield different results and then try and undo that. So I think that we're on that path. Have the traffic study, and then have votes after that. Is that correct? I'm trying to make sure that I understand this process.
I think the PD&E, which is in the budget here, the first thing we do is the traffic study. And then in December, we have an in-detail discussion, which may prove that there are some alternatives. And I think what's happened is we've gotten ahead of the thing with everybody's making assumptions where they think the traffic will go. So I
think we actually got behind. We should have done a feasibility study first. But
I think if we don't pass the budget, the traffic study stops. It's actually part of it. Is that right? Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry.
Just one follow-up. Yeah. So is the total amount that's in the budget can't be for just the traffic study, is that right?
What's in, just a couple of things. First and foremost, what's in the budget enables all of the other policy decisions that have been discussed.
Correct.
So you do not have to make your policy decisions, whether it's Buxton, whether it's what do you do with the traffic study, or do you go with ARPC loan fund. You don't have to cover that in the budget. The budget contemplates that. You can handle that on those agenda items later in the meeting. So I want to be clear on that. You can approve the budget as it's presented, and you can still then provide the policy guidance later in this meeting on, do you want to expand the scope of the traffic study, for example, or do you want to go with Buxton or not go with Buxton, for example. That can all be accommodated. You don't have to do it on this agenda item, Commissioner.
And the follow-up to that then is that if we voted, let's say, subsequent to this vote, to the budget vote, that we didn't want to do Buxton, that those funds then would become available for other things other commitments. Let me put it like that. Very good.
Okay, so I've got Commissioner Maddox and then Mayor Daley.
And then Commissioner Dozier, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question in reference to Commissioner Williams-Cox's question about item number 10. Given the fact, Ben, that it's germane to this budget discussion that we're having, is there anything that prevents her from asking those questions now? I understand the reservation you have about taking a vote without getting all your questions answered. And I hear what you're saying about, okay, we could go ahead and approve this budget, and then after the budget is approved, we can make decisions about whether or not we want to spend the money that's approved. But before even all that, is there anything that stops her from asking the questions and us having the discussion now? Are you answering those questions, given the fact that, 10 is in part of this?
There's nothing that, everything is germane ultimately to the budget, right? Because it all ties back to that. There's nothing preventing the questions now, but just know that we're literally prepared to answer the questions on a item that's been pulled that we'll be making a presentation on in minutes.
Yeah, I understand that. I just kind of would almost prefer she ask and get those questions answered now. I understand that, you're going to answer them later, but we're voting on the budget now. But it's your prerogative, Commissioner, on when you want to answer those questions, but I do think it's relative, and I'd like to hear some of the answers too, Mr. Chair, if you would, allow that to happen.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Maddox. But my questions are really, the net will come to the dollars, but I have some fundamental questions about some of what I've read in 10 and how these things came about and what's really going on there. I need background to see how we got there. So I'm okay if we are make the caveat that we attach to whatever we agree to tonight regarding the budget, that it will be revisited and subject to amendment based on further discussions that we have, either in this meeting or in a subsequent meeting. It's just that it's rare that a budget gets passed and people don't go out and start activating the budget and doing things. So if we're being told tonight that upon approval of this budget, those items that we have concerns about spending will not be spent until something comes back here to this body for us to agree on before we go forward. I'm okay with it. I just don't want the money spent before we are informed and have an opportunity to weigh in and make a decision.
Okay. Mayor Daley, Commissioner Dozier.
This is a great conversation about the budget. I'm correct in thinking that this is the only meeting that we have before the end of the fiscal year, so we have to pass the budget tonight unless we have, this is the only opportunity. So this is a very important conversation for us to have. And I look forward to the discussion on the agenda item that was pulled. And of course, we have plenty of time. I like the policy language that's being proposed as well, and we have great opportunity to have detailed conversation. My position, my immediate gut reaction is that we should pass the budget as recommended to set the level of spending. If we start adjusting the levels, we need to then be specific on where that money is going for accounting purposes, because by government accounting standards, there is a certain way we have to do this. If we begin that process tonight at the table on the whim, we can get in a lot of trouble. We can always go back and talk about a specific item of the budget once it's been passed and say, we're not going to do this, we'll put that in reserve funding. Or we're not going to do this, we're going to put it in the matching fund. We're not going to do this, we're going to apply it to this project. But do that in a policy formation, not in the budget formation. Right now we are talking about the expected revenues that we will be collecting and the outline, our budget of the expenditures. Throughout any point of the year, we can make any adjustments to any item in our budget, whether it's PD&E studies, whether it's water quality studies, whether it's whatever the project is, or specifically how we operate on a day-to-day basis. But I think for the discussion today, right now, for the budget, I would recommend, and I'm inclined to vote for, let's set the budget during this discussion and have the policy discussions, beginning with item 10 when we pull it, specifically where it's going to go. I'm just a little nervous that this is the last legal opportunity that we have to pass the budget as per our schedule that's been set before the end of the fiscal year. And if we start getting into the weeds, we could find ourselves in a bind.
Good point. Thanks, Mayor Daley. Commissioner Dozier, is it on point? No, Commissioner Dozier, Commissioner Bryant, and then Commissioner Richardson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I appreciate how you just framed that, Mr. Mayor. I almost said Commissioner Daley. Little throwback there. I want to step back to something that we passed on consent and say that expanding our meeting schedule next year from 4 to 6 business meetings. And adding workshops on the budget, as we've discussed for the last couple months, was of need, is something that Blueprint IA has never done. So for city and county budgets, we're all very used to getting into the workshop discussions. We have these policy discussions before we get to September, and we're legally obligated. So I think it's just important to recognize right now that the angst over moving too quick, which I understand, and I like the posture of we're setting a limit. This is what, on the county side at least, we normally do in March. We set a limit, and we can work on it and wind it down before that, but we do all that work before we get to September. Right. Next year, in 2020, will be the first time this board gets into that kind of process. Right. So I think we're in midstream here. We've got a tremendous number of projects. We got a huge task starting all the 2020 projects and starting as many as we can early because there's so much interest, and that's going to demand a lot of time and attention to the details, whether it's OEV or Blueprint infrastructure. So I think it is really important to recognize the changes we've made, so this position we're in tonight will not, I don't think, happen next year. Having said that, I look forward to the discussion about revolving loan fund. That's another reason why I'm really glad for more meetings. We've talked about this before. I have been on the Planning Council, Commissioner Williams-Cox, you're our new member in the last year, and excited about that. So I know I've had more time to absorb the impact of revolving loan fund, just for example. But that is one of the things that we really do need to lift out and have a policy discussion and not just have it on consent. So again, I'm excited to do that and have the time. I think a lot of these other issues will be addressed in our schedule next year. The last comment I'll make, I know we're going to go back to the discussion on the projects and Killarn, and this is more of a question. The PD&E study, as the mayor described, setting a limit, that $2.4 million with the traffic and everything, it is going, the PD&E will have to be done whatever portion of these roads or wherever it intersects. Is that correct? So we need that placeholder even if a substantial change is made. I think that's what Commissioner Maddox and others were saying. And that work will move forward this year, so we need it in the budget, even if we change things in the December meeting. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. Yeah, exactly. It's just the money to be able to get us under contract when it's time to do the design. Yeah. The PD&E results will come back to this board multiple times before it's finally approved by this board.
So I very much, thank you, Autumn. I very much appreciate the level of engagement, and I'll make more comments on this later, but I think our process for getting into the details on the new infrastructure projects will likely seem different going forward than it has in the past, and there's a different level of detail. But having that placeholder, keeping these projects moving forward is important. So I'm going to support that with the caveat that there's nothing locked in stone at this point, and we dig into the details in December.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Bryant, then Commissioner Richardson.
Given the discussion, I'd like to move approval of the budget.
Second. That was what I was going to do.
We have a motion and a second.
Comment. Is that options 1, 2, and 3? Just to be clear.
Yes. Yeah. Is that what your motion included?
That's the right, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Proctor.
I still don't know why we giving $20 million to the convention center next year. Can somebody explain why they're getting $20 million to the convention center?
And, or you want to tell Christine, is that your? Christine, that's probably your saying, isn't it?
Commissioner, we are currently working with FSU on a market feasibility analysis regarding the convention center, and we anticipate taking that back to you in December. If you recall, at our last meeting in September of 2018, we said that we would bring anything back to the IA board for final approval regarding that convention center, and we're anticipating that to be this December.
I can't remember that freshly to 2018, but I want to just say to commissioners that it's just been an observation that over the years, whether it's the MPO, the CRPTA, blueprint. We don't get to discuss, and as commissioners, to spend some money. We always get caught in we have to pass this by law. We've got to adopt this budget right now. It's do or die. And our backs are always pressed on the wall. And it's always disappointing how, for some way, we've got to change and allow for our commission to be a lot more proactive and engaged as opposed to reacting and being forced to take this, and we have to take it tonight. That's always disappointing. My 23 years of sitting at this table, it always feels the same. Unless you get something and the staff puts it on this sheet of paper, there's very little you're going to do. The staff drives the train, and the tail wags the dog. So Chairman Jackson, that's two, kind of applauses from, I'm going to be quiet right there. I want to quit while I'm behind. Thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Daley, we have a motion and a second. Mayor Daley?
No, I do respectfully disagree, Commissioner Proctor. We started this budget process back in June. We actually scheduled an extra budget workshop that we spent a half a day. We are not doing this on the fly. We have had this information for several months now, and it is time to vote and approve a budget of some sort or fashion, and I support the motion on the table.
Any other discussion?
I'll just comment on that. I was dissatisfied with how the budget process played out this year, but I'm hoping we'll get it right next year. I think that's the direction we're going in.
Perfect. All right. I'll make a quick comment. For a lot of people, Blueprint is a third form of government. Most people don't quite realize we've got a city government, we've got a county government, and Blueprint was defined by referendum as almost a third form of government, and there's staff that's directly associated with Blueprint. If you think about the Blueprint 2000, it has wound down over the last 5 years effectively, and we are getting ready to ramp back up. So there's going to be a couple bumps in the road as we start to kind of feel our way. What's the process? Commissioner Dozier made a nice comment about let's add a couple of meetings so we don't get blindsided. So there's going to be some of these things on the way. But I would kind of weigh in with Commissioner Mayor Daley. The budgeting process we do almost year-round. And I went back and I started pulling some of the public hearings we've had. And so this is democracy, and it's better than the alternative, and it's a little messy, but it's what we've got. And so we want to hear from everybody, and I don't want anybody to feel like they didn't get their voice heard tonight. But I'll go ahead and take the motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? There's your budget. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, we are now back on pulled from consent item number 3 and a handful of speaker cards. Are you ready for me to continue?
Yes, sir. I would assume we do speakers first, then we do discussion.
Yep.
Yes.
That's where we're at. Okay, next speaker is Gloria Arias, followed by Patricia Curtis.
Gloria Arias, Vice Chair. Okay. All right. Name and address for the record, Gloria, if you don't mind.
Thank you, everybody, and for your thoughtful comments during your board discussion. My name is Gloria Arias. I've been a homeowner at 2211 Killarney Way since 1995, and I represent a large group of homeowners and businesses in the area, and 7,000 to 9,000 regular voters. All parties seem to agree that it would better serve a regional need to extend to Roberts Road versus terminating into a residential area. Blueprint staff states they are only authorized with studying two alternatives, a build to Shamrock and a no build. Blueprint says they can't change their charge without the IA directing them to do so. We are asking you to add this alternative to extend the road now as part of the traffic analysis. We think this project skipped a step in the planning process. When doing a PD&E study, it typically means a road is going to be implemented. This is concerning as no one knows the impacts to Killarney Estates and if it meets the project's goals. Someone already decided, the sales tax committee we were told, before voting on the sales tax extension, that Walani Boulevard needs to be constructed as 4 lanes. No analysis was done to justify 4 lanes at this stage. Blueprint's 2016 budget documents are unclear also. The study results will make this determination, so why not wait for those results? If only 2 lanes are needed now, then why spend the extra money for 4 lanes? Perhaps when the future development surrounding this road comes along, they can then be responsible for the 3rd and 4th lanes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria.
Next speaker is Patricia Curtis, followed by A.W. Tabaugh.
Patricia Curtis.
Patricia Curtis. Is A.W. Tabaugh here?
A.W. Tabaugh. Okay, thank you. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Alvis Wayne Tubaugh, 2924 Tipperary Court, Tallahassee, Florida, 32309. My former representative sits over there with a bow tie and did quite a good job for us while we were there. And Mr. Proctor, I got to tell you, I'm knocked out, okay? Especially the first comments you made and the second about who's driving that bus. So, you guys need to drive the bus. We vote for you. We don't vote for a bunch of these other people. I'm opposed to the entry on Shamrock. Don't like it. Think it's a bad deal. Going to hurt a lot of folks. And that's been there a long time, folks. I graduated from over here in 73, and that's when it was developed. Now you're going to come in here and make another bunch of people wealthy, and you're going to come through my subdivision. It's wrong, and I appreciate you hearing me out.
Patricia Curtis or James Walters?
I see James Walters coming up.
Mr. Walters?
Name and address for the record.
James Walters, live at 3222 Shamrock Street East. I'm really encouraged by the discussion I've heard tonight, even though it didn't seem to go anywhere. I think, 3 of you were successful in delaying or off-putting Mr. Whitlock and Mr. Proctor and trying to bring some reason and objectivity to this. There's not going to be a huge impact on delaying this effort for a year even, except to the developers. Well, at any rate, I came up to really speak about the study because at our meeting I spoke to Mr. DeLodge about, he's our representative. I said, where does he stand? He basically said, well, we got to have the study. And that's all that's been said here tonight. We got to have the study. You all are hanging your hat on the study. I got to tell you, in a previous business life, I paid millions of dollars for different kinds of studies. They have the same kinds of problems, no matter if they're political studies, engineering studies, economic studies, or whatever. Those problems are the initial conditions, the data set that's used to go into the study, whether you use the probabilistic studies using 1 sigma, 2 sigma, or 3 sigma distributions in that data set. And there are other judgmental factors. So if you hang your head on that study, whoever is formulating and guiding these studies and making the judgments on those initial conditions and the data sets are going to drive the outcome of the study. Now, if those people are the developers, I can tell you right now what the answer is going to be. If those are the people who live in Killearn and in the areas around there have some inputs and judgments to put into this studies, I can tell you what the answer will be. So instead of waiting, Mr. Matlock, until the end of the study and review the results with different cities and where you're reviewing a bad product, I suggest you give Killearn a seat at the table on formulating the beginning of the study.
Next speaker is Alan McGinnis, followed by John Hedrick. Alan McGinnis, followed by John Hedrick.
Thank you, John.
That's John Hendrick.
That's John.
Here's Alan.
Hedrick.
Hedrick, I'm sorry.
I'm Alan McGinnis, 2325 Killarney Way. I live on the main artery there, and I appreciate you guys taking into consideration some other alternatives. I pretty much just wanted to say now thank you for considering other alternatives, because it didn't seem that there was any. And just as a reminder that it does seem you guys understand that you are our voice. Blueprint is very important. We get it. Growth is important. Management of growth is important. We appreciate you guys monitoring that. So please watch for it. Please watch the studies. Please use your heads on it. And there's 30-mile-an-hour speed limits all through Killearn. They're not followed. If you dump someone else's neighborhood problem into ours, you're just moving one problem from one place to another. So find some options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so Lori Davis, followed by Brian Lupiani.
Is this the mic for short people? Hello, I'm Lori Davis, or what remains of Lori Davis. I live at 3042 North Shamrock Street, also known as the Shamrock 500 Speedway. I decided to speak today because I fell in love unexpectedly and unabashedly 10 years ago when I came to Tallahassee after living in Tampa, Florida for 32 years, as well as 8 other cities, both big and small. My accent tells you which one I started at. And I've traveled domestically and internationally and seen many communities through that experience. I'm here to remind you that Killearn Estates is more than a bunch of homes blocking access to the middle and west side of this city for Walani home buyers. Though I do not possess the educational or professional credentials, 23 years, how have you done it, Commissioner Proctor? And Commissioner 20, unbelievable. But though I do not possess those credentials, many on the esteemed panel do. I have other tools to rely on, and one of them is common sense. My common sense is telling me in no uncertain terms that this road makes little sense, and apparently you're beginning to suspect the same thing because you are putting the brakes on. But you don't need a traffic study. The feeder road into Killearn is not a wise decision, and you have the opportunity as our voice to make wise decisions for us and protect us, and we're relying on you for that. But I do have a few questions. I'm going to start talking more quickly. I understand the Florida DOT is helping fund this project. I can find no specifics regarding how much they are contributing or why they are contributing, based on the fact that, to do so, Thomasville road traffic would need to be relieved to warrant their involvement. This particular road will add traffic to Thomasville Road, so I don't understand that. When exactly was the decision to build this spur made? Nowhere in any of the archived materials I and others have reviewed did we see anything about a road depositing traffic onto our Shamrock Street South. It appears the plans for Phase 1 of Walani Boulevard got changed somewhere along the way. I'd love to know when. Blueprint staff claims this road will relieve congestion. Why are they building housing developments right on Centerville? That's not a real good way to relieve congestion. Why does anyone want to consider adversely affecting 15,000 people in a community of 5,000 homes when other alternatives far less disruptive exist but aren't being considered? I've lived in Tallahassee for 10 years. I purchased my home. I see that. This is the third third time I have come before you, and we're getting very good at mobilizing our community, aren't we?
Thank you.
Next is Brian Lupiani, followed by Tom McNamara.
Sorry, I hope this doesn't count. Somebody left their notebook up here or something?
Name and address for the record.
Brian Lupiani, 607 McDaniel Street. That's within the city limits. 3 minutes doesn't seem like a very long time. I hope you'll allow my not-so-evil twin, Ryan Lupiani, to come up here, and he looks and dresses exactly like me. He may come up later and speak. Anyway, I wanted to first start off by responding to something completely out of this subject that an earlier person brought up. I don't think it's any surprise to say that President Obama, he may not be in the 1%, but I think he can afford to take a little bit of a bath on some beachfront property, or perhaps he's thinking eventually he can sell it to somebody who thinks that climate change is a Chinese hoax. Okay, I'd just like to say that I am one of the people that's guilty as far as not speaking up for the neighborhood before it was too late in the Boynton area, Benton area. I didn't really learn about it until most of the houses were knocked down, and I don't intend to overlook things in the future. And I think I can speak for most of the people who were kind of caught unawares about that they don't intend to let another neighborhood be threatened like that again. And if anybody's here from the Providence neighborhood, you should already be on the alert for the rest of this road coming that way. In case I continue to fumble around like this, I just want to get my point across that I would prefer you to not allow a pond to be built in the Benton area at Gamble and FAMU Way. There is, as I believe Sean McGlynn stated, it's not really necessary to protect the water for Wakulla Springs, and there are plenty of other alternative locations for it, including the ones that were under considerations before this was last changed a few years ago. One thing I want to point out is that according to the Tallahassee Democrat, city officials say that this road is intended to be a visually stunning thoroughfare dotted with historical placards and nods to Old Tallahassee. I think a good nod to Old Tallahassee would be to leave a 200-year-old oak there. We have things like it on the... sorry about that. That's my own warning. Shut up. Okay. I think, as I said, I think a tree would be a better nod to Old Tallahassee, although I'm hoping that if the tree comes down the road, this wonderful road, which actually I do enjoy driving on, and I do it almost every day, that the road in itself will be a nod to Old Tallahassee in a generation or so, because it'll be a nod to the old way of doing things, which is knocking down everything in the way instead of finding an alternative around it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Tom McNamara, followed by Wendy Rutler.
Good evening. My name's Tom McNamara. I live at 3332 Piping Rock in the Pebble Creek subdivision of Killarn Homes, and happy to be here. I appreciate your listening. After several years, I need glasses to read my own notes. I didn't used to. Several BP meetings, we were told the extension is a done deal. And after the last one, we were very pleased to hear Mayor Daley's concerns about the neighborhood and acknowledging our concerns. I'm really happy to see the turnout that we've had, and I hope that you recognize the positive energy that we're trying to exude here to make things better. I'm not going to go over. Gloria very eloquently laid down the facts that we're concerned about, so I won't repeat any of that. But I will say that of all the emails that I did send, only 5 responses showed any analysis of the problem. They were token staff kind of feedback things. So I have some concern that anybody's reading what is going on. Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Proctor tonight provided much needed insight, so I really appreciate your listening to us. And I hope you all do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Rudder, followed by Patricia Curtis.
Wendy Rudder, and my address is 3713 Foxford Circle. And my neighbor Janet Goff is here with me as well. She lives next door, 3709 Foxford Circle. We own homes that are directly across from South Shamrock Park. And I am going to reiterate some of the points that have been made. I think that what we've seen, one of the police officers was actually speaking earlier, and it's our road that he actually parks on, and continuously, as soon as he writes a ticket, gives another ticket and another ticket and another ticket. And we all have grandchildren or children that play across at that park. I also wanted to bring up the point of two of the churches that we have, huge active churches on the corner of South Shamrock and Centerville Road, and also at the roundabout, which has a lot of pedestrian traffic that crosses through there as well, and the Circle K. And we also have another park on Killarney Way, two large parks that are always occupied. So I think the safety there is an issue. And I also think what actually Mayor Daley, your office contacted Janet after we had sent several emails before each one of these meetings. Mm-hmm. And you actually invited her to speak with you. And I think one of the biggest things that is the consideration is future economics here. If you do have to widen this road, you can start with a 4-lane highway right away off of Roberts Road. You can't do that. You can't expand, or I think it would be very difficult to expand the road through South Shamrock. And I think the other point that I'd like to make is this is a very small group of people that has actually shown up here compared to what is going on as far as the talk. And I would be happy to work with KHA and do a door-to-door petition, and I think you'd really see the opposition to this project. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, and I'd be happy to take care of that before the December meeting. So we're all very, very opposed to it, I think for a variety of really good reasons, and we appreciate you hearing us out and at least putting a delay to all of this until we can hopefully not get a skewed road study and you guys can really think it over. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patricia Curtis. Final speaker card I have is Scott Dyer thereafter.
Patricia Curtis.
Patricia Curtis. Patricia Curtis. Scott Dyer.
Hello, Scott Dyer, resident of North Tallahassee, 3098 Waterford Drive. Thank y'all for listening to us. One, you have tough jobs. We have 3 branches of government and quasi-government trying to come together and make everybody happy. It must be a daunting task. I didn't really come to speak, but having heard, my concern is I think that there's 2 obvious things that scream out to me from the planning that I do on behalf of the state as a geologist for projects. It seems our phases that have been outlined, tonight we're supposed to only talk about phase 1. Well, have we truly vetted phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, so that whatever needs to be accomplished over the next 2-5 years is all agreed on and laid out in a manageable level? Clearly, the phases will lead to success. When I think about Tallahassee, think about the Spoken Hub, then we got Capitol Circle for some
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry?
Could you speak into the mic?
My apologies. Capitol Circle, for some reason, starts on the east side, goes to the south, and stops at I-10 North Monroe. I think if we really want to look toward the future, another trunk coming out of Walini, crossing I-10 with just an overpass. That makes no sense to me. Why not make an interchange there, run it dead end to Roberts Road? If FDOT is going to fund it, if it alleviate traffic on Thomasville, why hasn't that trunk been considered as phase one? Walini straight through this little pie that someone wants to develop. We're probably not going to stop them from doing it. End at Roberts Road. That would alleviate pressure off Thomasville interchange, alleviate some pressure off Mahan interchange. I know myself living out that way, I often go Roberts around to Crump and Chairs to get there. I'm babbling. I think we need to really look at the phases, see which phases make sense. And if you're going to build a house, you start with the foundation. Walini through the little pie that wants to be developed to Roberts, and interchange where that crosses I-10, and then spokes off of that, maybe towards Shamrock. Sorry to say that, y'all probably hate me. We all need to give and take. Maybe a little bit has to go to Shamrock. Maybe a little bit goes to Miles Johnson over to Mahan and Miccosukee. Why does it all have to go to Centerville, which, by the way, can't handle any more traffic, neither can Thomasville Road. We're missing all the alternatives to the east and the north, to divert all the traffic. I'll stop at this. As a hydrogeologist, Sean McGlynn is spot on. What has occurred in the southern developmental area of Walini is really a tragedy. The water issues, the ponding, Fleischman, these huge ponds everywhere, the flooding that we all had to deal with, the reconstruction, yes, sir, that had to be conducted at Centerville. We have to consider water, because I want to remind you, you got to have water and air to live.
Thank you.
Last call for Patricia Curtis. Final speaker card.
Okay.
I believe. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the speaker cards for item number 3.
Which was the consent item that was pulled, which we've let.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out and being patient and staying till 7:15 at night on this item. Hey, this is important. These are difficult. If we had all the answers, we would have already known everything that's going on with this. A couple of comments real quick. First of all, one of the things that I have heard plain and simple this evening and through the course of all public comment is not only, take the Walani project out. We have a speeding issue in Killearn, and I'm looking specifically at city staff that this isn't the appropriate body at the IA, but at the city meeting coming up next week, some type of an update. We have to put our heads together, not only to control the residential speed through the neighborhood, but also get some creative traffic calming measures. We hear this time and time and time again. So I don't think that needs a motion per se, because this isn't the appropriate body. But I do want to charge city staff to bring that back for consideration. And I see nods. I appreciate that. I think that at some point we also need to have the conversation. I do think there's some misinformation that this project includes physical expansion into Killearn, okay, on Shamrock. Understand the concerns with an intersection at Centerville, Shamrock, and a proposed spur. But correct me if I'm wrong, we are not talking about widening Shamrock, land acquisition, eminent domain of any type all the way through. We are not talking about widening Killarney Way, eminent domain, or widening it at all. Now, I understand and I hear very clearly from the citizens the concern about the traffic impact of more cars physically traveling through Killearn. But I think we need to make it clear, because I think there are some people that are under the understanding that we are going to go in and start taking front yards so that we can widen the road. And let's just make sure that we are clear that that is not part of what is being discussed, okay? I would like to go ahead and make a motion for staff recommendation for option number 1 as amended, specifically for the Northeast Gateway project, to expand the PD&E traffic study to include the alternative routes of Roberts Road, possibly Thornton Road as well. But also what has not been discussed is the traffic impact that will take place on Fleshman to Olson to Raymond Deal to Clarence Center Boulevard, which is actually coming out of the front of Walani the most direct and quickest route to Thomasville Road. I think we should have a clear understanding of all of the traffic patterns moving forward.
That's a long motion, but I'll second that.
I'd second that also, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner, you'll be up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I most certainly support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to ask just a couple questions because this project has had such a long history, and I have had something from CRTPA and Blueprint hanging in the back of my mind with all of the emails and discussion here. So when we looked at, this was years ago, the problems that DOT recognized at the Thomasville Road interchange. This is probably going back to 14, and we needed to study that interchange, and there were plans to add overpasses, things like that. Don't scare anybody, that's off the table now. But it's off the table in part because at CRTPA, we worked hard to expand the scope of that study to contemplate a future Weelaunee interchange that may alleviate some problems at Thomasville Road, knowing that there was already votes to move forward that. And so 2 questions here, just for clarity. 1, is that accurate? And 2, the expanded scope of that study and involving DOT in that, is that the answer to one of the questions that came up about DOT's involvement in studying this traffic pattern in general, not specifically Shamrock and that interchange, but their involvement in the study? Does it come from the CRTPA part and the interchange and all that? Do we know?
First, let me get the first one.
Yes.
And part of the purpose and need of this project is to address traffic congestion at the I-10 Thomasville Road.
Yes.
So we are absolutely looking at that. Our study area encompasses the I-10 intersection and up Thomasville Road and all of Killearn Estates. So we are looking to see how Weelaunee Boulevard will help to alleviate that traffic. But our study does not include an interchange at this time. It's just the overpass.
It's just the overpass. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. And I think that the second question about DOT funding, I can directly say that we have accounted for I think it's a TRIP funding from DOT, which is Transportation Regional Impact Program or something like that.
Yeah.
Incentive program, maybe. Anyhow, and that'll help us with the design costs for the Weelaunee Boulevard. And then also, we've talked about getting a state infrastructure bank loan for this project, which is administrated through DOT as well. So that's where the state funding comes in. The DOT and the federal government would likely manage the interchange study, which would also be a PD&E study. But we definitely acknowledge that the overpass that's going to be a part of the Weelaunee Boulevard project would dictate where that interchange would probably go.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't want to mistakenly conflate different projects here, but where that overpass goes, we've heard from the Buckhead neighborhood, others rightly getting involved very early, like everyone from Killearn, to ask these questions in advance to make sure that we're studying the right scope. So I appreciate where we are, and I think this is the appropriate time to look at expanding the study. So again, back to the motion, this is great, and I wanted to recognize the interchange at Thomasville 5 years ago because that expanded study probably helped us not do some things in that area that would have generated this type of outcry or more, and I would have been right there with you. I didn't like any of those options. So the second piece of this is I really appreciate what you said, Mr. Mayor, about the traffic within within Killearn. I'm hearing a lot of those concerns in the emails and here. So if my memory serves on this, part of Weelaunee Boulevard contemplating that, it was a private sector land development that was going to move forward with need access roads. CNL owned the property before. There was a lot of different plans over the years. We have 2 canopy roads that could not withstand the impact of, we're talking about protecting trees tonight as well, could not withstand the impact of a new neighborhood. Therefore, a new road in between would help alleviate that traffic. Part of the discussion, and this is my question, I thought was for Killearn, there was a benefit that if people were exiting Killearn and going to Thomasville Road because it was so backed up on Centerville, given it was a two-lane canopy road, that they could cross over into Alani and exit their neighborhood that way, thereby possibly alleviating some congestion within Killearn. Now, I asked this, I'm hearing some chatter out there. I want to know first, I think that was part of the discussion. Now, we wouldn't know the answer to that until we do the traffic study. So it was just contemplated as a possible benefit. So one, is that correct? And two, is that future traffic patterns contemplated within this study, or will that be sometime in the future?
Yeah, again, the purpose and need statement also includes the need to alleviate congestion and future congestion on our canopy roads. Absolutely. And we're looking at all the traffic kind of coming in and going out on what this new road might have. Right. Our traffic study, I think it's taken us 20 plus years to get here today, and there's no reason to rush this traffic study. So we are taking our time with it. We want to make sure that we do it right. We've got 2 peer reviews lined up. Correct. Our experts that are running this project for us from Kimley Horn and Associates have over 20 years of experience doing traffic engineering, and they do these kind of studies all the time. So they are objective technical experts. We trust them when we trust our peer reviews to give us good advice too. And in addition to that, we've also met with and requested a meeting with Killearn Homeowners Association and their traffic consultant before we even completed the actual construction of the model. So you've got to construct this big model, and then you run the numbers. So it's really about what the model is, what one of our speakers mentioned, the data and the inputs. So we actually have been talking to the traffic consultant for Killearn Homeowners Association to make sure that if they believe we're missing something, we can get that incorporated in. So we want to take our time with it and bring you back something that's really robust in December.
I will bring this in for Landy, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate all that context. I think it is important since this has been going on for so long. If there is a way to ensure that future traffic patterns, whatever alternative or no build might come, the various alternatives, if we can look at future traffic patterns and bring in the information that, at your request, Mr. Mayor, that the city may assess within the neighborhood, I think that would be a very good addition to this information once we look at the data when it comes back. Very last comment here. Both of the big issues tonight, whether it's Cascades or Killearn, deal with impacts on neighborhoods and others that aren't within the scope of blueprint projects. And I would like to suggest that there is always good collaboration with city-county staff. However, maybe we can look at a policy that brings forward a city or a county assessment on surrounding neighborhoods in relation to a blueprint project. Just formalize that. I don't know what that might look like, but just what you said, Mr. Mayor, that we need to look at the traffic within, instead of doing that kind of based on any given project, I would really like to suggest we assess how we might get ahead of that in the future. It may be very simple in some cases and very complicated in others. So I could make this a friendly amendment to the motion or make a motion separate, but I would like to see some policy concept or ideas from staff about how to present information on neighborhood impacts within the jurisdiction of city and county, draw that information in from city and county staff early in the planning process on future blueprint infrastructure projects.
I agree, and I will second the motion, but I would suggest that we do it later, maybe at the end of the meeting, because that's a bigger issue than just the one that we're dealing with.
Yeah. That's fine.
And because we need to start on the beginning. But I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll come back if you don't mind after we
Commissioner
finish this.
Matlow, then
Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson, then Commissioner Richardson.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for all the speakers that came out tonight. This is what democracy looks like, and you do have to show up, because if you don't, the other side will. And they might not be showing up here tonight, but they're showing up somewhere, and that's why we're here. But I think the bigger issue we need to discuss, it's not, is Weelaunee going to connect at Shamrock? It's why we got here, why we're here today. because there's a lot bigger issues with this agency. And Commissioner Proctor's point, nobody asked me who spent this money. And first off, who voted for the sales tax?
Yeah.
Voted for what?
67% of the community.
Okay. All right. And how many people knew what the projects were when they voted? Exactly what they were
spelled
going to
out
be?
on the ballot.
They were on the ballot.
Okay.
They just can't get funded after the ballot.
Okay. And who was on the sales tax committee? Okay, because we play this game and it goes like this. Where do these projects come from? Oh, the sales tax committee picked them. You have to do them because the voters approved them. And the voters say, I don't know, I didn't vote for a specific project. The sales tax committee's not here, and it's not up to the IA board to make any decisions. And what are we doing here? Like, at the end of the day, this money hasn't even been collected yet. It hasn't even been collected yet, and it's being spent, and we get run around in circles about what you have to do to change it. And what you have to do to change it is come to this board, and this board has to decide that they want to change it. That's the end of the line. That's why we got elected. That's what we're here to do. Because a sales tax committee didn't get elected. The voters didn't know what the projects were when they voted. We can say they were out there, but they didn't. Go ask your neighbors. Go ask anybody in this room. They didn't know. I voted for the sales tax. I didn't know a road was going to go to Wilani Boulevard. I knew there was going to be infrastructure projects. That's what people are voting for. And I think the people in this room are more informed than most. They're out here petitioning their government. I think they're a little bit more informed than the average voter. So to pretend like every voter approved of these projects when they voted is just not true. We can't operate under those assumptions, and if the community developed these programs, where are they here to defend them right now? Why is there not a single person saying, I wanted this road to connect Wilani to Shamrock? I was there and I still want it. It's not being said. This is madness. This is madness. And you start to feel like, I started to feel like I'm crazy until the Clark Homeowners Association starts saying all the things I believe. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Maybe this is what's going on. So, I don't even know where we go from here today, but I mean, as an agency, it's incumbent on us to represent the will of the people, and I think we have failed at that. And then they ask where the outreach is, and our community outreach company is a campaign consultant. Like, what? This makes no sense. How do these people get their voice heard?
Let's bring the plan.
So I think we need to stay back, and I mean, it goes on. I had this board gave direction at our last meeting to bring back an affordable housing item. What got brought to the Citizens Committee was essentially saying we couldn't do that. I had to ask the city manager to step in and bring back an item that was this board's direction. Like, who's in control? To Commissioner Proctor's point, who is in control? Who's making these decisions? And are we ever going to talk about them, or are we just going to kick to meeting to meeting to meeting? I do appreciate the additional meetings, Commissioner Dozier. I think we can get there, but if we don't put on the table what's happened here, why we're here, why we can't get funding for small loan programs for Frenchtown and minority businesses, why on the day of an IA meeting do I get a document from a tree survey company saying a tree is going to fail when we've been planning this for years? Like, this is not the way to operate. If we put policies in place and we have processes in place that make sense, we can point back and say, we did everything right. I'm sorry you disagree with me, but it got vetted. I'm sorry you disagree with me, but we went through the process. But the process right now is a sham, and it's circular, and nobody wants to own up and take credit for what we did. And back on point, so I'd like to make a recommendation. So I received a letter from the Clark Homeowners Association asking for very specific items with this project. I'll read them, and if they're agreeable to amend what they've asked for until we start. And I think you've already mentioned the alternative to extend the road to Roberts and a traffic analysis. They'd also like to see an alternative that doesn't connect to Shamrock at all, and what that would look like and what the process would be like not to connect to Shamrock. They'd like to have a preliminary design of this roadway placed on hold. And I think the other item is more related to city. But if we're going to move forward, we have to have an honest conversation of all the different alternatives, what they are, and what the pros and cons are, so I can pretend like I made a decision up here that actually directed what happened.
Was there? Something on point, or you want to? I've got Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Minor, and then Mayor Daley. So Commissioner Jackson, you're up.
Yeah, I promise I'll be brief. Just want to make sure that thank you again for coming out. That's I'm glad that someone loves their neighborhood as much as I love mine on 16400 Star Hill Road. I gave my address for the record, just in case you check.
Thank you,
I just want to make sure, Mayor Daley, contained in your motion that there's a full fiscal impact and a tag to the options that we're talking. And that's exactly what you're asking for.
Correct.
That's all I need. Thank you.
Got it? All right. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I want to do is to acknowledge what the mayor talked about in terms of the improvements, obviously, that need to be made for public safety in the Killearn neighborhood. I heard that a lot. That was one of the things that struck me in the emails when I heard from a couple who was afraid to let their children play in their front yard because of the traffic issues, that their mailbox had been run over a couple of times, even brick mailboxes, and the speeding through the neighborhood. Certainly those are some things that need to be addressed, and I talked with staff about that, and I know that there was a plan to meet with the homeowners association to further vet those issues and what can be done. And so, as the mayor mentioned, we're going to ask city staff to come back with those recommendations to address that issue, and I hope in an expedited way. Now, I'm going to go back, Commissioner Matlow, to your remarks, because I take it personally, because I have been a part of Blueprint 2000 since its very beginning, 20 years ago. And I don't think that there's anybody that would disagree with that.
Can I ask the crowd to kind of keep
that anybody would disagree that what we have done with Blueprint over the last 20 years has not moved this community forward. Right. Now, those who are heckling, please tell me that. Because if you can't tell me, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard anyone in this community complain about the projects that we did under Blueprint 2000. I was involved in that 20 years ago, a small group of us. And we laid out the projects. And we went to the community, and we convinced the community that these were the infrastructure projects that needed to be addressed. They were laid out on the ballot. The community voted overwhelmingly to tax itself to fund those projects, and those projects were completed. They were completed on time and under budget, and we all are proud of the projects that we have that have been completed under Blueprint 2000. We were so proud of that we, for a second time, voted to tax ourselves for another 20 years. And Commissioner Matlow, what I would tell you is I was there. I was vice chairman of the Sales Tax Committee. I can tell you the amount of time that we put into that. I can tell you the time that I spent away from my family, in community meetings all over this community, taking input on FAMU's campus in the Killearn community. We took as much public input as we thought we could. We wanted to hear from everybody. And when we heard from as many people as we could through all of those various community meetings that we had, the time that I took away from my family, because I care about this community just like anybody in this room. I've been doing it for 20 years now, in and out of elective office. I love Tallahassee. That's why I'm here. That's why I've lived on the south side of town and have fought for the south side of Tallahassee and raised my family there. Nobody can claim to care more about this community than me, and that have put in the time that I have put in trying to improve this community. This process was not a sham. It was an open process where the community was involved, and when we voted on those projects, they were laid out on the ballot, and that's what everybody had it.
Can we ask?
That's what everyone had the opportunity to view those projects on the ballot before they were voted on.
All right. I'm going to ask for some quiet out there and some respect. It's worked out pretty well so far. Everybody's gotten a chance to speak. We'd like a chance to speak if you don't mind. Correct. Thank you. Go ahead.
It was on the ballot. We had to put every project that would be funded through this sales tax extension on the ballot. And that's what 67% of the voters, those that took the time to go to the polls and vote, voted for. Has it been perfect? Maybe not. Obviously, what we see here this evening tells us that maybe it wasn't. But now we have the opportunity to correct those things that were not done. But I'm not going to say that everything that we did was not right, and that it was a sham, and that it was done by the well-heeled, because I'm not one of those. There were people on that committee, Christique Henry, Will Messer, and others, who we all came together and worked, Steve Evans worked together in a bipartisan manner to make that happen. And I just take offense to your words, Commissioner Matlow. And you know I supported you for election. I like you as a person. You have a wonderful family, but you weren't around then. And so I just want to make it clear that that was not the process that was done to get us to where we are now. We have an opportunity to do this different, to make it right. We're all human. We all are a part of this community, and we want to have everybody's input, not just the people that are here tonight, not just the people who have texted us and emailed us. We want everybody's input into what we do to make Tallahassee be a better community for all of us. That has been my intention from the very beginning, and will be my intention regardless of where I am, as long as I am living in this community. And so it just hurt me, Commissioner Matlow, when you made those kinds of assertions.
Can I ask the audience to be quiet again, please?
When I knew that it was just different than what you described to this group and to the TV audience, I had to address that. And I'm sorry if I got too passionate with it, but I feel that strongly about it because I know what I have put into this, and others have put into this over the last 20-plus years.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you for your indulgence,
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Daly, Commissioner
good.
Proctor, and Dozier. Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I signed up to speak in the queue is before all the fireworks came off on the table here. Listen, I got to change what I was going to say. I know a lot of the people at this table. I've known many of them for many years. I believe with every fiber of my being that the people here at this table are trying to do the right thing for this community. You may not agree with them. You may not agree with their interpretation of the facts. But from what I know about these people, and many of them I've known for a very long time, they're trying to do what's right for Tallahassee in the way that they see it. So I want to commend Commissioner Richardson for his 20 years of service on the school board and here. He's done great work. Part of his work on Blueprint has been bringing us Cascades Park. Is there anyone here, raise your hand if you do not appreciate Cascades Park? All right, there's one. There's a few.
Well,
I think though, you'd be outnumbered if it were to come up for a vote for the electorate. I think you would. Listen, Blueprint hasn't been perfect. City, county commissions have not been perfect. We're human. We make mistakes. One thing, when I was campaigning, I heard a lot, was that projects such as this one go forward, and by the time the public seems to be aware of them, we're told Well, it's too far along. That's already been decided. We hear that a lot. I heard that a lot as a candidate running for office before I ran for office. Part of that is because the length of these projects. They span years, especially CRTPA, 15 years for some of these projects. You can start collecting public input in the 90s, and by the 2010s, the project is still there, but you've got a whole new group of people, a whole new neighborhoods filled with new people that have come in that look at this project in new ways. That's part of the problem. So these dynamics, these are tough, long-distance, long-range projects, and the people that are there at the beginning of public input are often very different when it comes to the point where we finish PD&E and do construction. So that's part of the issue. But again, I've heard a lot over the years, and as a candidate and as a new county commissioner, about once things come to the public attention, it's too late to change them. Remember this moment right here, though, because we are now changing this. Thanks to Mayor Daley's motion, we're broadening the scope of this to take a look at other alternatives. Commissioner Richardson said in his 20 years, he's never seen as much public input on this issue in his entire 20 years. I've only been here for almost a year, but I tell you, it's number one in my book, too. So take note of this. We can say, trust us, we're doing the right thing, we're trying to do the right thing for the community, but judge us by our actions, and today, thanks to Mayor Daley's motion, we're taking an action to expand the scope of this and look at other alternatives. So thank you for your input.
Sure.
And I congratulate the Mayor Daley for his motion and for this body for taking that initiative and expanding the scope.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Proctor, and then I've got Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I heard Commissioner Matlow say to us tonight, notwithstanding our sensitivity to whatever offended us, I heard Commissioner Matlow say that these people voted for a sales tax, and they endorsed the projects and recognized the good that Blueprint have done. But they didn't vote against projects which they did not anticipate would cause a regressive impact. And I've heard people say that expansion of a particular road would lower tax that's regressive. It would diminish monies that we receive in the coffers. I don't know of just allegations made by John Doe Public. I respect it. I don't know if the people talking were engineers or property appraisers. I don't know all of that. We're listening to a teaspoonful of folk who are our staff, and here we have hundreds of folk who ain't our staff. They're just our bosses who are talking to us. So we have hundreds of bosses who elect us, telling us we respect the blueprint. We just don't want this particular progress brought to our front door. There ought to be a way that when everybody all over the city of Tallahassee vote for the blueprint, that people in a particular area that's about to get thrown under the bus and say that this is not going to help us, they ought to be able to have a voice, and we ought to have a process, even if 67% of the people did. They the one that got to live in the area, get run over, jacked around, or whatever about to happen to them. I don't know. But they're trying to tell us something. So do we have a one-way process and nobody can get heard no matter what the problem might be or the negatives might be? I think the issue Matlow was talking about is, and then on the blueprint project list, people have voted for stuff that ain't came to fruition, a fairground. And that's been on the blueprint project. Talk about things that just pushes you to the height of passivity. That's something, the stuff that ain't being followed through, and voters voted for, but our staff can never fund it. So, you know, to the extent that all these things are righteous, so be it. It's just that you can't get money for it. And when it comes down here in front of us on a sheet of paper, you cannot get the stuff that you want and people voted for. So it goes both ways, Commissioner Richardson. I've seen the other way and always on the short-ass end of the stick, okay? So what I want to say to us tonight is when I look at this Woodville thingy on page 30, here we have Woodville Highway, Southside Gateway, The right-of-way acquisition bin is there for FY 2020, but it ain't no money in the FDOT work program, ain't got no money for funding the construction. I'd like to suggest to us that at our pending PTA meeting, that the $30 million that FDOT proposes to create a super roundabout at Tram Road, New Road over to Adams Street, across Monroe, a big old circle going one way down, South Adams, come back around Gale, and then go north on Monroe Street, that $30 million be programmed into Woodville Highway. I have not held the kind of meetings that we've done a lot of this, but from the meetings that I have held down there, I can't find anybody, not one person who wants that super roundabout, but I want that money. The people want that money to be applied from Gale Avenue down past Capitol Circle and 4-lane Woodville Highway like we have voted for on the blueprint, and we can't get the thing done, but we got $30 million. FDOT wants to gift us with a $30 million roundabout that nobody voted for on the blueprint. So why do we have to receive something to frustrate what we didn't vote for? We just voted for the expansion, the enhancement of Woodville Highway, and I'm asking this body to walk with me Tuesday at our CRPTA meeting, and that this money that they're proposing for that roundabout, that it would be transferred over to Woodville Highway for the construction dollars. There it is. I've solved that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Crawford. Commissioner Dozier.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we've got another issue and a lot of speakers, several issues and a lot of speakers that we need to hear from. So I don't want to belabor this point too much, but I do feel the need to say that I've been really, really excited since last December that we have a lot of new voices in this board, that we have a new opportunity for 2020 projects to look at that in a different way in our public engagement process. Every person who was newly elected last year came in and has talked about increasing our public engagement, and not just increasing our engagement, like pushing stuff out, but really getting this process better. And in between my esteemed colleagues here, I want to say it is great to recognize what we've gotten right in the past, but we have to recognize what we've gotten wrong in the past, too. It is great to recognize there are problems, but it is also great to recognize there are people around this table who have been asking for changes in the way we do things for years. Lots of people around this table who've been doing that. So going forward, for example, look at the Blueprint website. There's some inconsistency between the active projects. Simply having the true status instead of a narrative. There are little things that we could do that could improve how we track these projects, because they're a really long lead time. And I think we really need to get serious. We're talking about the public engagement. So what we're seeing on Cascades, this is the end of a project coming in, and it's a real conflict because the construction's moving. Killearn is actually the right posture, getting ahead of it so far in advance where we can change the study and we can amend it. This is not a conflict to me. This is where we need to start. So I don't get a lot of applause, and I don't need it. I'm not asking for it, because I'm really in the weeds on the process, but this is why. Because we're all here for the right reasons, and I don't want to get lost in a debate between good people that we are actually making progress in a way that we have never made progress before this year. And we can do better. Thank you. That made me feel good. Okay, I appreciate it. So we can do better, and we have already taken steps to do that. It's just we're in midstream, in a rushing river right now, and we got a lot of different bits of information and a lot of different types of projects moving. So we need to get really serious and clear about how we are going to do public engagement and get ahead really early. And the last thing here, Wynwood, little small neighborhood on Lake Lafayette, saw a line, a boardwalk drawn across the lake on a sales tax project proposal. And they got really concerned. We don't want this boardwalk right here. This is where it's going, kind of like a road. I want to compliment Autumn, staff. Ben, you were there. We had a meeting, this may have been a year and a half ago, and we got in there and said this line was just a concept. We are so far ahead of this boardwalk. Let's take your input. And I want to compliment you all because that was a meeting and a way of getting ahead of that issue that we have never done before, that we did not have the opportunity on Blueprint 2000 projects in the same way. So I think we are getting better, but we got to heed what's happening tonight and get a strategic plan for how we do this better so we don't all end up here screaming at each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Dozier. I'll weigh in real quick just and we'll close the vote if that's all right. Mayor Daley, great motion there. I think that's spot on. I will tell you there's an email that the city manager has that the vice chair, Killearn, gave me after a lunch we had a couple weeks ago. And I said, listen, I know Killearn, as it stands today, has a lot of traffic issues. And can we start working to try and alleviate some of that, to your point? And I know city manager has that. And we started, there was some back and forth. So there's a starting point. And I think there's currently a lot of issues that we got to deal with, and that's just growth in general. That's not anything to do with anything we talked about tonight. We take this very seriously. Commissioner Minor, good points. Commissioner Matlow, I will tell you, it's a little insulting for you to call this a sham. My opinion, I think Commissioner Richardson, there was an immense amount of time by citizens and by elected officials and by staff, and there's work, and this is a work in progress, and there's nothing that's perfect. But I think you have to look at the bigger picture and to start picking out pieces of it. And listen, we're gonna do the traffic study. We're gonna come back, and then we're gonna make some decisions about where this goes. But I'm proud of the work we've done. I will tell you, from the county standpoint, this is one of the best boards I've ever served on, and it's probably one of the most diverse boards. We disagree on a lot of things, but frankly, the little flying pig there, I mean, that kind of thing, we respect each other. So that type of outburst, I don't think is appropriate here, in my opinion. So. We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Mr. Chair.
Any opposition? We're voting for your motion, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Commissioner Matlow.
Done. Okay. I just wanted to make a second motion. So just to correct.
The motion passed?
The motion, yeah. The motion passed. I didn't have any opposition, I don't think. Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that we also come back with a traffic study and an alternative that connects to Roberts, excluding the Shamrock connection. So we have two different alternatives to look at, as well as all design of the roadway until the traffic studies are completed.
On point.
Commissioner Daley.
Commissioner,
Mayor
that's
Daley.
part of the traffic study that'll be taking place, is that we look at no connection at Shamrock, but another connection. We look at multiple connections. We take a holistic approach. They will run probably 25 or 30 different models through this survey, peer-reviewed twice. So your point is covered in the traffic study.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Is that because
Autumn, do you want to address that?
Yeah, we can absolutely include that.
Yeah.
So with Shamrock, with Shamrock and connected to Roberts, and then Roberts exclusively, all three?
I believe that was in your motion.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And then and then in addition to that, I'd like to move that we engage the Killearn Homeowners Association and their engineers. So when we work on the modeling for the studies, they're also at the table, so we can all agree upon the output when it is received.
Autumn said they've met with it already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. No. My motion is when Kimley Horn does the modeling and the study, Killearn's at the table, and it's a mutually agreed upon study before it's actually.
Well, I think that's Autumn pretty much said. We met with them, and we're going to engage them. Understood?
Okay. You're missing. I'm not saying engage. I'm saying as the inputs and the modeling takes place, the engineers from Killearn Homeowners Association.
That's not part of the motion that was made.
That's the motion I'm making. Correct.
All right.
So
I'll second that because if I could comment to it, Mr. Chairman, on my hearing of what Mr. Matlow is saying, and I'm not sure the rest of the commission hears that. Hears is that collaboratively with our team of engineers, that this homeowners group will have a voice, mutual voice throughout the process, and good engineering, which they would not have to react after something has been reached by Kim and Horn, but that if they're flowing on day one together and come up with the product, we won't get all this blowback that we're getting tonight. I think that's what I heard him saying.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Maddox, Mayor Daley, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I would imagine with all these people who come here to speak tonight that it's abundantly clear to Kimberly Horn as well as staff, and by the motions that were made tonight, that we fully expect them to work with the neighborhood. I'm trying to figure out exactly what we accomplish by accepting this motion. Can somebody explain that to me? Because
Yeah, what he's saying is technical. I mean, you can work with these neighbors. They ain't engineers. They want their representative, however. It's kind of like having a lawyer who represents you or whatever. So he's saying that we want these people to have their engineer who's righteous, licensed, recognized the state of Florida, Kim Horn, who's righteous, licensed by the state of Florida. And what's wrong with having two great minds and teams working together?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. What I'm saying to you is that I believe that was going to happen anyway, unless I'm totally missing something. Is that outside what staff took from the motion?
Autumn, you want to talk through where you're at with the traffic person?
Actually, I'm in line, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak next if I could. I'm voting against this motion. This is getting out of control. We have staff, we have contracts, it's done in the open. We have an online open line of communication with the Clarendon Homeowners Association. We are discussing and will agree upon the scope, the data sets. It'll be peer reviewed twice. Folks, let's trust the staff and the relationship with the Clarendon Homeowners Association moving forward.
All right. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I want to bring, first of all, what I was going to say earlier is, y'all, let's stay together. There's no need for us to beat each other up. There's no need for us to take this personally. We all love our city and our community. So let's try to live together, united and peacefully, and do what we believe is best. I want to bring to the table my planning commission experience. When we had situations like this, what we would do is ask the contractor to go work with the neighbors. Mm-hmm. Because we can't sit here and know what's going to happen out there unless we direct it to happen. So I think that it's important that not only would Kimberly Horn work with Clarendon, but we're talking about impacting other folks out there too. You mentioned a lot of streets, Thornton, Olson. Yeah. You know, those people might want to have some say in this study as well. So I think that it's incumbent upon Kimberly Horn. I know they know what they're doing, but we want to make sure that they talk to the stakeholders, representatives from all of those areas that are being represented. No one here tonight that I'm aware of is from Roberts Road, but I've heard tonight, let's send it to Roberts Road. Well, when you do that, what Roberts Road is going to say, hey, why y'all sending them here? That'll be another group of people to come. So while we're out here, let's go ahead and talk to all the stakeholders, make it a comprehensive study of the whole area. And that way, we don't have to go back and piecemeal this thing. We'll have a comprehensive, not a hodgepodge study, but a comprehensive study with good data, with representatives selected by the homeowners to represent them with the contractor. So the contractor doesn't have to go talk to 10 different people in the same neighborhood.
Good point, Commissioner. Commissioner Matlow?
Yeah, just to summarize that, I think Commissioner Proctor's right. I'm not saying let's have somebody else do the study. I'm just saying as an abundance of caution, so when we get back in December, we don't have people saying that they disagree with the study. And we can back up that study because that happens. It happens.
You're going to have people that disagree.
Yeah. Disagree with the method of the study. And as was stated in the public speakers, and I think most engineers know, depending on the inputs and what you look at, you can achieve different results. So as an abundance of caution, and so we make sure the neighborhoods agree at least with the findings, let's have them engage early on through the process.
All right, Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Proctor, let's bring this in for a landing.
Commissioner Matlow, I think I know what you're striving for. Would you consider a friendly amendment that I think might achieve what you're trying to achieve when Kimberly Horn is there and talking about the different options, meeting representatives from the neighborhoods, not just Clarendon but surrounding neighborhoods too, on the types of scenarios they're going to test. That way, you're from the onset, you have a study that encompasses the different solutions that many of which have been proposed here tonight that are going to be included in that study. Then let Kimley Horn do what they need to do, let the peer reviews take place. Whatever the findings come back as, it's something that Kimley Horn and their experience have come up with peer reviews, and then we need to have another discussion at that point. I think that might achieve what you're going for in the same way. If you'll accept that friendly amendment, I will vote for it.
Okay, well, I won't accept the amendment just because this is the point. Killarney Homeowners Association, out of their pocket, went and hired traffic engineers. That slaps us in the face of a lack of trust. And whether that's warranted or not, I don't know. But they want somebody, their own professional opinion, weighing in. So all I'm asking is that as their professional opinions weighs in on what the test's going to be, they say, yes, I like that test, you go test it.
All right. Commissioner Proctor.
Take a vote.
Yeah,
it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's good that,
Motion to move on.
that homeowners group could afford to get and pay for engineers to sort of refute something they didn't ask for, and they anticipate it's not going to be positive. We won't be able to do that on the roundabout because our neighborhood may not be able to afford an engineer to refute for us. We're just going to be at the mercy of common sense from our CRTPTA board. I'm reaching back, and I'm asking Vince Long to walk with me right now, our county's administrator. And there's a precedent for Matt Lowe's quest. I'm reaching back, Vince, to Falls Chase. And the county, we had, and I was the negotiator of Falls Chase, a piece of property quagmired for 32 years. And we had the county's lawyers, the developers' lawyers, homeowners group lawyers working together. We had the county's engineers, environmental folk, the developers' engineers. We had some old folk. We had everybody was lawyered up, engineered up, and all the experts up, all sides. And it marshaled that way. Otherwise, it would have come to a culmination in a lawsuit. Secondly, I would reference, and reaching back in experience, and maybe some of my county commissioners might even, I don't know, a little thing called Bradfordville something. We had 27 lawsuits, which Commissioner Thale was our negotiator. We had the county's legal team, Bradfordville's legal team, Bradfordville's engineers, the county's engineers, and all of that work simultaneously. It was the only way to get cats to stop fighting with dogs is to get them all there together. And I think, Vince, if I'm wrong in terms of a process, that the homeowners group has their technical side. We've done this before. And when you get to December, we expect something that will come back that has a little more harmony than what we're hearing. That's what I hear Mr. Matlow asking us to do. I negotiated Falls Chase. It eventually worked. And we have all been through Bradfordville homeowners and 20-some lawsuits, which we had to get everybody at the table in the room together for it to work. That's the experience that doing what he's saying, we won't have the squabble. Let them squabble at their own table and agree on something. That's what I think I hear him saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Bryant, and then we'll bring this in for landing. That's all right? Yeah. Commissioner Bryant.
One comment. I think that we've come to a place where we need to go ahead and decide that we're going to be inclusive of everyone that's involved. That's what collaboration is about.
Exactly.
However, in the end, and to include the engineer, who was hired?
Debbie Dan.
Okay. To include whomever is hired from either of the neighborhoods, really, not just one, but any of them. If they want to come to the table and participate in the discussion, we ought to welcome them. Not a problem. But in the end, those of us at this table have to make a decision. Bottom line is we can include everyone, and several may disagree. But they should be allowed to bring their assessment back to this team, back to us, and then we need to make a decision based on the information that's provided. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we keep going in the circle on the collaborative effort when in fact, that's the way, should be a way of doing business. That's my
Good point.
comment.
All right, so I'm bringing us in for landing. I'm with Commissioner Daly on this. I think it's self-evident. I think we trust staff. We talked all the way through about collaboration, so I think it's, so the motion on the floor is to collaborate, if I understand Commissioner Matlow, and make sure we engage the engineers that have been hired by the Clarn homeowners. All in favor of that signify by saying aye.
The motion was not specifically to engineers. The motion was for everybody to observe while they are doing the actual study at the table. Then please clarify your motion because there's uncertainty.
Sure. The motion is when the test, the model is determined that the engineers from the homeowners association participate, and before they're run, it's agreed upon at the beginning of what the test is. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Is that? I understand your motion.
I'm going
I'm
to save us from lawsuits in the end. That's all.
All right. All in favor of the motion as it's been presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Or nay, I guess. All right. Can we do a quick hand count? Everybody who's for Commissioner Matlow's motion, raised your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody opposed? I think the motion fails, if I read the numbers right. Is that right? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. All right, so that's with that. We got that behind us. Yeah, Commissioner Bryant, you want to weigh in on this too?
Yeah, I want to offer a motion because I think the specifics of the motion from Commissioner Matlow almost closed in on it. But I think that all parts, every party that's vested in this process should be a part of a collaborative process to bring their input, their expertise, and then it comes back to this group. I move that.
Second.
So we have a motion, a second. Ben, you want to weigh in a little bit on the...
I'll be just very brief. So there's been a couple, 3 that I can recall, outreaches that your team on your behalf initiated with Clarn. That includes the meeting with the engineer that they hired that we initiated that was held last week. It is our goal to collaborate. We will always collaborate, not just with Clarn, but with other neighborhoods. That is the objective, and we will hold the contract consultant accountable to performing a comprehensive, they're there in the front row, by the way, Kimley Horn team, to conducting that analysis and bringing it back before you to inform your future policy decisions. I just want to be very clear that that is occurring, that collaboration is occurring, not just with Clarn, and we intend to continue to do that. That's all.
So do we need the motion, or do we?
Not really.
I don't think so either. Was there will of the body? Okay, I think it's self-evident in my opinion. Okay, let's move on, Ben.
Okay. Next item on consent that's been pulled is item number 10. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and we do have one speaker on this item. Honestly, I can't remember who pulled this. I think a couple.
I did.
Okay, you did. Commissioner Williams-Cox pulled the item. We're here to answer any questions that you have on this. Effectively, the item recommends or proposes 2 things, and Christina Paredes is here to both give a brief presentation, if you'd like, on it, or answer any questions. But one has to do with a microloan program, leveraging your dollars to gain federal funds and partner with the Appalachia Regional Planning Council on that, and the other is the Buxton matter, data analytics.
Mr. Chair, can we
sir.
hear the speaker first?
We absolutely. I think that's appropriate.
Mr. Lenoris Barber.
Name and address for the record, if you don't mind, Kenny.
Kayla Norris Barber, 802 Old Bamage Road. This agenda item, I'm not really opposed to. What I'm merely asking is to level the playing field. Let's allocate $325,000 for a similar program dedicated to Frenchtown, Bonds, South City, and Griffin Heights. This program has a 35-year history of discrimination. It has, while it has made number of loans to like 17% of minorities, when you add women that number goes to 40%. But that's the number of loans. But if you look at the dollar amounts, then that number drops all the way to 20%. So that indicates that while for minorities, the number is not representative, but if you add women, it is representative. But if you look, that's the number of loans. If you looked at the amount of the loans, then it's not representative. It indicates that white men are getting the lion's share of the dollars. Now, in addition to that, we want to give money to a regional planning council that includes several other counties, Gulf, Calhoun, Franklin, Wakulla, and I may be missing one. But in the 35-year history of this loan program, they have never made a loan in Leon County. Never. Why would we do this? And then think that going forward, we're going to get loans for minorities. All we can look at is the history. So maybe it may happen. But why risk it? Let's allocate some money for those areas that are economically distressed. These are the folks you say you want to help, but you talk the talk, but we're not walking it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox and then Commissioner Dozier. It's all yours.
Okay, you're going to do a presentation. You say you have some answers, or do you want me to just dig in?
The will of the board, Commissioner.
What would y'all rather have it just be questions? I think that's probably more appropriate based on the time.
Great. First of all, thank you all for agreeing to pull this. I studied this one very intensely because of my background in working in small and minority businesses. And what I found written in here is references to programs that you all I either read it wrong, you can correct it, that you say you're working with. Now, the Black Business Investment Board, I know those individuals. FAMU Credit Union, I know those individuals. And based on my research, one phone call was made. That's not working with somebody, making one phone call. We don't, and then one of the minority chambers is listed in here that you're working with. We have 2 minority chambers in Tallahassee. So we need to get real with some real dollars on how we can undergird and reinforce small, minority, and women-owned businesses. Because, as I said yesterday at our strategic planning retreat, these are the industries, the small businesses are the ones who sustain the economy when we had the economic downturn. So we need to undergird, make it accessible for them to get capital. People with money can always find a way to get money. But if you don't have money, you need the hand up so that you can do this. Now, I talked with someone over at FAMU Credit Union, DEO, as a matter of fact. There's a Black Business Loan Program. I'm very familiar with that. That loan program is for the entire state of Florida, not just Tallahassee. And so far, since July 1st, they've issued $60,000 in loans, including one most recently for a truck and a trailer for this man to sell his conch. If y'all know what that is. He was doing it in his yard, but they gave him a loan. It wasn't that he had to go and get brick and mortar. He didn't have to go and get this or that. He made an application through a process that they walked him through, and he was able to get money to sustain his business. All businesses are not downtown, and they're not on Monroe Street, and they're not on Adams Street. We got people who are entrepreneurs who are doing what they can because they cannot afford to come and jump through all these hoops that we've created for them to jump through. So if we're going to be a real economic vitality, we've got to reach the mom and pops, okay, as well as those who have the money. Because what we're going to be measured on in the end is what did we do to help these small minority and women-owned businesses be productive in our community. And I, too, have concern about money, blueprint money, that's being collected in Leon County that may be spent in other counties. Now, if I'm wrong, correct me. I'm new at this. Okay, I'm new at this, but I'm true to it. And I know what I'm hearing, that people need help. And they can't always dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Somebody's got to go and show them what to do because they've never had this opportunity before. So, Christina, you can go ahead. I see you ready to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner, we are working with the Appalachia Regional Planning Council to secure financing for small businesses that don't traditionally get financing through the banks, mostly because they're high risk. The Appalachia Regional Planning Council has been running this loan program for a period of time, and when the disaster release funding was put out for bid, we recognized an immediate opportunity to take $200,000 of our blueprint sales tax proceeds and leverage $800,000 of federal funding. And we are working very closely with them to ensure that money is invested into minority and small businesses right here in Leon County. Right. And Chris Rito is here today from the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, should you have any questions. But 40% of the loans that they have loaned have been to minority and women businesses.
In Leon County?
Throughout the region.
How many in Leon County?
And this was one reason why we partnered with them, because to date they haven't put any loans to small businesses in Leon County. We're using this opportunity to ensure that the small businesses, whether they be minority or women, have that opportunity for access to capital.
Well, it is my suggestion, my recommendation, that we not loan anyone else any money until we loan some money in Leon County, which is where it's being collected.
Yes, absolutely. When we work through that grant application, should we be successful in securing that loan, we will be working with the Appalachia Planning Council to ensure that money is reinvested back into businesses here in our community.
And since it's a loan, what's the return on the loan that we've issued in the surrounding counties? Are we getting that money back?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head, Commissioner, on what their statistics are on that.
Did we get $1, $5? Did we get any of it back?
Our community to date, the Appalachia Regional Planning Council has not given any loans to businesses in Leon County to date.
Are we getting money back from the surrounding county? Chris?
I apologize, real quick, on point, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And Chris may be the appropriate person to dig into this. Leon County was not eligible to receive the revolving loan fund from the Planning Council until the last couple of years. I will wait on my other comments. This is a good line of questions, Commissioner Williams-Cox, but I just needed to jump in there because, and if you want more from Chris, please do, but we were not eligible for a while.
Okay, I guess what I need is I just need some clarification. The money was collected here in Leon County via blueprint. Is that correct? Or am I wrong?
That's what's being proposed for the grant.
Okay.
Moving forward, so you have two things going on. You've got experience in providing this kind of service by the Regional Planning Council, which the director is here and he can speak to the return on investment, the last question that you had. And then you've got a new grant opportunity that we are asking permission and direction from this board to take advantage of, to take $200,000 of local dollars, to your point, and then leverage $800,000 for a total of $1 million that we will ensure is expended on microloans here in this community moving forward if we're successful with the grant.
Okay, and if we're not, what are we going to do? What's the plan?
At that point, staff will bring forward another recommendation for how we can achieve this goal within your economic development programming to loan, to make small business loans to minority and women businesses.
So at the last meeting that we had regarding the budget, we talked about reviewing the strategic plan. Mm-hmm. So I want us to, as we're reviewing that strategic plan, I want us to be intentional and strategic in making sure we're targeting small, minority, and women-owned businesses. And let's go out on a limb and add veterans in there because they too need a hand up. So we've got to be good stewards of what we're collecting and make sure we can see it locally and in our community. The other issue goes to the company, the other question that I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence and my colleagues for your indulgence. I've been waiting a long time. The company, what was it, Buxton?
Yes, ma'am.
How was this company selected and why, or who are they?
They are a proprietary software company that takes a look at drive times and market conditions for potential businesses. In the last month, we've had 2 projects that had come to us about what is the market capabilities within a certain drive time. Right now, as it stands, and both those areas were in Frenchtown and Southside. As it stands right now, we're not able to calculate this information, so we're looking to use this to supplement that and provide those answers to our businesses.
Because we learned today that many of the folks on Southside are riding the bus. So how are you getting it? How would they get that ride time?
It's within a certain drive time, which would include some of your walkability to pedestrian access to areas as well.
Okay.
It's GPS driven.
Okay. And we do not have a company, and I see that it's a sole proprietor, sole source.
It is, yes.
So no one else can do this.
Not at this level, to our knowledge. It is a copyrighted proprietary software. There are other IT companies out there that provide similar services, but none that provides this level of drive time. And we do know that other companies have, other communities that have utilized this software have said that it's helped them retain local businesses by sharing competitive insights that is used by this software.
I wanted to caution us to be very careful about what other communities have said about software, if you feel me.
True that.
And, you know, Commissioner, too, if we use this software over the past year and it doesn't work and produce and provide the businesses with the answers that they're seeking, then we will certainly not be renewing that moving forward. We're constantly evaluating the tools in our toolkit and bringing recommendations to you to assist all of our businesses in our community.
Well, I go back to, if we're going to invest $30,000 on something that may or may not work, I think that we could also look at investing, whether the leveraging of the money works or not, into some smaller minority businesses that you say are high risk. If you're going to give it away, we might as well give it away locally because they're going to spend it and give it back to us. So,
All right.
All right.
I got Commissioner Dozier, I've got then Mayor Daley, and then I'll go back.
Got one more speaker as well.
Let's listen to the speaker, and then I've got Dozier, Daley, Proctor.
Stanley Sims, please.
I just wanted to jump in here right quick. There was a disparity study made. Y'all paid, I think, $500,000 to say that y'all need some more work to be given to black people and the minority people. And I also want to go back, way back to you, Ms. McClangley. The last meeting you said, you know, this community think we are a loan project. Well, minority business people, we know that it ain't a loan for us. It is very difficult for black minority business to get startup money. It is the Elevate program that I'm currently applying for. It does the opposite of what you all are talking about. It tells you if you want our money, you can't have no help from the city. You can't have no help from your cousin, your brother, your mother. You can only get our money, and we're going to give you that money at the end of the year. That's kind of like the indentured servant thing. You know, you work 7 years, then they let you off for free. It doesn't work. This cookie cutter for, y'all know, forgive me when I say this. When white people start a business, it's different than when black people start a business. And you all write one form for everybody. See, we got our cousin co-signing for us. We're using our friend down the street lot. That's a collaboration. The proposals that they have, Mr. Deloach, they don't approach those things for us. So you got guys now fixing cars in Walmart parking lots. Those businesses are not registered. Those businesses are not being counted into your economic development. And your staff needs greater direction on fitting proposals, understanding that a proposal to get a guy started on the South Side, Mayor, is different than getting a guy started over there where I live on Avondale. Because the people over there make more money. I wash cars in my neighborhood. I couldn't wash cars over there for $40 if I was living in Joe Louis. It's 6 other people down there washing cars. So we washing cars in Joe Louis for $8. I'm washing them over there in Avondale for $40, and I do pretty good. Y'all call me. You know what I mean? But these are the kind of things that OEV needs to be sensitive of. And the only way they can be sensitive is, where's my good friend? Where's Richard? There he is. Richard. I wear Richard out, and he wears Ben out. But these are the type of conversations need to be had. I got to go.
Thank you. That's time. I've got Commissioner Dozier, Mayor Daley, then Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to jump in there, forgive me, Commissioner Williams-Cox, about the Leon County loans, because this is a program that I'm really excited about. Christina and Chris Rito at the Planning Council have worked for a long time, and staff has worked for a long time to look for this opportunity. And I actually think, and I know, based on my experience at the Planning Council the last 3 years, that it can meet the goals that you have articulated and that Stanley you just mentioned and others have. So I first want to say that, Christina, in the term of art, you are absolutely right. The loans are for people who are considered high risk. But let's be really clear. Minorities and women are considered high risk right out the gate. I mean, that's it. So we know we're starting at a deficit. And we know that banks have not always looked at things on paper in the same way they look at what someone appears in their who appears in their office. There is a difference there. So for the Regional Planning Council, I want to start 6 years ago. This loan fund had a lot of issues prior to that, and there was a lot of cleanup. It was not managed as well. But when Chris Rito took the lead at the Planning Council, and I've seen all the numbers on, I think $500,000 has been the revolving loan fund that they have administered. It has been paid back. And the executive committee on which I sit is the loan committee. We have a staff person who administers, works hand in hand with the small business who cannot get loans from others. One anecdote, and I'll bring this in, a minority woman in Gaston County came in for a loan for a child care center. It was successful. She paid it off. Another center was closing. The couple was retiring. She was so successful, they asked her to take over a business. She came back and got more money. It is a successful business meeting a need by a woman minority entrepreneur in Gaston County. And there are many other examples. This has been done with $500,000. For the IRMA supplemental money, way in the weeds, the feds gave all the money to the state. They're sitting on $40 million of a revolving loan fund that we can't access yet. This opportunity to draw down $800,000 from the feds to create a loan fund that now can serve Leon County. Again, we were not eligible for a while, and there was hardly any money. So to the 40% minority and women loans, it's a lot of businesses, it's a big territory. It's 9 counties. This actually helps us help more businesses get started and the exact population that we're talking about right now. And it's Leon and it's our neighbors that also shop and work in Leon, I would argue. So I just want to say that there's a lot of other details about the revolving loan fund, and Chris would be the person to really dig into those. But from my experience, seeing these business owners come in and the success rate, it is exceptional. And I have been when everyone talks about microloans and other things, this is one tool and a major tool in our toolbox. It does not discount all the other tools and the good work that's happening. They can't service the need. This is a big help in helping to meet that need. So I'm really excited about it. And thank you for your hard work on this. And I'm actually glad you pulled it because I wanted to be able to say that. So I'm going to leave that aside. The second thing about the contract with the data provider, just closing that out a little bit. We had some conversations about shop local programs in the past, and I just want to be really clear and make sure I read the item correctly, that this data does not serve a role as a shop local program or anything like that. It's a piece of data that we don't currently have, as you said, that people are asking for to help small businesses specifically, and not, for example, the businesses we're recruiting here all the time. It can help those as well, but I'm guessing it helps small business. Is that accurate?
Correct. It's a business intelligence tool that we'll utilize to help inform people on what their market area is that they could serve. It is not in place of a Shop Local program. We will still continue to work and promote the Shop Local programs in our community.
Could the data help any given Shop Local program in the future?
Absolutely. It can certainly help drive their market information.
Okay.
Their marketing information and outreach.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what you said about if it doesn't work, we always have to revisit it, but I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Daley.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank staff for the incredible status report. Fine work. Good job. Number two, I want to welcome Chris back to Chambers. I'm a strong supporter of the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. Y'all do amazing work. Kristen, thank you for serving and representing us on that body, along with my colleague, Diane Williams-Cox. The software is a needed and necessary component to assist local businesses and to be able to attract new businesses. I make a motion for option number 1, 2, and 3, which is staff recommendation.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner Proctor, and I'd like to just point out we have 55 speakers waiting to be speak on the next item. So in an effort to just be cognizant of time, let's...
Mr. Chairman, I can try to be brief. If I look at the 5 bullets on page 185, that Buxton is going to recruit, sustain business operations to the community. Second bullet, they're going to retain local and small businesses as well as reduce turnover and improve occupancy in local business centers. They're going to assist staff in identifying economic conditions.
Can we ask for the... I'm sorry. Can we just ask for some quiet, please?
Stanley, be quiet. Yeah, be quiet. Provide data for local business to enhance Shop Local initiatives and identify customer segments necessary for success. Look like to me we should just hire them and get rid of OEV. I thought everything here OEV supposed to do. So why are we paying, and this is OEV's job description, why are we getting a Shop Local when Barbara Westcott has been doing Shop Local for a minute or two? And I was down there in a press conference last year on South Monroe Street on Shop Local, and everybody came down there. We have an entrepreneur who is bringing the community together, has data. The women's, that thing is Wednesday, Women's Wednesday. You can't get in the door. And we go into Buxton, wherever that is, to get somebody to do what Barbara Westcott is already doing, especially on Shop Local. Why ain't we contracting with her in this effort besides going? And I mean this sincerely. I don't get people who are already doing this and have actually brand the concept Shop Local is Barbara Westcott. Is she going to be involved? I asked this of staff. What's going on and why is she overlooked?
Absolutely, Commissioner. We do meet with Barbara Westcott and the Shop Local team. This program, this software system, again, it is proprietary software used to enhance our Shop Local programs, not to replace those. It is just additional tools to assist our businesses so that they can make decisions moving forward regarding their business operations. It's just.
I just believe, members here, commissioners, that the new tools and data. I still believe in the good old-fashioned word of mouth, passing out a flyer. Persons like Barbara Westcott, who has goodwill, who's bringing energy, synergy, aligning forces of women and different folk entrepreneurially. No one right now is doing that with the spirit and the fellowship of which she has. And I don't understand, and I can't vote for something that go to Texas and we overlook,
Ms. Westcott. We got to, let's bring this in.
And stuff like
Commissioner
that.
Proctor.
So finally, commissioners, in deference to the 55 people who are waiting to talk to us, I think that the chambers that have gone to Carolina, Amelia Island, and other great places, we should engage and have a process of which they are. What's wrong? What's going on here? Okay. Now I'll be talking when y'all talking. So we should have our 3 chambers engaged. I don't see enough that's constructed for a formal process of their engagement, and I'd like to see that strengthened. That's what I like to see.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. We've got 55 speakers. I'd really rather not start entertaining speakers on top of speakers on top of speakers. I think we find ourselves. You're welcome to, at the end of the night, citizens be heard. The people on the next item have been waiting 3.5 hours. I want to recognize that. Commissioner Matlow, make it brief.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief. I'm not sure which targeted industry this really focuses on, and since it's coming out of our unallocated funds, I think it would be better served coming out of OEV's operating budget. It's within the procurement limits. They don't even need a vote from this board if that's something that they need to do. But I don't want to start spending money out of a leveraging fund when, one, we're not leveraging, and two, we haven't decided how those funds are going to be spent. So I'd like us to just leave. I'd make an alternative motion that we don't vote to fund Buxton out of the leveraging fund.
Well, I ain't voting for Buxton. I'm voting for local. That's what I'm voting for. So if I vote against it, because I ain't for Buxton.
We have, I don't hear a second for your
Right.
motion.
Let's
So
go.
we have a
I'll
motion.
second
We
that.
have a second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Matlow. Do we understand the motion? All in favor of the motion as it's been presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. I think the motion fails. Back to the original motion. Commissioner Daley made the motion. I don't remember who seconded the motion. It's staff's recommendation.
Staff
All in
recommendation.
favor of the motion as it's presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Aye. Okay, motion carries with one in dissent. Okay, next up.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we are now in general business.
Made
The
it.
first item in general business is acceptance of the Capital Cascades Trail Segment 3 status report on public engagement, acquisition processes, and the 3DB Regional Stormwater Facility. High level, and then I'm going to turn it over to Autumn, and acknowledging that we've got the 55 noted speakers. But we do have a brief presentation that I think is going to be helpful for everyone, yourselves and the citizens as well. Of course, we could take them first. But the bottom line is, at your last meeting, you had asked for a comprehensive report on this project. Now that we're partnering with the City of Tallahassee as they conduct the construction of FAMU Way, this is the last component of water quality as planned, as has been planned, and Autumn is here to take it away and talk about where we've come, where we are, and what alternatives you have to consider here tonight.
Great, thank you. And Angela, you're going to help me with the slides? Okay, just want to make sure. And next one, please. Okay, great. All right, this is just an outline for tonight. We're a quick project status, the comprehensive report on the community outreach that was performed, discussion of the current and some alternative designs for the regional stormwater facility, report on the right-of-way acquisitions that were made and the compensation that was paid, as well as opportunity for board consideration of an expansion of the community gathering areas around this Segment 3D area. I'd actually like to invite Cameron Snipes from Kimley Horn and Associates up to sit. He is our engineer of record for this project, stormwater engineer, has been studying the Cascades Trail stormwater system, which is also known as the St. Augustine branch, for 4 to 5 years. So definite expert. And has been working side by side with us. So if we have any super technical questions, we can get him to respond. All right, so Segment 3DB is the last phase of Cascades Trail Segment 3. It extends all the way to the central drainage ditch, which is just east of Lake Bradford Road. It's been planned, designed, and ultimately constructed with the FAMU Way project. There's 2 main components to this project, one of which is a new trailhead for the St. Mark's Trail, and the regional stormwater facility, which I think is the subject of a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of significant action that the board has taken, but the most significant to move us into the concept was taken by this board in February of 2016. And since then, in advance, Angela, thank you, we've been working on the design. So sorry, we missed one there. The St. Mark's Trailhead is going to connect the Cascades Trail and the St. Mark's Trail. It preserves 2 live oak trees, 46 and 34-inch diameter at breast height within the trailhead to provide some good shade. parking, and bicycle staging. This project has been bid with the city's FAMU Way project to realize the time and the cost savings that's been successful through that partnership over the several years. The City of Tallahassee issued their notice to proceed for FAMU Way in August, and our regional stormwater facility is still in the permitting phase. Just hold for a sec. Yeah, back up one. It's okay. So this project has a long history, beginning with the Economic and Environmental Consensus Committee that Commissioner Richardson served on, as well as a handful of other of our community members. The idea was to create a 4.25-mile stormwater and transportation system that really translated into Franklin Boulevard, Cascades Park, this phase that's constructed with FAMU Way, and then, of course, the last phase, which is Segment 4. Cascades Trail has been the signature project of the Blueprint 2000 program. And it was, the project definition was refined in one of our penultimate blueprint reports called the Project Definitions Report. And in that report, it identified this project to improve water quality and significantly reduce flooding through the construction of major stormwater facilities, maximize the economic benefits that those stormwater facilities and park facilities could provide, and apply the holistic infrastructure philosophy, which is a part of the blueprint program even today, where we take a single purpose and then layer multiple community benefits on top of that. Okay? So community outreach. So the agenda item provides the board the requested comprehensive report on public engagement. The next 3 slides dive into that. So it began for FAMU Way and Cascades Trail Segment 3 in 2008 with a community meeting. And over time, 13 community meetings, dedicated project web pages, social media accounts, and all of those good things, as well as door-to-door outreach. And in 2016, door-to-door outreach in the Boynton Stills neighborhood. Okay, thank you. We have a FAMU Way Citizens Advisory Committee. The members were that liaison between the community and staff, providing feedback and advice, giving us direction on amenities, aesthetic treatments, and then ultimately recommendation to the IA board for the alignment of FAMU Way that the design was taken to, as well as this regional stormwater facility that we've been working on. While project updates were provided at each IA and CAC meeting, there have been milestones that have been reached along the way. I mentioned the February 16 meeting, but most recently, in April, we did a CAC tour where we included a stop at this site. All righty. So let's kind of talk about the regional stormwater facility, right? So I wanted to break this up in kind of bite-sized pieces. And so I broke this into upstream function and downstream function. So this slide is just upstream. So water quality. The entire St. Augustine branch watershed is 1,500 acres, and all of that will pass through the regional stormwater facility. So this map shows you the red and the blue are all part of the St. Augustine branch watershed. Receive stormwater from Franklin Boulevard and Cascades Park. It removes the nutrients that you can't see, like nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as ones that you can see, like leaf litter, but also trash, styrofoam plates, cups, all sorts of things. It does provide the last large-scale opportunity to treat stormwater runoff from the St. Augustine branch watershed prior to reaching the central drainage ditch. The blue area, on the prior slide, the blue area is currently not treated by a stormwater management facility, so I want to make sure that's a distinction there. The red area is treated through prior construction along Cascades Trail. The blue area, it's about 425 acres, has not been treated, and it would be treated through this facility prior to its discharge into the central drainage ditch. Okay. All right, let's talk about the downstream function of the regional stormwater facility. So the St. Augustine branch discharges into the central drainage ditch, and I call that the CDD sometimes, and St. Augustine branch is the SAB. Transporting that stormwater south to Lake Henrietta, through the Munson Slough, down to Lake Munson. And then when you have periods of a lot of rain, it actually, some of the water backflows into Lake Bradford. So improvements to the water quality in the St. Augustine branch contribute to increased water quality improvements in our lakes. Lake Munson is directly connected to the Floridian Aquifer through sinkholes. So that helps to keep our drinking water clean. When that lake, the cleaner that lake is, the cleaner our drinking water can be. And Lake Munson also discharges into Ames Sink, which is an aquifer recharge point. And through the dye tests that have been done by our community partners, Wakulla Springs has been verified by dye tests to be connected to Lake Munson and Ames Sink. All right, so we've covered the pond's function and benefit upstream and downstream. Let's turn to the design and the recent public concerns. This slide shows the current design as it was bid through Allen's Excavating. It also shows 5 live oak trees. 4 of these trees were noted on the original survey, but the middle tree, the 76-inch live oak, was not. Recognizing the community attention that was brought to this tree this summer, we've developed 3 alternatives to this pond for the board's consideration today. Alternative 1 preserves 2 59-inch live oak trees that are on the northern rim of the pond. Gives you about a 10% reduction in pond treatment volume with an approximate cost increase of $438,000. That's mainly due to the construction of a 25-foot high retaining wall. That's pretty high, but the pond pool is actually about 8 feet high, so you'd see about 16 feet on normal days. The retaining wall would be about 16 feet high visibly, but it's 25 feet high as constructed. Our cost estimates are based on the additional project costs as compared to the Allen's Excavation bid for the current design. So what in addition would this cost over the bid that we received through Allen's Excavation for the current design? In addition, our project original budget number includes the $500,000 grant from DEP. This scenario assumes that the grant would be retained. So this cost is mainly due to the retaining wall. We could also do our trash collection system and continue to plant a lot of trees around there. All right, alternative 2. Alternative 2 modifies the pond design to preserve the 76-inch live oak tree, which is almost smack dab in the center of the pond. It'd be constructed in more like a peninsula system, not an island. The green circle illustrates the tree canopy. We'd have about a 40% reduction in pond treatment volume. The approximate cost increase is about $1 million, primarily due to the 25-foot retaining wall, but also in this case, we did not assume that we'd be able to keep the grant. We did talk to DEP about whether or not we could retain that grant. They told us with some certainty that 20% reduction in volume, treatment volume, you could probably keep the grant. Anything less than that, we would need more thorough review and conversation. They didn't take it off the table completely, but they did say they needed more review. Alternative 3. Alternative 3 eliminates the pond entirely. It extends the box culvert, which is coming through that area now, all the way to the central drainage ditch. Of course, it would preserve the trees that are now in the pond's footprint. You get 100% treatment volume reduction and the approximate cost increase of $533,000. So we did eliminate the grant in this one.
On this alternative, if you're eliminating the pond, what happens to the $3.2 million that would have built the pond? Is this $533,000 over the cost of the $3.2 million of the pond?
Yes.
So it would be $4 million to extend the box culvert?
You're saving on digging out, excavating the pond, right? But you're constructing the double box culvert. The double box culvert, it's 24 feet wide and 10 feet tall. It's really expensive.
Okay, so that is $3.8 million just to do the box culvert then? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's an increase. Do we know the total cost of this alternative versus building, like just total cost? That's what I'm confused about. Okay.
Our cost estimate is $533,000 to connect the box culvert all the way over to the central drainage ditch.
But I'm just where is there the money that was budgeted for the pond, the $3.2 million? You're saying it's cost $533 to extend the box culvert, or it costs that in addition to $3.2 million?
We're saying you're not building the pond,
right,
but you're building the box culvert, and instead the box culvert is expensive as well to construct.
3.8 million.
All right. So it's almost, you could almost say that the construction of the box culvert and the construction of the pond is about a wash. So it's about $33,000 more to build that box culvert. The $500 side of that is the loss of the grant.
That's right.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may for a second, Commissioner Matlow, I think we've heard the same questions, many of us from a lot of folks who are here tonight, about how we calculated the cost increase. So let's be clear about that. The cost increase over the pond, what you're saying is $33,000. The reason why we show $533 up there is because you're losing the grant money. So that has been a point of contention. So just to be clear, if we were looking at true costs with no grant, it's just a $33,000 increase over the construction cost that we already had. However, the construction cost of the pond contemplated the grant. Therefore, we were saving $500,000 that we now have to draw out of our own pocket. So there's been some semantics on this, and I've struggled with this also. This is why I wanted to ask this question, and I think that's where you were going, Commissioner Matlow. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think this was it. We have to account for that $500,000 loss out of Blueprint dollars.
Right, but the money would go, we accounted for that $500,000 as part of that project budget.
Right. It was just someone else was contributing that money in the stormwater pond and would not be contributing it in this case. Okay.
Yep.
I hope that helped.
I'd say let's let Autumn finish her
Yes.
presentation, and then let's get to the public hearing, let people speak.
Okay, all right, I've just got, I think 5 or 6 more slides. Okay, Angela, next. Okay. All right, so it's important to look at these trees too, right? We want to know if they're healthy or not. So there has been, in collaboration with our urban forester and 2 outside objective arborists, a multifaceted analysis of the trees. The analysis involved many site visits, a Picus tomograph, a resistograph tool, and a crown evaluation and risk assessment. That last assessment was performed on, I think it was Thursday of last week. We received that report yesterday, and that was provided as supplemental information this, I think, midday today. So in summary, that robust review of the trees, we looked at the 5 that were in the pond footprint. The big one, the 76-inch tree, has internal decay and cracking, which challenges its structural integrity. So that was one of the reasons that we wanted to do the risk assessment of the tree. Substantial mitigation and cabling would be necessary, and that mitigation requires pruning, which would alter the look of the tree. You would lose at least 20% of the crown through that pruning. Our urban forester has recommended that it is not safe to allow people under the tree. She said, don't put picnic tables under there. The 2 59-inch trees on the north side are good candidates for preservation. However, it's been our practice, specifically, the example I can think of immediately is at Lake Anita, where we've restricted people's access to the back of the pond because of the proximity to the railroad track. So we would recommend that here as well from a safety perspective. And then the 60-inch and the 61-inch trees are not good candidates for preservation. All right. Next. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, so we've heard and had a lot of discussions about alternative locations for this pond. So we've really gone the extra mile to identify, are there any sites? What could we do? How could we potentially move this pond? But I will say that the best location for a pond uses gravity, which means a low-lying area. And this is a low-lying area. If you look around it, it goes high up to FAMU, up Gamble Street. To get the most treatment, you want the pond to be placed on the westernmost end of the St. Augustine branch, prior to its discharge with the central drainage ditch. So its optimal location is in its current spot. But if it's not in its current spot, so if the board wants to consider alternative locations, you have really 2 scenarios that you can look at. You can connect across the central drainage ditch with that 24-foot wide, 10-foot tall double box culvert, which is about the equivalent of 2 travel lanes of traffic, through the central drainage ditch, which essentially dams the central drainage ditch, which would create upstream flooding. Or you use an extensive pumping system over or under the central drainage ditch. And this pumping system would have at least 6 to 8 500 horsepower pumps, which is a system that's unlike anything else that we have in our community. Okay, so the second option is you mix the St. Augustine branch water with the central drainage ditch water, right? So right where it discharges, you mix the two waters together. And this would entail the construction of a pond south of the discharge point. But first, let's talk about stormwater volume that's coming through this system. The amount of water coming down the central drainage ditch is 3 times the amount of water that's coming through the St. Augustine branch. To treat the St. Augustine branch water, once it's mixed, we now have to treat all that water in a much larger pond. The pond can't pull out the dirty water from the clean water. But in this case, 3/4 of the water has just been treated at Lake Alberta, which is that stormwater facility that's just north of just north of the railroad tracks right there. You see Lake Alberta. So we'd be constructing a pond that essentially cleans the same water twice. You've got all that mixed water from Lake Alberta coming in with the dirty St. Augustine branch. 3/4 of the water is from Lake Alberta, and is the central drainage ditch water from Lake Alberta. And then you're putting it into a pond where you're cleaning that clean water again. So it's like rewashing a full load of laundry because you added a dirty pair of jeans. There's been some discussion of using the city's wastewater treatment site for this pond. At this time, portions of the site are currently being used for city water utility operations. That site is immediately west of the regional stormwater facility, and it's on the short list for the city's TPD headquarters. It would take all of the property to build a pond that could treat that large amount of mixed water, which we already know is 3/4 clean because of its close proximity to Lake Alberta. So in summary, the current location is the optimal location due to its gravity and its treatment opportunity.
All right. You still, okay.
Well, I've got the,
Okay, go ahead.
I can pause or I can do the acquisitions in the community. See, I've got
I'd say
3.
go ahead and get
Okay,
through it.
all right, okay. So our agenda item includes an analysis in tabular format through, I think it's attachment 8, of all the acquisitions that were made through this project. There were kind of 2 rounds of acquisitions that took place. Group 1 was the first side of FAMU Way and Cascades Trail, and Group 2 is where we have the Segment 3 acquisitions. So for Group 2, there were 36 parcels that were acquired. The total amount that Blueprint paid was $5.1 million. The total appraised value was $3.5, and the seller received $4.6. So $1.1 million went to sellers, and that primarily represents the results of the incentive program, where owners were provided amounts above the market value. That's the way the incentive program works. The remaining difference is due mainly to attorney's fees and other fees such as appraisals and surveys. Okay. Relocation. All right, so same thing here, Group 1, Group 2. Group 2 is where Segment 3D is. There were 20 occupants receiving benefits, relocation benefits. The total number of payments was 35, so you ask yourself, why you have 20 tenants with 35 payments? Well, the payments, some tenants may have received multiple payments, and those payments could have included move costs for residential and businesses, replacement housing payments for residentials, business location and search costs, and business reestablishment expenses. Okay, next. And lastly, we've been listening and talking to people about the community side of the Boynton Stills neighborhood and the FAMU Way neighborhoods in general, and came to light that there is a desire for more of a community gathering space in this area. We got a lot of good stuff on this trail, but we can do more. So next, we identified a space. Next slide, please. Just slow. Too many good images. All right. Anyhow, well, there it is, okay. So there's a space between the cell tower and where the current design has the regional stormwater facility. You can create a couple of more intimate gathering areas in there, kind of modeling off of what was happening under the shingles oaks. But what we'd like to do, if the board is interested in us pursuing this, we could bring back some options for the board to consider and with cost. But we could also work with our History and Culture Trail Committee working group to identify the right type of doing a community gathering space there. So that is it.
All
And
right.
the last slide is the options.
Thank you, Autumn. So we've got 6 options, okay?
Yeah, the staff, just to close it out before, because this was subject for an additional information item, staff's recommendation is options 1 and 2. Just so you're clear, there was an inadvertent Scrivener's error that said 1 and 5 in the first published. That's been updated online. I just want to be clear on that. And yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I have a large stack of...
Let me, in an effort to try and maybe work this better, how would the board feel about taking not a formal vote but a straw vote? What's your temperature? You guys want to signal where you are, or you want to wait for 55 people to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I would move option number 3.
Well, I don't want to get into a debate because I really want the people to get a chance to speak. I'm just saying, can we take the temperature real quick and see where everybody is?
Well, I thought that's just where you were
So you want to go ahead and put option 3 on the table?
for discussion.
But I guess my point is I don't want to get too far down the road with the discussion. People have been waiting for 4 hours.
Yeah.
We can tee
I
up the
don't think
motion.
I don't think we need to keep them waiting. Let's hear what they have to say.
Right.
Let's hear from the public.
Yeah.
Are there other?
We've been talking about public engagement the whole night.
Yes.
People have been waiting. I think we gotta move forward.
That's what they're asking for, is option 3.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure, Autumn, that I'm correct. When we talked about option 3, that's the 259-inch trees, am I correct?
Right, option 3. Option 3 represents alternative 1, which are the 259-inch trees on the north side.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. My bad. I misread that. I was looking at the other alternative 3.
You're looking.
My motion would be option 5. I apologize.
What's the will of the board? You guys want to, I mean, we could,
I'm going to support that motion.
what's that?
I'll support that
All right,
motion.
so we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair,
I'd like to hear
I'm
this.
sorry.
I'd like
This
But I
is
don't
an
wanna-
extraordinarily complicated issue, and we have a lot of speakers here.
Yeah.
Why
There
don't we
may
leave the
be
let's
other
leave the
ways
motion
to
as it
address
stands
this.
then, and let's listen.
We can hear I just wanted to put the motion on the table. We can now hear the speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
That's the will of the board.
Well,
We need to hear people.
we need to hear these
Yeah,
people. They've been here all this
that's what I'm
time.
saying. Yeah, let's do that.
I don't think we should short circuit them by pre-proposing a motion, but nevertheless, it's done now. Let's hear what the people have to say.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, first speaker is Danielle Irwin, to be followed by John Hedrick, and on we will go.
Danielle Irwin, 3185 Ferns Glen. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do want to mention that there is an alternative tool in our toolbox that is not one that is commonly used by stormwater engineers that would actually enhance the water quality removal, not just this pond, but other ponds as well. It's essentially converting stormwater ponds into smart ponds using a continuous monitoring and adaptive technique to maintain the pool volume within the pond to enhance the nitrogen and phosphorus removal. It is being used in Florida, and so this is relatively new technology, but not untried and untrue. I am a scientist, not an engineer. There are engineers that can speak more eloquently on it than I can, but I did want to at least let you know that there are alternatives to even reduce the pond and get the same amount of water quality treatment that you had in your original design, not even alternative 1. So that's one consideration. Another consideration could be to apply this technology to existing ponds in the nearby vicinity to amp up their nutrient reduction potential and potentially make the pond at this site less crucial. So that is about all I can say on the matter, but I did want you to know that that technology is available. I have met with the engineers, with also the engineer that knows more about it than I do, with Blueprint, and it seems to be well received. There is some question as to whether or not this project would be the right project to try it on. I want to give a very concerted nod at Blueprint staff in terms of the way they have been listening to the community. I've been following this along the way, and they have, gone through the effort of making the alternative analysis for you. but it was not with this tool in the toolbox. So that was one of the reasons for the context of the meeting with Blueprint. So I just offer that for your consideration to let you know that there are additional tools that can be used, and not just this type of smart pond technology, but also the BAM filters that even Jody Cahoon mentioned in the last Blueprint meeting, that can help you enhance the nutrient reduction potential of the pond. So sacrificing nutrient reduction just by a reduction in the size of the pond does not have to be the alternative. It does not need to be water quality or trees. It can be both. Thank you.
John Hedrick, followed by Robert Conroy. John Hedrick.
Hi again, folks. John Hedrick, 1551 Cristobal Drive, number 1. This is going to be quick. As I understand it, I like to think the audience understands it. Alternative 3, it was mentioned in option 5, is what the CAC was presented with.
Yes.
And now has been translated into option 5, which we can support. I would just like those in the audience, anyone supportive of option 5, you please stand. If you would please stand in favor, you're in favor of option 5. The option 5 is the same one as alternative 3 that the CAC was presented.
Gets rid of the.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Robert Conroy, followed by Sam McKinney.
Robert?
Name and address for the record.
Robert Conroy, 548 Port Leon Drive. And some of this stuff just kind of blew me away. I had something totally different to talk about as to why Boynton Sills had to disappear and Killearn people get promised that they're not going to lose their front yards. But here's the gig, okay? If you go back through that stuff, I walked all through those retention ponds and drainage ditches while it was pouring rain, while we had days of pouring rain. None of them were over at more than half capacity. Some of them were not cleaned out. They have to be cleaned out to operate correctly. And the primary pollution source to the Wakulla Springs watershed is not stormwater runoff. It's fertilizer used in this area, used on the football fields, used for these little aesthetically pleasing bypasses along the ways. Anything that has to be fertilized, that's what gets down there. Water specialists will tell you that anything you run from any of these ponds, once it hits Munson Slough, it's instantly contaminated. Okay, you can do all the treatments you want to up here, but when it gets down into the Munson Slough and hits that lake down there, it's immediately, it hits the Ames sink right after that. It's contaminated, and it goes into the spring. And the only way you can stop that, the biggest problems with the water that comes down into the Wakulla County watershed is septic tanks and fertilizer runoff. And so I don't know, this sounds a little disingenuous because if you go over to the neighborhood, you go a little bit to the north, there's a humongous retention pond. I think that's Anita Springs. If you go less than 2 blocks to the south, there's another humongous retention spring that's a park. If you go to the back, you have a drainage ditch that runs down to the next road. You have a ditch over here that runs down to the next road, and they run into retention ponds. So if I'm to believe this, then what I got to believe is you need to tear up everything up here and put retention ponds in, okay? Because the state requires that all these retention ponds have to be maintained. So whatever retention pond you put in, it's not just going to be Blueprint 2000 money, and this is a forever gig. You have to, am I beyond my 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
You got it.
Thank you.
What I wanted to mention was the racism involved in point.
Sam McKinney, followed by Bruce Struggle Jr.
Sam McKinney. Sam McKinney. Coming up. Name and address for the record, Mr. McKinney.
My name is Samuel McKinney, Tallahassee, Florida, 1759 Pepper Drive. Oh boy. What I say is, I was born in 10 times steel quarters during the 50s. It's an era where it was hard for my people as raising me as a child. And my heart goes out for that place over there because I was born over there. And I also say that the trees played a major role in my life of playing over there. And I don't know how y'all gonna take this situation forward that over there for the road and stuff. But anyway, my concern is try to leave at least one tree standing for a detrimental error that happened over there before a heap of people's time, well before mine anyway, that happened in that era. And that's my main concern is that leave something there for the ones that went through there and gone home now. That's all I say. If they ain't but one tree, just one, that would make me feel much better inside for it being a Tallahassee citizen here. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruce Struggle Jr., followed by Serena Lammers. Bruce Struggle Jr.
Bruce Struggle Jr. Okay.
Bruce Strobel, 1935 Sabre Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here tonight on behalf of some members of the bond community and other concerned individuals who reached out to me, and they told me that they felt that they needed people to speak on their behalf because this is a development that they've been a part of. It was done with inclusion. They supported it from the beginning. And preferably, we're coming to the end of this process, and now a lot of people seem to have some concerns. I understand the concern for the trees. I'm here in opposition to a lot of my friends and colleagues tonight because they have taken a stand. And I think that they are on the wrong side of this issue because they aren't considering the thoughts of the people who actually live in this community, what they want, what they desire, what they have been a part of the planning process. And with that said, I think that whatever is decided tonight needs to be in accordance with what the members of the community have stated that they wanted, the people who actually live there, who live in the community. We do need to protect trees. We should take this on a case-by-case basis every time we make decisions of this nature. But when we have the people in the community, we see how it impacts our budget. We see all the different impacts. I know the ecosystem services that come from trees, but in this case, it appears that the development and its benefits is going to outweigh what is being argued against. That what is going to outweigh is that we need the stormwater retention. I know people are going to disagree with this, but it just has to be said again. So just let me conclude. The people in the community have spoken. The people I talked to, Bond Neighborhood Association, they are stating that this is something that they support. I cannot, in good faith, come out and be opposed to them when they are the people who are going to be directly impacted. So I'll leave it at that.
Serena Lammers, followed by Priscilla Parker Hudson.
Serena had to go home, but she wanted to register her opposition to the building.
Priscilla Parker Hudson.
That's Priscilla Parham Hudson. My address is 3775 Evanwood Court here in Tallahassee. I'm from Tallahassee. I grew up here, and except for a little bit of time where I ran away to Boston to get away from here, because I grew up here, I've been back since the late 80s, and I was a member of the chamber, and since that time had been hearing business people talk about how we need to have a more welcoming gateway into the community. And so I've been hearing this go on, this discussion since the late 80s. And you might can tell that I'm wearing a pin that has the penny from where I volunteered back in the late 90s to go around with Commissioner Richardson to all the various churches and all of the various community centers to encourage people to vote for the penny sales tax because I believe in our community. I believe it's important to invest in our community and help it grow in a conscious and planned way. And I think that everyone has done a pretty good job in doing that. And I know that there's always going to be differences of opinions. And I have pretty much trusted that in the process that I'm a citizen, I'm just going to sit back and support the people that I vote who think could do the best jobs to do this. I'm on my neighborhood association. I do things to volunteer for Tallahassee because I believe in Tallahassee. I was very instrumental in Tallahassee Sunflowers because I want people to love this town. What I don't agree with is taking down trees that have been here longer than our country has been a country, that our community has been a community, just so we can make it look pretty, just so that we can make the entrance more welcoming to people. Those concrete and young trees, that could be any city. What are we going to be, Orlando or South Florida? That's not why people come here. We come here for the beauty, for the aesthetics. We come here because this is our community. This is our home. I don't want to live in Orlando. I don't want to live in South Florida. When I first studied horticulture back in the late 80s is when the stormwater ponds first came around. And before then, everything went straight to Lake Jackson. And since we have all these stormwater ponds everywhere, we've got a big hole at Lake Jackson. So we have nothing. We have a big hole. And then we have these crappy little storm ponds everywhere that look like crap. Nobody wants to see stuff like that. What we want is people to be conscious about our community, make good, heartfelt choices, and make this a community that we still want to live in and not just something that we bring developers into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Fulmar, followed by Derek Jones. Lee Fulmar, followed by Derek Jones.
Name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Lee Fulmer. I live at 2399 Ryan Place, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm a lifelong resident. I was born here in 1968. So during those decades, I've seen a lot of change here, some of it good, some of it not so great. The main thing I just want to ask is that y'all reconsider digging another one of those ponds. I think that we can deal with the stormwater situation without making another pond like that. And also, it's strange to me that this may be a separate issue, but looking at the water quality of Lake Munson, that seems like maybe something more important if what we're really concerned about is the water quality and what's going into McColl Springs. So basically, I'm just here to tell you no pond. So that's where I'm at on this. All right? Thank you.
Derek Jones, followed by Pamela Chamberlain. Derek Jones.
Name and address for the record.
Pamela Chamberlain. The address is 3711 Shamrock Street West. I am going to read a little article I wrote, The Science of Our Trees and Green Spaces. I wanted to put a little science in this. While the Amazon is burning today as we speak, we would do well to recall this quote by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Quote, "Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people." End quote. Seems very, very appropriate, more so every day. The U.S. Forest Service stated in 2015 that, quote, "with more than half of the U.S. and the world's populations living in cities, urban forests and their benefits are more valuable than ever. Common sense tells us that trees are good for us. Their beauty can inspire us, as it has for those of us who have come here today to speak for Tallahassee's trees, and I'm a tree hugger. And their shade keeps us cooler. But urban trees do more. They provide benefits that are called ecosystem services, which include obvious benefits, cooling the air, and other less noticeable ones, providing oxygen, intercepting ultraviolet light, absorbing rainfall, storing carbon, and reducing air pollution. Knowing this, many city and national planning and action groups work to maintain, improve, and enlarge the urban forest. Although it's easy to say more trees are better than less trees, that is not enough for managers, planners, and advocates. They need accurate information, facts, and numbers to justify and improve their programs. To continue quoting this report, urban and suburban trees have direct benefits for residents. Some trees in green spaces can increase neighborhood social cohesion and reduce crime. And I believe that's the case with the Benton trees in that neighborhood, from what I've heard. Trees and nature relieve what is sometimes called nature deficit disorder, the malaise caused by excessive time and focus indoors, particularly when there is no view of the outdoors through windows. In the first broad-scale estimate of air pollution removal by trees nationwide, U.S. Forest Service scientists and collaborators calculated that trees are saving more than 150 human lives a year and preventing 670,000 incidents of acute respiratory symptoms. Trees also release oxygen and store considerable amounts of carbon in their wood. Tree leaves intercept sunshine and ultraviolet rays. Transpiration and shear cool the air.
That's time.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I had copies of this. I only thought there were going to be 5 city commissioners present, so I'll email it to you.
Next is Lisa Sears, followed by Stanley Amy. Lisa Sears, and followed by Stanley Amy. Aim?
Lisa, we have Lisa Steers here. Lisa's coming. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Lisa Sears, 820 McGuire Avenue. I want to first commend all of you. I know these are hard decisions, and you've done great work in the past and in the present. I want to commend the group Save Historic Structures and Heritage Trees. They've been fundamental in this community, and that is what I'm here representing, because I love the trees here in Tallahassee. I've come back 3 times to Tallahassee, and most of it is because of the trees and the community that it has. I have always been a tree lover, and I understand about ponds, but I also like that what happened to Lake Jackson, Pamela. And there are so many alternatives. I like the scientists that came forward first. There's so many different things that we can do. We have to think out of the box. Why we have to take down trees that are 500 years old. And there is studies done by this group that contradict the studies that were done here, whoever did it, but that these trees, they're not ready to decay and fall down. The Amazon's burning right now. We need to save our trees. I mean, they create the air that we breathe. They create cohesiveness in the community. And I know this is my first time standing up here talking, but I'm for Save the Trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stanley Amy.
Well, I'll just say he got kicked out of his home on Mile Street and got $500 and basically just.
Well, no. Okay, so he's not here. Okay, next.
Larry Hendricks.
Larry Hendricks.
He's gone.
No, he's not.
I know him. Oh, there he is.
He is gone.
And he'll be followed by Teddy Tollett.
There was a rumor at one time that I had a heart attack. I heard there was a...
Name and address for the... Mr. Hendricks, name and address.
Larry Hendricks, 406 Alpha Avenue. As I said, there was a rumor one time that I had a heart attack and died, and I heard there was parties all over town. I'm real disturbed by this. Quite frankly, to be blunt, it appears to me that President Bolsonaro and Mr. Trump have joined the city of Tallahassee and Leon County in a war on trees, on a war on forest, on a war on that which generates the oxygen and the air that our children and our grandchildren will need to survive, the water that they'll need to survive. I see the main impetus of Leon County Commission and Tallahassee City Commission is enticing more and more people to move to Tallahassee. And the way that's sold is that it broadens the tax base. But that's a lie. And you've proved it yourselves, because we broadened the so-called tax base by subsidizing to the tune of, I believe, about $1 billion to St. Joe. Like they were needy. They needed our welfare, the people in this community working people's money to subsidize that development out there under the guise that it would broaden the tax base, inferring that our taxes would go down. But the fact is, for the last 18, 19 years, 17 years, what have you, every year when the budget comes up in the city of Tallahassee or Leon County, we're short. So you end up cutting services. Trash collection in the city of Tallahassee used to be twice a week. It's once a week. Many services are cut, and we don't have the monies to do the things that we need to do for the children that live in this community. Edwina Stevens went to her grave because she got no return calls when she was trying to convince the people in this community that every child in the capital of the state of Florida should learn to swim, and that the school district and Leon County and the city of Tallahassee should be able to find the funds to guarantee that every child in the capital of the state of Florida learn to swim. She became frustrated not getting a call. She went to see Jackie Pons. She had an accident on the way that morning and died. She sacrificed
time, Mr. Hendricks.
Next.
her life.
Thank you.
Next is Teddy Tollett, followed by Ed Denton.
Teddy Tollett, 215 West College Avenue. I moved here 55 years ago. I've seen a lot of changes in this community. Some have been lovely, made it a much more pleasant place to live. I prefer Cascades Park to the toxic waste dump that was there before that. I remember back when it was a baseball stadium. Right. I love the trail. I ride on it quite a bit. But we're all here about more than just a handful of trees in a sweet little neighborhood, and I'm very fond of that neighborhood. I started going there 45 years ago. Shingles was a national treasure. But it's more than just those trees. Much of that neighborhood's already destroyed, sadly. Last week they took down some of the nicest trees there. But I think what we're all here to try and get across to you is that trees should not be the last thought. I mean, think about that atrocity that happened at Park Avenue and Magnolia, where, there were planted pines, but there were lots of nice big trees. And they just leveled everything and then put some twigs back later. So you all are the people with the power in this community. So I would urge you to move trees up in your priority about this community, because we all love trees. I don't think there's anybody rubbing their hands together in a back office saying, how many trees can we kill today? But on the other hand, if you look at some of the things that are happening in our community, like some of the things along Gain Street, they remind me of Soviet architecture from the 1960s. And I know we can't. I own a lot of real estate myself, and I don't want people to tell me what I can do with my property. So I know you kind of have to let people do what they want, but within the boundaries of what you all have the power to control, please move trees up on the agenda. people are sensitive about trees because of what happened along Cascades and what's happened. They took down a string of trees right along Railroad Square when they built the trail through there. And then they came along and said, oh, well, we didn't mean to that. That was a mistake. We shouldn't have taken down all those shade trees. And guess what? Nobody came and put them back because you can't put them back. So just respect the things that have been here for hundreds of years. These things were here before the Civil War. I would love to save all those trees. I understand what's going on, but there's not giant puddles of water in that neighborhood now. So I don't know where all this water is coming from, but just do please move trees up on your agenda.
Thank you.
Ed Denton, followed by Ann Wild. Ed Denton, followed by Ann Wild.
My name is Ed Deaton. I live at 9601 Mississippi Road, number 25, 32309. Going through my archives, I realized we got here in 1982 and built a house, my wife and I. And we live on the Canopy Road. And the first time I engaged in civil activity here locally was to save 8 Canopy Road trees, and this was in 1985, precedes all of you folks here. And by the way, I've been a protector of trees and a tree hugger pretty much all my life. I was actually a very short time, I was the county environmental coordinator, protecting Canopy Road trees. But that's neither here nor there. You don't want to hear my history, and frankly, this meeting's gone on way too long. I just appreciate it if y'all would go ahead and vote for option 5, vote against the stormwater pond, and please save trees. You can get grants, you can move the road around, you can build ponds elsewhere, but you can't recreate or rewrite 400-year-old oak trees. Save the trees.
Hi, I'm Ann Wild, and I live at 9601 Mississippi Road, and I've lived in Tallahassee for 5 years. I moved up here to help take care of my mom, and my dad taught us, my dad and my mom taught me and my 5 siblings to really love trees. We went camping. We did all that kind of stuff outdoors and everything. But I just think cutting down trees is like the last resort that we should do, that we should have, at this time, especially like everybody has said, there's other opportunities, there's other options. I don't know about this whole thing, with the whole, stormwater runoff and everything. I've lived in different places. I grew up in south of Bradenton, and then we lived in Temple Terrace here, Tampa. And in Temple Terrace, we had golf courses everywhere, and, of course, all that fertilizer, like you say, all kinds of different things, with the environment. But they did save trees, and they had all kinds of neighborhoods that were nestled, and the trees were, they had the city council people and the people who were interested in the community make really good decisions and think really long and hard about preserving those communities. And most of those people lived in those communities. And that's what you guys are. You guys live here, and it sounds like you really love this area and you really, want to keep it, great for your families and all. And so that's what I believe, that we all need to stick together and do that. And like I said, I've been in different places in Florida. The one in Temple Terrace was really good. Then I moved to Brandon. I don't know if y'all know much about Brandon, Florida, but I taught school for 34 years in Hillsborough County before I moved here. And in Brandon, they had orange groves and cow pastures, like back in the day, like in the 50s and the 60s. Farmers had to sell their land. Some people have to do that. You have to sell your land when the developers come in or whatever, for whatever reason. And but they didn't have, unfortunately, people who were thinking hard and doing very good job, the government officials and stuff, planning, because in lots of parts of Brandon, it's like one storefront after another, gas station after another. It's literally like, I would say ugly, you know, and I know some parts of Capitol Circle that are really ugly. Y'all know that, you know, what I'm talking about, between Miccosukee or 90 and, you know, down like to Trader Joe's or whatever. So those are eyesores, you know. I mean, we don't want our communities to look like that. And, you know, we all have experiences with trees. You know everybody somewhere. A kid, you know, swinging off of a tree. A grandparent who just, you know, had, you know, did something on a certain tree, you know, and that's history.
That's
so,
time.
you know, if it was us, we would want somebody to be protecting us too, and they can't do that. So we're here for them. So
Thank you.
I'd say none of that. Save the trees.
Peter Rasilov, followed by Jan DeCosmo. Peter Rasilov. Okay. Jan DeCosmo, followed by Delatry Hollinger.
Thank you all for staying so long and listening to us. It's really nice that you're doing this. I'm Jan DeCosmo, 2205 Jim Lee Road, and I'm here to represent over 1,000 now members of our Facebook group, Save Historic Structures and Heritage Trees. And although we're talking about structures and trees, it's all for the people. It's for the people who live in the structures and sit under the trees. Anyway, we started a petition, and back when we started the petition online, we thought the Benton oak might have been 500 years old. Turns out it's not that old. We really don't know, but it's most likely not 500 years. But the petition says, and I'll read it to you just so you can hear what we asked in the petition. Please reroute a road and holding pond around one of the largest and healthiest oak trees in Leon County, the Benton oak. The oak is in the backyard of Mr. Morris Benton Sr., now deceased, a resident of the Boynton Still neighborhood in South Tallahassee that was demolished to make room for a road and retention pond. Measuring 76 inches in diameter, this tree is in the top 10% of large oaks in Leon County. We would appeal to the Environmental Land Use Code, Section 512, exceptional specimen. We could use that to protect the tree as well as the others that are almost as large around it. So the end of the petition says, please reroute the road to save this and other oaks and what's left of the neighborhood. The land and trees could easily be turned into a small park for residents who wish to use the outdoor space. So we immediately got our 1,000 Facebook members to sign, and then pretty soon we had about 5,000 from Leon County, and now I'm here to tell you we have 38,000 people that have signed this petition, not just in Florida, but almost all the states in our country and in about 25 countries of the world, like Australia, Qatar, Japan, Russia, and 650 of them have commented on this tree. So it's pretty amazing. The world is watching us, and I want to report to them tonight when I get home and hit the internet switch, the button, what happened at the meeting. We saved the tree, yes. So please vote for option number 5, and let's figure out other alternatives. Thank you.
Followed by Pamela Chamberlain.
Delantre's here, isn't he?
I think he left.
Yeah, the road.
Yeah, I think he left.
He left?
Okay, Jenny Grimsley.
I think she left. Oh, there's Jenny. Okay.
Followed by David Brightville.
Hello, thanks. My name is Jenny Grimsley. I'm a 24-year resident of Tallahassee, and I live on Blairstone Court, just north of Orange Avenue. Family Way Extension is a hopeful project in its concept to build a corridor that will create and inspire people to naturally move up and down along the north and south lines. This is a huge step forward toward creating a diverse and peaceful city that we all deserve. However, we cannot build a city that inspires diversity, equity, and social justice when the very way in which the way in which we build that infrastructure violates those very tenets. This is not about a tree or a pond. This is about social injustice through the destruction of neighborhoods, the scattering and displacement of people, healthy, vibrant communities that are now gone because of the way in which infrastructure was built that was meant to enhance those very communities. Can we take a moment and realize the devastating irony of that? I propose that we organize ourselves instead, work together to identify volunteer opportunities for projects on both sides of this town and help place people according to their individual interests, talents, and skills. This could work to showcase people, show each other who we are and what we can each do to contribute positively to this whole community. If you stand up for children, for the economy, for the environment, for affordable housing, for food equity, for social justice, for equal rights, for animals, whatever you stand up for, there is a place for each of us to serve. Projects like this could inspire a natural movement that lifts people up. People would live, work, and play everywhere because we would stand up for each other. We would know and trust each other. This is the actual vision for the FAMU Way extension, and it can be enhanced by this kind of civic, social infrastructure. But we have to have a trust in order to manifest this vision. To inspire trust, though, we have to stop and rethink the way we're developing because it looks and feels like destruction. Destruction inspires fear and hopelessness, not trust. We can stop this now and rethink it. We can look clearly at how this was done at Boynton Still so that we don't do the same thing in Providence and other neighborhoods that are already next, so that we don't erode the trust that we need to build a healthy, diverse community.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
David Brightville, followed by Marisol Mobley. David Brightville, then Marisol Mobley.
Thank you. My name is David Brightville. 1200 Stern Street is my address here in Tallahassee. It's a neighborhood that's been impacted quite a bit by development, by trees being cut down in our neighborhood. It's been a travesty, and everybody in my neighborhood, in my little part of the neighborhood, is pretty upset about it. And we're upset about Boynton Stills. But I didn't really come here tonight to talk about that. I came to speak during section 2, which is citizens to be heard, and I guess that the Roman numeral got confused with number 11, so I'm going to go ahead, if it's okay, and say what I came here to say. So let me just say that I'm a big talker. I talk to a lot of people, and people have a lot of issues with you guys these days. Now, I know several of you, and I know you're people of honor, but people have lost faith in this commission, both of these commissions, and I have a challenge for you. A lot of what you guys do on this board and on the different commissions, committees, authorities, and so on that you all serve on is that you make things easier for developers. You encourage them through infrastructure projects like the one we're talking about tonight, tax credits, land giveaways, cash grants, all sorts of things that go to developers. My challenge to you is to cut that by half, spend the other half on neighborhood preservation, and make Tallahassee a better place to live. Thank you.
Marisol Mobley, followed by Barbara Cooper. Marisol Mobley. Marisol Mobley, okay. Barbara Cooper, followed by Anita Davis.
Name and address for the record, please.
Barbara Cooper, 1205 Landings Loop. and that's Piney Z. I am a grandmother. In the indigenous tribes, the grandmothers were the seat of wisdom. None of you people called me to come in here and help with this decision. We are the ones in the indigenous times that made the decisions because we were the seat of wisdom. So I just brought myself down here since you guys overlooked it. I'm sure you didn't realize. At any rate, because I'm a grandmother, I'm upset about some of the clear cutting that goes on. And I've been up to Atlanta, where my adult grandchildren live, and they live in these nice apartment buildings, and they're built in the woods, up on the sides of hills at all different angles. Not like out here at Costco, where everything looks the same and it's all lined up and there's brand new apartments and people move in there. There's other ways of doing it. You don't have to clear everything. Have any of you ever sat up against one of these trees with your back to it for an hour or so? Show of hands. Yes. All right. That makes me feel better because I take the grandchildren when they're little and I put their hands up on those trees and they look up and they see, wow, this is really something. If one of these trees, or many, but the one that's supposed to be 400 or 500 years old, how can we possibly think that we have the audacity as human beings to take down a tree that has been there since before the country was even formed? That's insane. And I have some decay, I'll admit it. Inside, I've had stuff patched up, you know. I've got screws and plates and everything. I'm a nurse, but I do sacred work because now I work with the dying. This is a sacred being, this tree. Those are created by our Creator for a reason. It's not up to us to tear them down for any reason. And patch it up if you have to. I go with number 5. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Nita Davis, followed by Melissa Meschler.
I go by Nita. Oh. Okay, my name is Nita Davis, and I live at 1111 East Paul Russell Road, which is on the south side of town and not that far from FAMU. I wouldn't say a resident since 1826, but I am. My family's been here since 1826. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's what it is. Anyway, I'm also with the Lord Jepson Institute, which is also known as Litchgate on High Road. Some 20 years past, there was this magnificent oak tree in a little cottage and a very special woman that did a lot of things in a very humble, quiet way, unbeknownst to most people. The city was offered first the property and the oak tree and the cottage, and they turned it down. They completely turned it down. The only way it didn't come apartment buildings is a handful of citizens had to go to a local bank because it was Capital City Bank, I will name them, because every other bank in town turned us down. And we literally had to get a loan to buy a tree. And now that tree, the oil painting of that tree, hangs in the county commissioner's office. We have over 6,000 people a year from all over the country, from all over Florida, from all over the world, just come by to see that tree, but also the cottage and to hear about the woman. This was saved at the 99th second, because let me tell you, the people that saved it, like Ken Armstrong, if you remember, that used to run the chamber,
United Way.
Yes, thank you, United Way. He said, you're not the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, you know, we weren't. We didn't know what we were doing, but we did it because we had passion. And that's how I feel about this. I have watched and I have heard. And this is like, you guys are the captain of the ship. Either you're going to go down with this ship or you're not. That's what it's going to come to. It's not going to be staff. Everyone says, oh, it's our report. This. You are the captains. It's like the buck stops here. And either you make the decision to bring Tallahassee into the future, or you don't. Or you can stand with people like Mayor Winterly that we took all the way to the Supreme Court, and he lost because he thought, with his colleagues that sit right here, it was better for business if they cut down all the oak trees downtown. That's why when you go downtown, you don't see the oak trees. It was magnificent before 1956. And in the 1880s, I think it was, they actually had a law that you couldn't tie your horse or your buggies to the oak trees downtown. Now, that kind of goes back a ways about loving these oak trees. And you might think, oh, we're tree huggers, but it's not. It's the neighborhoods. You cannot reassemble a neighborhood. How can you do that? You guys went in there and you tore out a neighborhood. You can't recreate
That's
that.
time.
It's gone.
Thank you.
Followed by William Booker.
Melissa Meschler, 413 West 7th Avenue. Just wanted to keep it short and simple. Option number 5, no pond and save the trees. Thanks.
Thank you.
William Booker, followed by Shauna Smith.
William Booker,
William
Donna
Booker.
Smith.
William Booker or Shauna Smith?
Shauna Smith is coming. I think she's coming.
Good long evening. I'm Shauna Smith, 814 Apache Street, and I am a member of the FAMU Way History and Culture Trail, Cascades Trail Advisory Committee, and have been for many years since its inception of 3+ years. And I first want to commend Blueprint 2000 for all of the work and the staff and everything they've done to make sure we as an advisory committee got the information that we needed. And I'm really appreciating, as an advisory board member, some of the alternatives that have come up here. But before I say that, this is just kind of a personal thing for a minute. How many polls did you guys get? 35,000 responses, Jan? What was that? Wasn't it 35? 38,000. Were any of them local residents? How many are down in the Boynton Steel area? That's all I want. Never mind, it was rhetorical. It was rhetorical. And I'm a little, not somewhat, very incensed by all of a sudden, how many of you, I've been on the committee for years, and we've had several community meetings, even offering food in several different locations, and I'm looking around to see what faces I've ever seen at any of the community meetings, of which we've had at least 20 or more, free and open to the public, well advertised with mailers, media coverage, and everything. And now all of a sudden, you're taking interest and want to go down in an area that nobody even knew what Boynton Steel was. Now you're going down, throwing mics in people's faces, recording videotape, T-shirts, and all of this stuff for these people who are feeling, why are you all of a sudden so interested in us now and what's going on? And what's it really about? Is it about a tree or trees or improving a lifestyle and trying to make opportunities and economic, making investments in our community? I love a tree just like the next person. I'm probably the most original person from Tallahassee in here. I was born here. I was born on FAMU's campus. Pecan trees and all that stuff. I love a tree just like the next person. And what I want to say to the Blueprint 2000 committee right now, I appreciate these alternatives that you did come back with. And as an advisory board committee member, I'm in favor of just about any option up there other than option 2, which is going to cut the tree down, and option 5, which will take away the pond. So we will be meeting as an advisory committee member, and one of my other members is back here, but I want to applaud Blueprint because you did do what you said when people had concerns. You did go back and you did come back and offer alternatives. And I'm okay with just about anyone up there except 2 and 5. Anything we can do to keep the things currently and keep the trees and the pond.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Talithia Edwards, followed by Jim Jolly.
She couldn't hear you.
Talithia Edwards.
How y'all doing?
Name and address for the record, Talithia.
Oh, hey, Talithia Edwards, 1802 Saxon Street. This has been an emotional 5 hours sitting here and listening about the trees, and this has been a great show of privilege. But raise your hand if you can see the tree from your house, like your community. If you can see the tree from where you live, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're going to come and take a child to school who can't get to school because their street is flooded because we don't have this stormwater pond. Raise your hand. I didn't think so. So I wear 2 hats as I stand here as the president of the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association and as the chair of the Title I Advisory Council. And I've had several conversations. Many of the constituents that I represent can't be here. They work or they have children. They're riding the bus. And we've heard that half of life is all about showing up. But what happens when you can't show up? I've seen this same thing happen as we dealt with the public safety complex. This is a game for some people. This is life for us. And people where I live vote for you all who sit in these positions and trust that you all are going to make the right decision, not just because a number of people have recreation time to do studies and to hire engineers and that can show up in droves, but they can't and make decisions for us based on the amount of people that show up here. That's disheartening. I rarely get really emotional. I'm normally very, very level with both sides of it, but I feel very emotional right now because I've seen what happens when people can show up and say that they don't want something and don't understand the impacts of how it affects those of us that live there. And I have a real problem with that. A serious problem with that. I've talked to the principals at the schools surrounding. When these areas in Jay-Geisa, Alberta, Callan, Callan, when they flood, the kids are not coming to school. Now they have 30% absenteeism already. So imagine when these areas are flooded, that we're arguing about a tree. I've seen none of these very passionate people show up and argue when bond is failing, when the kids can't read. None of them showed up. And I'm okay with these people, and I love their passion, but I have not seen you have the same passion. And the lady said, all the trees belong to us, so does the children. So how many generations die in economic poverty while we're arguing about a tree? And I just want to understand that. And as the commission that's sitting here, half of you all voted for us to see our neighborhood plan through. In our plan, that old water facility, we have a plan for that, for a neighborhood grocery where we're not overpriced for our grocery. For us placemaking, we have the junction that we're leaving as a green space so we can imagine what it looks like for our children. Ask us what we want. Ask us what we're thinking about for our communities because we have a plan. We're thinking about it. Ask us. Thank you.
Thank you, Talithia.
Kristen Summers.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a substitute motion for option number 1.
Have a substitute motion.
For what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Substitute motion for option number 1.
Well, yeah, that, but.
Staff recommendation.
Nobody
cared about the speakers when it was option number 5. All this time I've been asking to hear from the community that actually lives there. And I just heard from the community that actually lives there.
We need.
No, we're not. This is not a two-way conversation.
Hey, Brian. Ma'am? Finish public hearing. Substitute motion, option number 1.
We're gonna finish the public hearing, and it's gonna be civil, and then we're gonna vote. Okay? This isn't a two-way conversation. We allow you to speak, and then you allow us to speak. Fair enough? Fair enough. Thank you. Sorry, Nick.
It's all good.
Yeah. Next up.
I believe I'm next, Jim Jolly.
Jim Jolly.
Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. It's Jim Jolly, 3605 Houston Road. First of all, I wanted to comment on the discussion around public input. I had the privilege of completing, I believe it was the City of Tallahassee survey, word of caution. It gave me 8 choices. So we'd like your opinion, and here are your 8 choices of opinion. that's a very closed input mechanism. So I highly recommend a more qualitative approach to collecting public input. When you say, oh, you can only tell us these 8 things, that's not public input.
Right.
Secondly, I mentioned the last time that I was at one of your meetings that I think we need to get out of the box. I think someone else mentioned that. There was one alternative to the holding pond and the filtration system. There's also a system that's called the living machine that could also be used as just outside of the box thinking. You know, holding ponds and filtration systems are not the only way to solve the problem of we're polluting our fresh water. So I would like for you to think beyond perhaps what is commonplace engineering practice and think beyond that. Another thing that strikes me is, well, either you can have a road or we have nothing. Well, no, there's other things that we could do, and I mentioned this once before. There's a mag lab. We can have a magnetic monorail from the airport to Innovation Park to FAMU, and then we don't have people driving cars. People want to come to Tallahassee to see this innovative way of moving people around our city. And the monorail goes over all the trees and the drainage ponds, and it's lovely. And they like to come here for that reason. Lastly, I'll say it again, we have a landfill full of plastic and glass that can be used to make roads. If we're fixated on road building, at least let's drag it out of the landfill and drive on it. And I'll shut up, but I do hope you will save these trees because we can't replace them.
Thank you.
Planting them ain't going to replace them.
Kristen Summers, followed by Sean McGlynn. Kristen Summers.
Kristen Summers. Sean McGlynn. Sean, you're...
Kristen first, then Sean.
Yeah, Kristen Summers, yeah.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but after sitting here for 5 hours out of pure interest, I could not hold my tongue. This wasn't my fight. It's not my community. I live on the northeast side, 2496 Dundee Drive. I live in a tree house. I have a tree going through my porch. I live in a forest. I love trees. I got a thing of the Lorax when I started law school. I am an environmentalist. I care about this stuff. Things that I also care about, water quality. I care about communities that need to have stormwater treatment for their children. That's not my community, but it's their community. And you have had an opportunity to hear from that community through the Citizen Advisory Committee. We're at the tail end of a decade-long proposal of people who have spoken from that community of what they want. And what do they want? Stormwater treatment. These trees, they are beautiful, and it baffles me that I am on the other side of the tree community. It truly does. But I am a proponent of option 1 or one of the other options that's able to spare a tree, but I think that fiscal responsibility is important. Is it worth tens of thousands of dollars, possibly $1 million more to just preserve these trees? I don't think so. Anyways, thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Sean McGlynn.
Sean, you're up.
Followed by Isabella Fulmer.
Sean McGlynn, 568 Beverly Court, Tallahassee, Florida. And that's right off Franklin Boulevard, which became segment 1 for the Capitol Cascade Trail. I was actually born there when it was my grandparents' house. I live there now. I would not choose to live anywhere else. I've seen this blueprint thing go and change. It changed while we were living there. And the project was transformed, and it's very good now. It's not perfect, but it's wonderful, and I like it. This one thing is true is this whole segment, this is not the last segment. This is not the last opportunity for treatment for the water from McCullough Springs. It goes all the way to Lake Munson. That's the last segment. That's where the land is cheapest. The creek flows. There's topography there. We can do treatment down Spring Hill Road on the last segment. So this water will be treated beyond this point. Now, treatment, that's a funny word, but this is basically a bathtub pond. It doesn't really have much capacity to treat. It treats 10% of the nitrogen and 60% of the phosphorus. But for Wakulla Springs, the pollutant is nitrogen. It only treats 10% of the nitrogen. And from what the engineers said, it only treats 1% of the water going to Wakulla Springs. So that means that if this pond is going to treat the nitrogen, that's the only thing that's hurting Wakulla Springs, that it's impaired for the TMDL. We need 1,000 of these ponds to clean the water. This pond is rather inefficient. All of these designs are not for treatment, they're for the design of the pond, the physical structure of it. There's lots of things we could do. And I've been talking to a lot of people, and we just had a convention for Florida Lake Land Management Society, and we spoke about this pond. And we should really write a grant, because the governor is putting a lot of money to clean up the springs. And this water management district has $12 million a year to spend on cleaning Wakulla Springs, and do a nice treatment wetland like Sweetwater Wetlands in Gainesville that treats all of their water and plants. Phytoremediation is what takes nitrogen out. They really use it to grow. And we could have wonderful, it makes fantastic wildlife habitat. It's called a park. It's a tourist attraction in Gainesville. And another thing is that this pond, the major form of treatment they want is to put crumb rubber. It's BAM, biologically active material in the pond. That's what gives it 10% treatment. This is ground up automobile tires. It's the University of Florida. Not everything good comes out of Gainesville. But this stuff, I mean, we're getting complaining about microplastics in our water. And when football fields are made of this crumb rubber, the people get sick. We don't want it in our holding ponds. Thank you.
Thanks.
Isabella Fulmer, followed by Matt Marino. Isabella Fulmer.
I don't see Isabella coming.
Coming? Okay. Thank you. Matt Marino.
You say.
Matt Marino.
Followed by Sally Thomas.
Thank you. I will cut my comments short because
Name and address for the record, please.
Matt Marino, 1816 Fernando Drive. Much of what I feel has been said already. I'm a cultural resource specialist. I work for the state of Florida, so my job is trying to protect historic buildings, archaeological sites, things that we as a community deem culturally significant. And I'm here because as a resident of Tallahassee, I think that these trees are culturally significant and they deserve our protection. Somebody brought up the fire of 1843 destroyed half the city, and including most of the trees. One of the first things the city mandated in response to that was replanting trees to regrow the tree canopy. So historically, our city has placed immense value on trees, and we are reaping those rewards today. They're vital to our health, our local community and environment, to our physical and mental health as well. So my hope is that we can continue to see them as cultural resources and give them the protection that they deserve, and that I think most of the people in this room desire. And I voice my support for option 5 and pond alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Thomas, followed by Mike Underwood.
Sally Thomas.
Followed by Mike Underwood. Sally?
Mike? Sally was wearing a tree shirt earlier. I went to high school with her, so I know that's where she is, just in her.
Okay. Mike Underwood?
No.
Gita Height?
She left. She's for number 5 also.
Okay. Max Epstein?
Max.
Hi,
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. And I'm about the people, and I'm about the trees. And I was looking at this report. I don't see any grievance process that was promised to Chief Walker last time around. And I also want to look at this notification process here. Back in 2015, the plan was to go down Gamble Street, and the pond was next to Boynton Stills. All of a sudden, September, the blueprint meeting, staff presents something. The public outreach didn't start until January of 2016. A mailer was sent out at that point. Only 6 of the 19 people that were displaced were actually contacted. Now, they went to a community meeting. There was only one community meeting held. It was in Bond. No one talked to them in Boynton Stills. Then the blueprint meeting went door to door, and you can look at all this stuff. The second outreach, it's basically blank. Then blueprint votes February to approve the pond. There was no more further outreach, and then in April, the city commission approves the road. Most people down there didn't even know what was going on. There's actually a news article from 2017 in the Capital Outlook. You can look at it, and it says, Alicia Wetherell says, people on Miles Street and Mill Street, don't worry, we're not taking every house. That's a lie. They had the plan. You can keep digging further and further into this, like the residents only got about $5,500 in relocation funds. They followed federal guidelines, that would be $20,000. And you'll hear later on, I think the next, item up here really should have been heard first, because we need to figure out what happened with this project. And I thought that's what was going on from last Blueprints meeting, but now we're just moving ahead with all of this, right? What happened in the 4-month, it took 4 months to approve this. We need stormwater ponds, but we need to look at this holistically. I want Bond to be successful. These were people that were living in a different neighborhood, and they loved it. And I've spoken with many of them who have talked about the trees and eating pecans for the last 60 years. We have 10 affidavits from people who said that they loved living here. Why are we not looking at a holistic approach here? Other interesting things. When the stormwater pond came up, right at the end it said, for stormwater and future development. What does that mean, right? I've heard that that's going to be taken off the next permit. And then if you look at the city commission meeting in April, it says that the wastewater treatment plant may be sold at a profit. I'm very curious what happened. We're talking about these 4 months, not from 2008 on. And I want to make the people who live there whole. And they loved their trees and their environment. I'm going to wrap up.
Time, Matt.
Now we have this $100,000 grant for a gathering space. Why don't you talk to the people that have been displaced and see what they want to do with it?
Mr. Chair, can I ask Autumn a very quick question on point with what Max has mentioned? Autumn, how much did Chief Walker get?
Person has the record. I'm just going to ask her. She's got it pulled up right here.
Okay, because I've heard that before, and I want to make sure that because you've showed the compensation, I want to make sure we're telling the truth. I heard somewhere around, was it 400,000?
Over 400,000 for both parcels, and he also received move costs, not the full amount of the original bid because there was some hang-ups.
You got to speak in the microphone.
There was a little.
Which parcel number are you referencing?
That's 241 and 242.
I didn't want to stop the next speaker, but I wanted to just go ahead and put a number to that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's keep
Okay. Next speaker is Philip Twelves. Had to go home. Jonathan Lammers.
Jonathan Lammers.
I want to thank you all for staying here so late and making a point to hear everybody. You're not having fun with it, but thank you. I appreciate it deeply. My name is Jonathan Lammers. I live at 3164 Lakeshore Drive. This is a copy of the Blueprint 2000 Capital Cascades Trail donation policy. And it shows a little historic plaque down there at Cascades Park. You may not know this, but the graphics for that and the quote that's on there That's all from a report I wrote 20 years ago about the Cascades. And in fact, if you look at the blueprint planning documents for Cascades Park, you'll see they cite a lot of my research about the St. Augustine branch and about the waterfall. So it's a little bit ironic to be speaking on this item. Before moving back to Tallahassee a few years ago, I worked as a city planner out in San Francisco for the planning department. And I understand how to read technical documents, and I also learned to recognize when agenda materials have been designed to reach specific conclusions. I just want to bring up a couple points in your packets that are sticking for me. First is regarding the stormwater pond. It says that alternative 3 is not technically sufficient because it does not achieve water quality goals. But I'm perplexed by this because Commissioner Deloge shared an email with us that had statistics from Blueprint that said the pond is not really treating the water at all. Again, as Sean said, it's letting 91% of the nitrogen through. It's letting more than half of the phosphorus through. It doesn't filter pesticides. It doesn't filter pharmaceutical residues. It doesn't have any innovative technological features. It's just a place for stormwater to sit, and that's fine. But it's not really helping Wakulla Springs at all. And I've heard it posited that it's so important for Wakulla Springs, but we can do so much better than that pond. Now, we heard from Mr. McGlynn at the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting last month that even if we made that water perfectly pristine, as soon as it hits Lake Munson, it's repolluted by the sediments there. If we're serious about protecting Wakulla Springs, we need to build much, much larger ponds and filtration marshes down Spring Hill Road where the land is cheaper and where we don't have to displace people. I also listened to the Blueprint representative speak again and again about how he couldn't mix clean water with dirty water. The water coming out of the Cascades, out of the St. Augustine branch, is not clean at all. There's no treatment in Boca Chuba Pond or Lake Anita or Coal Chute Pond at all. So I just want you to bear in mind. Another thing that's really troubling to me, and I'll be very quick, is about the historic resources discussion in the packet. It said that the houses were not found eligible for the National Register. That's true, but even if they were, National Register offers no protection, and they were never surveyed for their eligibility for the Tallahassee-Leon County Historic Register, which does have some teeth. Blueprint doesn't have, as far as I know, an official policy to assess properties for our own city-county register.
Thank you, sir.
That needs to be addressed right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Steve Erse, followed by Jim McMurtry. Steve Erse.
Steve Erse, 1118 Waverly Road. I'm here to speak on behalf of Option 5. I'm glad there's a motion and a second to that effect. Just say no to the stormwater pond. And I'm pleased that Blueprint did listen to the citizens, and I was fortunate enough to go to both the Technical Coordinating Committee meeting and the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting where options were presented. The Citizens Advisory Committee had a big challenge because they had over 900 pages of agenda items, and unfortunately they didn't get to see the documents with the alternatives until the day of the meeting, but they did get to see a very detailed presentation that day. And they got to have a very spirited discussion about it. So it was challenging for them. So what can I say new that hasn't already been said before? And I wanted to elevate this decision to include climate action steps. And because of the importance of what everybody has said, certainly we dodged the bullet or cannon from Dorian, and there are going to be more intense storms. And we've been facing a huge heat index problem many days this summer, where it's been over 100. And so this is going to be increasingly worse. I think it's important to save communities of trees, urban forests, to reduce the heat island effect as much as we possibly can. The more trees that we save, the better we're off. Our urban forester has said that only 7% of our trees are live oaks. And the good people from UF-IFAS will tell us that live oaks and magnolias are some of the most hurricane-resistant trees. So I think we'd want to keep as many of them as possible. Now, one of the things I did learn at the Technical Coordinating Committee meeting, or the other presentation by Joshua Logan from Blueprint staff, was that the stormwater from the FAMU Way extension is covered by the Tallahassee Junction stormwater ponds. So we need not be concerned with flooding from FAMU Way because they're going to be taken care of by those stormwater ponds, not the stormwater pond that's going to be here in the Boynton Still neighborhood. Another advantage is that, of course, by saving these trees, it's going to be a recognition of the Boynton Still neighborhood that was once there that unfortunately we were not able to preserve. So thank you.
Jim McMurtry, followed by Cheryl Gibbons. Jim McMurtry.
My name is Jim McMurtry, and I live at 402 Coldstream Drive. And I will be reading excerpts from comments by Glenn Duran, PhD, a professor emeritus at the School of Anthropology at FSU. As a professional archaeologist with 50 years of experience in the southeastern and southwestern United States, Italy, and Japan, I have observed several observations about the Boynton Still area to be impacted by road work and construction of a holding pond. The proposed road alignment will bisect a known archaeological site. That includes late archaic and post-archaic ceramics and lithics. The shovel testing was only done along the proposed right-of-way, and all the tests were positive. Late archaic and post-archaic mentions historic material. No testing was in the area of the proposed holding pond that essentially destroys the bulk of the houses and all subsurface materials that might exist. The DHR letter of September 21st, 2017 made it very clear that if anything was found, it would have to stop. I believe that the plan submitted to DHR included both the redesigned right-of-way and the holding pond. DHR would have recommended further testing. Within the area now cleared of what might have been described as Tallahassee African-American vernacular structures, there would be an abundant inventory of historic materials dating to minimally the early 20th century and would reflect the community that lived there, working-class African-Americans. Investigations into the Tallahassee period and cultural experience are virtually a blank slate with little archaeological investigation. Many of the 19th and 20th century African-American holdings have already been obliterated by development and gentrification. Without hesitation, I strongly recommend minimally shovel testing within the holding pond area, now it's the raised housing area, to determine the true nature and chronological extent of the subsurface materials. Given the continuous occupation for minimally 100 years, there will be archaeological materials found in the area. It makes sense to do the archaeological testing prior to the disturbance before the bulldozers raise the area. Finally, on a broader perspective, the issues raised by the Boynton Still situation could be avoided, resolved with better ordinance, a city-county archaeologist, and more responsible and thoughtful planning and implementation efforts. Respectfully submitted, Glenn Duran, PhD.
Thank you.
Cheryl Gibbons, followed by Stephen Kurtz. Cheryl Gibbons, followed by Stephen Kurtz.
Cheryl Gibbons.
I don't see. Okay.
Stephen Kurtz, followed by Lucia Summer.
Stephen Kurtz. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Stephen Kurtz, 1611 Milton Street, District 1. I just want to say that in terms of Boynton Still, there's still time to do the right thing. It can be kind of a compromise because the people that have met there intergenerationally are still there. They're kind of in a field now because you've put up an enclosure like it's medievaldom or something, and they can't get to their trees anymore. But they're still in the field by where they used to gather and have gathered for generations. And, you can listen to us say, hey, they don't want their trees down. Or you can listen to Autumn, and it's awesome that the trees are coming down and the pond is going in. But I'd say the best answer to find out which thing to do is to go ask them yourself. They're there every day. That's what I did. And to a person, they don't want the trees down. They want the enclosure down, and they want their space back that they've been going to for all this time. Now, as for the trust in the staff, this is kind of what makes it so hard for us. And that's been a theme tonight, is we don't trust the staff, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I usually assume the opposite is true when they say something. So maybe as just like a little tiny low bar to get over, could I get your consent that no one should be on the staff, the third part of government that's unelected here, no one should be on the staff that has a history of corruption? Would that be a good idea? No one wants to answer. Well, it's okay. A few of you will answer. And I'm glad for those of you that are saying yes. And while I'm talking, you are being emailed, right at this very point, a complete dossier of all the documents that chronicle the corruption of Ben Pingree when he was in Wakulla. They're all there. It's all the way from the very first complaint to the remedy to where he was chased out of town.
Yeah, let's keep it on topic. Keep it on topic.
That
is on topic. This is why we don't trust anyone. This is why we don't trust anyone. That's what the topic is, and this is why we're having such a hard time with this process. That's the problem. So just something for y'all to think about.
I don't want to think about it.
Lucia Summer,
I need the clicker.
followed by Gilbert Coker.
Can I have the clicker? So
Name and address for the record, please.
Wow. I'm a little bit tired.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, sorry. Lucia Summer, 1611 Milton Street. I just want to mention that we had probably 80 to 90 people here, new faces. A lot of them had to leave. They included a number of the residents of Boynton Still. I also want to mention we have never been able to get a document from the city despite making a records request that verifies that the people who filled out that survey or went to those meetings were actually from Boynton Still. Because the meetings that we know of, we only know of one, and they happened in the Bond neighborhood over a mile away. That's a little bit difficult for people to attend who don't have maybe transportation, walking in 100-degree heat. So a lot of those people have left now, and the clicker isn't working.
Are you looking for an image?
Yeah, I'm trying to, okay. So I just want to ask people in the audience, so one of the stated objectives here is aesthetics. I don't know, to me, it looks like you could fry an egg on all that concrete. No trees. Okay, we have another image. I don't know why it's not advancing. Okay, so this is the expanded community gathering spaces. There's no trees there. Who is going to sit in a 110-degree heat index in a barren field? I don't understand. So this is the community gathering space that we used to have until it was torn down 2 weeks ago. And where the people have gathered since the 1960s. So we tore that down. We tore this neighborhood down. I didn't know about it until Jonathan Lammers was posting video of these houses being destroyed. I'm new to Tallahassee. This is the first I knew about it. I came into this because of the houses and the neighborhood
not because of the trees. So that's a misrepresentation that's been passed by, I'm not sure who, but, and I don't know why it's not advancing. So now this is what we have. Instead of the community gathering space, people sitting out under the hot sun. Next slide. And here's the destruction of the 2 shingles oaks. Next slide. So yes, the trust issue is big because this was in the PowerPoint given to the Citizens Advisory Committee, where you count a grant for $500,000 that doesn't need to be used if there's no pond as a loss. That's not how accounting works. We sent you a list of 8 misrepresentations from that meeting alone. Every meeting we go to, there are more. So we want the same thing as the Killarn people. We would like a real investigation, not Blueprint staff investigating themselves.
That's time.
We would like to know what happened to the grievance process as well.
Thank you. Gilbert Coker, Stanley Sims. I don't see. Okay. Okay.
You'd have heard from him.
Okay, Stanley Sims, followed by Katie Shardle.
Katie Shardle. Katie.
Number 5. Number 5.
Carlos Bueres.
Carlos. Okay.
Christina Mbuya.
Christina.
Christina Mbuya and Jeff Vanderheer.
Jeff Vanderheer. Is Christina, okay. I think Christina's gone. Jeff's here. Name and address for the record.
Jeff Vandermeer, 30, I've almost forgotten at this point, to be honest. 3006 Avon. If I'd known these meetings were so exciting, I'd be here every month. Unfortunately, I'm here to tree-splain you till your eyes fall out. I'm an author of books that use North Florida as their setting. I've lived in Tallahassee since '92. And during the time I've lived here, I've gone from being a UF Gator who tolerated a more northern climate to being someone who genuinely loves the city and the people here. And I've developed strong ties to this community, and I put a lot of our money into this community. And for a time, I was pleased with how Tallahassee and Leon County dealt with growth, which of course is going to occur, which is to say having respect for and paying attention to our amazing canopy in a place that is literally the 15th most biodiverse in the world, and something that we seem intent right now on squandering. Recently, the quality and pace of development, the imagination and intent behind it, and I would argue that slide that was put up there about what could be replaced is an example of a third-rate imagination about space and architecture, has begun to shift. And respect and attention has begun to fade or become lacking in some important way. And so I think it is possible to take granted one's riches and to mistakenly think that no matter what we do, we will remain rich with those qualities that make people say Tallahassee is a great place to raise a family. And you, Commissioner, asked people to raise their hands about Cascades Park, and part of the problem with not being able to say that it's a satisfactory solution is that they took out all the oaks, which means that I would defy you to spend an hour there without a hat during the summer and have it be a pleasant experience walking around. Near the center of this shift is how we treat our trees, in addition to all the other things that people have mentioned, and whether we see them as part of our economic wealth or simply something that gets in the way. Everyone's talked about what live oaks are, and I won't bore you with that, but, you know, Louisville, Kentucky, for example, is spending millions reforesting after having deforested because their city has become unlivable. Our summers are getting hotter and hotter. You can debate why that is, but the fact of the matter is it is occurring. And more of Tallahassee is becoming concrete that is not very livable. Which brings me to the pond. I very much hope you will vote for option 5 or for some option that preserves part of it. We've seen all the inconsistencies. One of the most telling is simply that somehow a surveyor didn't see a 76-inch oak. You know, there should be accountability for that. that shouldn't just simply be something that's a blip on the road. And we've heard of other inconsistencies as well, and this speaks to the whole
That's
idea
time.
of trust in blueprint.
Thank you.
Jeff Bender here, followed by Ann Bidlingmeyer.
Jeff Vander here.
We just had Jeff.
No, I don't see
Well, that
him.
was him. Okay. Ann Bidlingmeyer.
Ann Bidlingmeyer.
She left.
Okay. Mina Ford.
Mina Ford. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Melissa Ford. I go by Mina. I'm at 4100 HJK Howard Road. I'm one of the county people. I do not live in the city of Tallahassee, but I'm here anyway. I just wanted to tell you guys that you're awesome. I don't blame you for this thing that happened, but a terrible thing happened. And just as Mr. Vandermeer just said, I mean, when I found out that this biggest tree that we're talking about was not on the tree survey, that raised a lot of alarm bells for me. And I know that that must have happened a long time ago, perhaps before any of you were here. But I asked a friend of mine who does mapping stuff about this. I was like, could this have been an accident? And he's like, well, it could be, incompetence. I'm not suggesting it's on purpose, but it's kind of just blew my mind when I found out that the hugest tree wasn't on the tree survey. I have a lot of expectations for all of you, and I actually, I'm happy to see what's going on here tonight. Obviously, as everybody said, Tallahassee is about trees. And this has really opened my eyes up. As Ms. Grimsley mentioned, the next phase of this project will affect Providence, and we will be here hopefully more towards the beginning of that part of the project. And I've been talking to people, and I intend to come to meetings and try to prevent things like this from happening in the future, because it looks like now y'all are having to try to clean up a mess that other people made. And if you can prevent these messes from happening, people 20 years down the line aren't going to have to do so much sweeping up. Thank you for listening to all of us.
Thank you.
Linda Vaughn, followed by Lee Moore.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Linda Vaughn, and I live at 3303 Dartmoor Drive. And I am the newest member of the Citizen Advisory Council, and I represent the elderly, the senior, and the boomer community in Tallahassee. And I would just like to provide context for information that was in your packet that our advisory chairman, R.J. Harding, mentioned to you, and that information says the CAC members did not provide a recommendation regarding the alternatives for IA board consideration. I would like to provide you context of why we did not, because I think that our role is integral to the blueprint process. And that is, first of all, the CAC, our group, is not provided sufficient information to adequately study the issues that we are called upon to make recommendations to you all. We were provided 937 pages of highly technical information that we were given barely a week to read and review. And upon our meeting, we then are presented with rapid response of PowerPoint presentation with very little time for question. And when asked if we could get that information in advance, the comment was, well, your concern is noted, and we're pretty busy. So there really is no time, I would feel, and again, I am the newest member, let me admit to that. I've been active since February. There's really no time for our group to provide any kind of thoughtful and deliberative consideration of the important issues that you all face. I would also like to say that the second issue is that during presentation that we had at the last advisory committee, one of our blueprint staffers said, hey, we didn't even know that tree was there, okay? I'm not sure how that tree, like others have said before me, was missed, but this begs the question, when something like that is missed, what else about these projects are also missed. And I say that not just as an advisory committee person, but as a Florida taxpayer. You know, I pay my 1 penny just like everybody else. So there really was no way that we felt that we could come up with a meaningful recommendation for you. I will say that we did have a 5-4 vote for option 5. 4 of us wanted option 5, and 5 voted against it. When we considered the other alternatives, all seemed lacking, so in the end, we had no recommendation for you. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that I think it's really unrealistic for the intent of this program to expect that advisory council members who give our time, that we could be fire hosed with all kinds of information and then come up with a meaningful assessment of the information we're provided and provide meaningful citizen input. I don't think this is what the framers of this blueprint intended, and I think this is unfortunately a perfect recipe to have a rubber stamp advisory council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Moore, followed by Peter Klenhans.
D. Moore?
Lee.
Lee Moore, I'm sorry. Lee Moore.
Good, go ahead.
Yeah.
Lee Moore?
Name and address for the record, please.
Peter Kleinhans, 2414 Dozier Drive. Nice to see some of you. Thanks for hanging in there. I had no intention of coming here originally, and then I had an intention of reading something completely different. And I'm just not going to read, I'm just going to speak. I'm president of Appalachia Audubon Society. We've had a really neat project at Lake Alberta. I understand that Lake Alberta is not this project, but it's next to it, and it's related. And I just want to kind of speak to something I heard earlier, and that's about the community. I'm a bird person, a wildlife person, but clearly that's not going to sway anybody. So let's just forget that. Let's forget that there's any birds. Let's forget that Lake Alberta is the second most visited birding hotspot in Leon County. And let's talk about the people. I'm not African American, never will be, but I do interact with a lot of people from Bond, from Pineview Elementary School, from Boynton Stills, because we work at Lake Alberta. We just received our second round of grant funding. We've invested as a society over $16,000 into that place, and the city has invested money into it too, because we're partners with the city on the project. We've taken community centers from Bond, community center kids to build purple martin houses, to build bluebird boxes, to plant wildflowers. So I've talked to the kids, and I've also talked to the teachers. I've been part of working at Pineview Elementary School after school once every 2 weeks for 2 years now. We've taken the kids to Lake Alberta. We've taken them to the area that we're all referring to today. Forget adults, forget residents, forget everyone. Let's talk about kids, and that's what I want to talk about the rest of the time. The fact is that these young people need exposure to nature. You can argue how relevant trees are and stuff, but the fact is that young people and nature, there are scientific facts backing the importance of nature. It doesn't matter if you're white or you're black. It doesn't matter. It's important to have nature in this town, okay? What is going to be destroyed? Yeah, it's 5 trees. Oh, they're decaying. They might be unsafe. That's wildlife habitat. That wildlife goes into Lake Alberta. As every single person sitting around this table knows, the habitat and the natural experiences available to people in those communities is not the same as the opportunities given to people on the north side of town. That's why we're working at Lake Alberta, okay? And what frustrates me is that we're not only talking about communities, we're talking about kids, and we're depriving them of an experience. That's why I'm in environmental education. That's why Audubon's working at Lake Alberta. That's why I care so much about these trees. And I want to set a precedent that there's more to it than even some of the things we're talking about today. There's the whole wildlife thing, and there's our children that live in those neighborhoods that are going to be deprived of really, really amazing experiences if these trees and trees like them are removed in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Christopher Daniels, followed by Steve Dollar, who will be the last speaker on this item.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sir. Christopher Daniels, 704 Gamble Street. Probably that I've seen at least probably one of the only people who actually live on Gamble Street who came here today. So, this is a project that's very, very, very close to me, where I lay my head down every night. One of the things that is very difficult for people to understand is how frustrating these processes can be for people who are from the communities. All right, I'm the vice president of the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association. Salithia came up here and spoke before me. And our people in our neighborhood just cannot come to these type of meetings. They can't sit here 6, 7, 8 hours and come up here and talk. So it's always like some disproportionate amount of people speaking out against things that people in our community want. So myself, people like Talithia, we come and we say, listen, we want this project, we're supportive of it, we want the stormwater. And then you have all these people who are not from the community coming in and voicing their opinion, and it makes it seem like there's so many people against it when it's really not. And the people who actually live in the area that are going to be directly impacted for it want this development, right? This area is chronically underdeveloped, right? It needs so much. So this road, FAMU Way, if people just understand what FAMU Way has done for that side of town, before FAMU Way was there, most people would never even cross over the railroad track. Now FAMU Way has opened up things. It's created a much more fluid society where people are coming in and out. And this third phase, the final phase going into Lake Bradford, I think is one that's really, really going to take the neighborhood to the next level. So we're definitely supportive in the Neighborhood Association of option 1 to build the road and also build a stormwater pond that will allow for additional development to happen in the neighborhood. One of the things that we put in our neighborhood first plan is we need more economic development. We need better housing. We need a lot of things in our neighborhood. So these type of projects will definitely help to make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that it, Ben?
And Steve Dollar, final speaker.
Steve Dollar, name and address for the record.
Thanks. Steve Dollar, 3003 Ingress Road, Tallahassee native. I'm not going to reiterate what everybody said tonight. I think there were a lot of really persuasive and insightful arguments to at least take a deep reconsideration of what's going on with the project. Personally, I'm going to endorse option 5, but I don't think it has to be an either-or situation. I think you've got plans that seem resourceful enough to be able to resolve the matter in a way that preserves nature, but also achieves civic progress. So I'll go with it.
Great. Thank you. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Maddox, and then Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for options number 1 and 2. Staff recommendation.
Options 1 and 2?
Yes, sir.
Second.
I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chairman, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so that would be a
needs to be
substitute motion.
disposed of.
Substitute motion.
Substitute?
Yes, sir.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Lindley,
if I can
you
real
want to
quick.
speak to it?
Yeah, I want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight. I actually met with some of the people in the room yesterday. I told them, just as I tell you, my concern is what the folks in that community wanted. I asked them a few questions, one of which was how many people they've met with within the community, what those community members had to say. I also asked them about the people they met with that were on the committee. I heard from a committee member today, or two, and I also heard from people from the bond community. And that convinces me to go with options 1 and 2. I know it probably disappoints a lot of you all, but when it comes down to it, the people who are in close proximity to that neighborhood, as Ms. Edwards says, they can see the tree, actually want the project. That means something. And I appreciate each one of you that don't live in the area coming down, taking an interest. But I challenge you as well. There's been 40-plus shootings in Leon County this year. Some of them, not the majority of them, have happened in the black community, some on the south side. I can't say I've seen many of you outraged and coming to have the conversations with us about that crime. about those crimes. I can't say I've seen many of you coming to talk to us about the Alice report. I can't say I've seen many of you in many of the things that I've seen. A lot of the Talitha Edwards and the Dr. C come in here on. But you came in here for these trees. You came here for these trees. I had a very impassioned conversation with a young lady yesterday sitting out in the crowd, and I said to her, I understand that you care about these trees. I care about these people. Talk to me about these people.
No. Please.
Talk to me about these people. They may not be informed, but there's some people in the crowd today.
Brian, you got to get control. Yeah. This is not a two-way conversation. We let everybody speak. Can you sit down, please?
Again, I'm concerned about the people. The people in the crowd, the people in the neighborhood spoke tonight, and I'm convinced by it. And I stand behind my motion of options 1 and 2, and I'll be willing to sit after for anybody who wants to sit down and speak to me to talk about why I chose to do that. But I'm firm on where I am, and I feel good about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindley, this is a one-way conversation. If anybody else continues to speak, take it outside. Commissioner Lindley. I'm going to ask that you leave if you want to continue speaking. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I really appreciate all of you, and I know you appreciate all of us because we're still here with you. But I think there's a possibility that could sort of speak to both interests. And I do, Commissioner Maddox, really respect what the folks who live in the neighborhood had to say. But I think option 3 is a bit of a good compromise. It increases its alternative 1, which saves the two largest trees, not the oldest one, but it saves more tree coverage. It still has the pond. It still has much of the project going forward. The pond loses 10% of its ability, which I understand is somewhat controversial or at least disputed to some extent. We get actually more trees, more tree coverage with these two large. These are the two 56-inch trees that are healthy. To me, it feels like that would be a compromise. It would acknowledge the trees in the natural area, but it would also really help this project move forward. And I know we're in a position, I think we have a motion for one, and we have a substitute motion, but I would like us to, I'm not sure how you want to handle this, but I think that we should at least, if we could, have a bit of a discussion on option 3. That would be a motion.
Yeah. Can we do a substitute?
No.
Yes.
No. So we got to dispose of
dispense
some
some others. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm game.
I've got Commissioner Williams, Cox, then Dozier, then Matlow, and then Minor and Daly. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I too want to thank everybody who came out. Thank you for all your emails. Thank you for all the time that you've put into this. Let me just say that as a resident of the South Side for the past 30 years, we have been promised a lot of things that have not come to fruition on the South Side. And we've talked tonight about 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the women at the table, we wouldn't even be here. Let's just go there. Things change. A few years ago, I wouldn't have been at the table. Commissioner Proctor wouldn't have been at the table. Commissioner Bryant and Maddox, we would not have been at the table. But we...
Hello.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Richardson, I'm sorry. Look, I'm trying to see through these glasses.
I mean to move from behind this microphone.
You got a lot of light on you. You got a lot of light on you. But my point is, progress happens, and we've got to be ready to embrace it. And I live right off of the roundabout at Jim Lee Road. I didn't want that roundabout there, but it came, and I'm dealing with it. That ditch that was on Orange Avenue had to be closed because someone drowned in that ditch. They died in that ditch. We don't need someone to die before we do what we need to do when we have an opportunity. And Commissioner Lindley, I've enjoyed sitting next to you tonight, by the way. The option that you mentioned increases the price of the project by $1 million. So who wants to pay for that?
No,
not that.
What was it?
$438K.
$438,000.
Okay, well, anyway, it increases. It increases the cost of the project. And we heard Ms. Edwards. If you go out there, which I have because I live there, I've been working on the South Side for 30 years. I've heard the cry of the people. We want what everybody else has. We don't want flooding in our neighborhoods. And, I know people are saying we, but literally we, the people of the South Side, we want to have nice fixtures. I'm hearing that people are afraid to come to the South Side. Why? Because if we make some things beautiful, maybe we can invite you to visit or come by. So I am firmly, I'm with Commissioner Maddox, and I do feel good about it because I have to wake up and see this. These children, I'm glad someone mentioned the children. And to the grandmother, I'm the grandmother on the commission. I have 6 grandchildren. Anybody else got grandchildren on the commission? Okay, so you got 2? I got more than you. So the grandmotherly wisdom. I want my grandchildren and the children who are living in and around that area to have nice places to go and play and do these kinds of things. And by the time we engaged, 3 years ago, I'm sorry Deliberation had to leave. 3 years ago, Deliberation showed up at one of these meetings and asked for help to stop. But nobody joined him. So now, 3 years later, the neighborhood, the people are gone. Many received money. And I asked, how many people actually were homeowners and lived in that? Homeowners, not renters. And the number that I got, there were 2 residentials, 1 ministry, 1 business, which was Chief Walker, and 1 part-time owner and storage. Everybody else are renters, meaning that somebody owned that property, didn't keep it up, became slumlords, and had those people living in those deplorable conditions. But nobody came to their aid. It was only after 23 of the structures were removed and 5 or 6 were left, and now we're down to the trees. God knows I love a good tree. I have a patriarch oak in my yard. So it's not that I'm not for trees. I am for trees. But our people are more important than trees. And what we're doing, what we decide tonight is going to be the legacy of what we did to the bond community, which we're investing $6.5 million in, and other communities around there. So we can't look at this just at a tree. We've got to look at the people. And the people who live there have come and said to you, this is what we want. And so I'm going with what the people who live there said they wanted. That's all I got to go on.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very long and emotional night for everybody in a lot of different ways, a lot of different issues. I first want to say, before we get going, Commissioner Lindley, I would be fully supportive of your motion or proposed motion for perhaps a third motion here for alternative 1. And I would say alternative 1 plus maybe some investigation into smart pond options or other things like that, if it could be applied here to further expand what we can protect and yet keep the stormwater capacity going. So that is just the punchline first. Almost everybody's been talking about how long they've been in town, and I'm really sorry Ed Deaton just left, because I got to say, when he handed out this newspaper article, I can recognize, just from how blurry it is, almost, 24 people in this picture. I could have had Teddy Smile, and I could have had my parents there. I was raised by the group at the Miccosukee Land Co-op that fought to protect the Canopy Road, that started this community focused on this. Every time I drive by this stretch at Thornton Road, I am proud because I was a kid helping plant those trees that are now creating new canopy by I-10. I was trained, I was raised to love these trees. But in an odd way, I get in debates as a commissioner with the very people I love and who raised me and informed me, because they train me too well to be all holistic. We have so many environmental problems in our world. We see the Amazon. Many people have mentioned it, the climate change, everything else. If we can save one patriarch oak, God, please let us do that, because we can't save everything. But I'm not agreeing with you, because I would love to do that. But I think the process, in a lot of ways, and there are real, true, honest questions to ask about how we got here. So I'm going to save that for a quick comment in a second. But the stormwater, we can debate, and there could have been more time to get into this over the years or something else, but the water quality in Munson and Lake Henrietta that the county and city have put a lot of money into. I spend time at Lake Henrietta. I have been in the Gaither community recently. The amount of trash that is built up, leave the nitrogen aside for a second, leave the 1% at Wakulla, Sean, I appreciate, but the microplastics, every single one of the people who talked tonight about the Amazon or other things, I know you're hearing the same things I am about microplastics. This is extreme. And I challenge you to go to Lake Henrietta as many times as you can and see how much trash is flowing through the central ditch down there. You match that with what Talithia and Mr. Daniels said about bond, and I'm concerned about the absentee rate and the flooding. We have gotten ourselves in a box here because we've made really dumb mistakes in the past. It's taken us decades and generations to get here, and it's going to take us decades and generations to get out of it. And I am saddened by the fact that we can't save every tree. But if we can save the cypress swamps, the forest, the microplastics, everything else, preserve the neighborhood, it is one of the hardest gut-wrenching votes I'm going to take, but I'm going to support moving forward with the stormwater because the process got us here. So the last comment on that piece, this issue, and I'm looking at my colleagues now because, again, many of us were not here at this table as this process went along. I've been trying to think about other analogous projects, and maybe Magnolia or others, where it's a joint city and blueprint project, joint city-county or joint county and blueprint. I feel as though we didn't have a clear idea of the decisions being made at the city about the alignment of FAMU Way and Cascades Trail over the last few years. We've talked about it here, and we've said, well, that's a decision at the city. Rightly so. It was a decision for the city to align FAMU Way. It was bifurcated. So I had struggles answering some questions. I asked questions about this issue. How much did the alignment of FAMU Way affect us being locked into this location with these trees? And I appreciated the deep dive we did in the briefing. But I think going forward, this could be a friendly amendment, or, Mr. Chair, I'd like to circle back to this later on after we take the vote. We need to do an after action or something like that on our public process because we all want to do better. Nobody wants to be here. A tree being left off a survey just begs for mistrust, even if it was just a mistake. We can't be perfect, but there are enough questions, legitimate questions that have been raised in this that we got to do better. We just have to. And yet, I still think the stormwater pond is a need to address past mistakes, and I'm sad about that, but I think it's the greater environmental good. So thank you all for your passion, your commitment, and I think we can do a lot to preserve our community, both human and environment, that are intricately connected, of course. And I hope everyone comes back to fight this again.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Matlow, then Minor, then Daly, then Bryant.
Great, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Can we go back to the upstream slide that had the St. Augustine branch? And while they're finding that, I just want to say, I know tempers get high and people are upset and it's an emotional issue, but please don't try to direct your anger at any one person, Autumn or their staff. They're just really doing their job, and at the end of the day, they're being directed by us. So if there's a decision you're unhappy with, it's up to us to hold people accountable for why we got here. My question because I heard a new argument today that I hadn't heard before on the St. Augustine branch watershed.
A few more slides
Okay.
forward.
And I just want to make sure I got this right before.
Slide 37.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. So this stormwater facility, pretty much everything south of Bragg it's not treating any of that area of Bond. And I just wonder, we do have serious flooding issues in different areas of the south side, and I think this is a good vehicle for us to address them. But I know when we put this pond in, it's going to be able to fuel redevelopment. I think in our grant proposal, it was up to 86 acres of additional redevelopment that this facility could handle. I guess my question is, are there existing flooding issues that this facility is taking care of, where that water is going now? And are we going to limit where people, is it going to be the south side of the city that can buy into this pond when it's put in? Because it goes pretty far north. That's a three-part question, I guess.
Yeah, I can handle the first part first. Currently, as it's designed, it does not have any redevelopment capacity. So there's no capacity for future impervious or buildings or anything like that. Back in 2016, there was, the committee asked that we look into that, and that was done. And as a part of the next Segment 4 project, that may be reevaluated. But currently, the current design does not have future redevelopment capacity.
Okay.
And just to clarify, that blue portion there is not currently being treated by a Blueprint regional facility. So the red portion, the northern part of the watershed, is currently being treated by Blueprint regional facilities. The blue is not. So this pond will treat the entire watershed, including the blue.
Okay, so back to the question of how big the pond should be versus the nutrient removals. I'm just trying to figure out where the water's at now that's flooding, that's going to make it into that pond. If it's not additional redevelopment, what's going to make it into that pond? If we don't need such a big pond because we can treat the same amount of nutrients. Does that make sense?
Right. So currently, the St. Augustine branch flows between Lake Alberta and CSX. A part of this project reroutes the St. Augustine branch through this pond. So ultimately, the entire St. Augustine branch, the 1,500 acres, will be routed through that pond.
Okay. So a lot of the water up north will also be routed through this pond. So we're not really sure where the benefits of stormwater relief, it could be anywhere in that branch. Is that correct?
This pond, in tandem with Boca Chuba, Lake Anita, and Coal Chute Pond, provide water quality benefit and flood control for the entire St. Augustine basin. Gotcha. So there's some level of treatment for the entire watershed, and this pond helps with that.
And then in the future, after the pond is built, will there be potential for redevelopment capacity? Because I know in the grant application, it was mentioned, I think, up to 86 acres could be redeveloped, and this pond will be able to serve it. Is that accurate?
And so as designed, there'll be no redevelopment capacity. That may be reevaluated as a part of Segment 4.
When we put the grant application together, I know where you're going. That was, it may have been over a year ago. So we've had the last year to work on the design and the permitting for this pond. And over that time period, the size of the pond hasn't necessarily changed, but we have done a permitting strategy where we're only treating for retrofit capacity. So if we were to submit that same application today, we wouldn't have any treatment for redevelopment.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then just a final thought, we've talked about process and agenda items, and I think multiple members of the CAC expressed their frustration in how information's presented. For me, it's easy to just say pros and cons. Pro, we'll treat 1% of the Wacola Springs, 86 acres of redevelopment, maybe that's not true. Con, we're going to displace residents, remove affordable housing, it's going to cost this much money, but it's just easier when we can get the facts side by side and make the vote. But I guess I seconded that motion. If for some reason that doesn't pass, I entertain the follow-up.
Thanks, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Minor, then followed by Mayor Daley and Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no other agenda than just trying to do the right thing for this community. The hardest thing about this issue is that on every layer of what we're trying to get down to, there are contrasting interpretations of the facts. Jonathan Lammers and Sean McGlynn have very strong points to make on water quality. Linda Vaughn talked about the 76-inch live oak that was not in the initial study. I mean, that's a problem. It might be an accident, but when we're trying to build trust, that does not instill trust. From the public's perspective, it looks like we're trying to hide something. And so that's why a lot of people here are frustrated by that. Steve Erse says that future stormwater ponds might mitigate the benefits of this stormwater pond. We're getting a lot of different interpretations of what the situation is here. My biggest challenge, and I think it's for all of us, is trying to sift through this, trying to figure out what is the underlying truth, cutting through the different interpretations and trying to find what the real truth is, right? Really what it boils down to is making that choice between water quality for the Florida aquifer, and we'll call it springs, versus keeping a heritage tree. But then you've got all these other factors that are trying to tip the scales one way or the other. I know everybody's tired. We've been here for a very long time.
I have 3 more articles.
I have 4 questions, and I'm telling you, I want to get through these questions. This is an important vote. Of course. And if we're here till 3 a.m., I want to get these questions answered. Danielle Irwin talked about smart ponds to our engineer. Do you know much about that technology? What benefits or prospects does that have?
I'm familiar with that technology. I guess to start with, this pond does have a advanced treatment system included in the design currently. So it is an upflow filter that's filled with the BAM material that's been discussed. So it's an activated media that once the pond stage rises up, it upflows through the media where it uptakes nutrients, and then the pond discharges on the backside of that structure. So that currently is in the design. We met with Danielle Irwin and her folks recently, and that could be added to any of the alternatives with the pond and potentially increase treatment and efficiencies if desired.
Great, thank you. That actually is a good segue to my next question, which is, I'm sure you read the letter from Sean McGlynn from the Water Springs Alliance that said the actual effect of cleaning this water is little to none. How do you square that? What's your response to that?
Relative to stormwater projects, this project has a large improvement. Like we talked about, this provides some level of treatment for 1,500 acres. So relative to stormwater projects, this is beneficial at removing nitrogen and phosphorus.
Question number 3. There were comments made earlier about how the water that leaves this pond then goes into Lake Munson, which has actually got quite low water quality. I understand that it's a small step forward, right? Or it's a step forward. But shouldn't we, and this was suggested by somebody, shouldn't we focus our efforts on treating the water in Lake Munson? So when the water comes, regardless of the water that would come through the stormwater pond goes in Lake Munson, we treat Lake Munson, that deals with the problem right there. How would you approach that?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a segment 4 project on board next that's aimed more towards the lower central ditch and that water quality element. One of the goals and objectives for segment 3 was to provide the most water quality and flood control benefit we could at a bite at a time, so that once we get downhill, it's not such a large task. So that's where this pond came to play.
Okay, and then last question, then a comment. We're also hearing different things about the health of the Benton oak. You all have done some really good analysis. Mindy's done some great studies on this. I see the 30% hollowed out part of the trunk, but yet we hear stories. There's another view of this, which is that the oak is rather healthy and that when they drilled into it, the drill bit broke. How do you square that?
Well, I do believe that when you're doing an assessment, you want to look at a lot of different ways. You want to do site visits, you want to penetrate it, you want to do a sonograph of it, all these different things. And that's what we've really tried to do to come up with our assessment, is not just look at it from one side and one perspective. So that's really what's brought us to this. I do believe in our objectiveness of our urban forester as well as the arborists that we brought on. So we've got those staff members here if you have any specific questions about that.
And the supplement that we got today was helpful. I mean, that was helpful. Well, let me get a comment in. I agree with Commissioner Dozier. I think that an after-action report talking about how this process unfolded, I think is helpful. I heard from the CAC about a week's lead time for a 940-page agenda. It's a lot of technical information to absorb. We don't need to discuss it now, but at a future blueprint meeting, I want to talk about maybe lengthening the amount of time that the CAC, the IA board, and the public have to review voluminous reports. Maybe it's a 2-week window, maybe it's 10 or whatever, but I don't feel like the public believes they have enough time to review and digest some of this information. I know some of us don't. So that's one thing I want to bring up at a later time. I love trees. I want to protect the environment. I've got 2 daughters who are too young to understand what I'm going to say now, but they are going to inherit a world that is much hotter, much more volatile from a weather standpoint, and with much less biodiversity than what we grew up with, and that's very sad. That's where my head's at when I think about this issue. I'm of the opinion that I agree with Commissioner Lindley. I think alternative number 3, option 3, alternative number 1 is a good compromise. I think I understand the need to save the Benton Oak. I went there this morning. It's beautiful. Given its report and the amount of hollow in it and the decayed amount on the tree, I got to think with giving the trade-off between that and the water quality and mitigating the flood problems that neighborhoods surrounding that area have had, I would support option 3, alternative 1. I'm going to vote against, Commissioner Maddox, I'm going to vote against your motion, sir, and then hopefully if we come back to it, I'll endorse that part. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Mayor Daley.
Mr. Chairman, it's 11:20. Remind me, I'm tired. The motion on the table right now is for option number 1.
Option 1 and 2, sir.
Substitute
Option
motion,
number
which is
1.
1 and 2, yes.
All right, I'm going to strongly support options 1 and 2 in the motion on the table, and if for some reason it fails, I will support option number 3 as well. Because let me tell you, folks, I get this. This is a very tough decision. We're all in this quandary. We have sat here for hours. We have gone from personal attacks to scientific data and everything in between. But there's only 2 people that actually testified to something that is extremely important in this community and is dealing with our stormwater and the quantity of it and how it's impacting the South Side. This has been a priority issue for this community for the past 20 years. I'm looking at my county folks. We've spent, when I served with you over on the county commission, over $13 million in stormwater south of Tennessee Street in the past 10 years. We dammed Lake Munson and scraped the bottom of it to get the sediment off and then put the water back in. And it's scheduled to do so again, thank you, county, to dam it, scrape the bottom of it, clean it, and put the water back in. And by the way, I am a little dismayed to see some of our good friends representing very reputable organizations on water quality just say, the heck with it, let the water flow. We've made a commitment to this community, and I intend to uphold it. From the City of Tallahassee, from Tennessee Street South, Curtis Richardson, you're the only one that served on the previous commission, and I thank all of our colleagues that have spent over $58 million on stormwater improvements, including the lower central drainage ditch, the Madison Street, Gaines Street, Emory Court. As a blueprint organization, it has been a priority, and we have spent over $29 million addressing the flooding issues that have gone on from Leon High School all the way down Franklin Boulevard through Cascades Park, this entire 3 segments of FAMU Way that connects down to the chain of lakes, ends up in Munson Slough, through the sinkholes, down into Wakulla Springs. Folks, hard number. Between the city, the county, and Blueprint, we have spent $100 million south of Tennessee Street on stormwater management, and the pond that is being proposed, not even from a water quality issue, but from a water quantity issue, and how we convey water and how that impacts our neighborhoods and our structures has been a priority for 20 years. And I'm going to uphold that priority. My friends at the county, you weren't there, but let me tell you about the meeting that we had at the Walker Ford Community Center as a city commission back in, was it December or January? When it was packed, standing room only. And boy, did we get chewed on because the flooding that takes place in the Jake Gaither neighborhood, every single time we get some type of a storm, because the water backs up from Lake Henrietta into Silver Lake, which dumps also onto the golf course itself. We heard about the flooding issues that's taken place down in the Bond community. This has been on the books and has been planned for quite some time, and it's important that we fulfill this commitment that we have made. $100 million to date south of Tennessee Street. There is a liability issue too as well. There have been questions about the health of the trees. Well, there's been questions about the process. We at the city got sued a couple weeks ago on the process that mirrors the process of the blueprint, and we won in court. I'm glad we did. There's been questions about the health of the tree, where we have local experts that go hands-on to look at the trees, and then somebody that doesn't live in our community reads about them, looks at the data that's provided, and they say, no, it's not. I'm going to trust our local tree people. I'm going to trust our independent private industry that goes out on behalf of, first, the citizens group that requested them to come out, but then came back and said the Benton oak is not structurally sound. And then ordered the information that was provided to the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency today, after the latest assessment that just took place, I believe, in the last 72 hours by a bucket truck and by the drilling and borings. Am I incorrect? No. And he is here, and I appreciate the fine work he's done. We are also, and here's a question for the attorney. Now that we know that there are structural issues with some of the trees out there, what is our risk and liability? Heaven forbid, now that we officially know on record that these trees are structurally insecure, if somebody happened to get hurt because of our inaction of the structurally insecure trees, are we increasing our risk as an organization? I support option number one. I don't like to tear down any trees any more than anybody else. That's why I am proud to be a Tree City, USA. That's why I am proud to have the largest tree canopy of any municipality in the United States of our size at 55% of this entire community. Bigger than Atlanta, bigger than Tampa, communities even bigger than us. We will continue to do so. But sometimes we got to make these tough decisions, and I'm going to support the option on the table.
Thank you, Mayor Daley. Commissioner Bryant.
I had my speech all together, and then the mayor gave his. I don't need to say anything.
I just read yours.
Option one and two.
There's a law against that. Option one, you're good with that, Commissioner Bryant? Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to be brief because I put the first motion on the table, and I did that in recognition of the passion and energy and effort and time that our citizens had put into that and bringing this to us. And I'm not a tree hugger or fanatic, but certainly I respect our environment and know that climate change is real. Yeah. I've seen it over my lifetime. Mm-hmm. And so I know that there is, it is necessary for us to save our environment, to preserve our trees. And we have, as a city, Mayor, you mentioned it, we have made a commitment to do that. We've got more of our urban area under a tree canopy now than we did 50 years ago in the city of Tallahassee.
Double the size.
Yes. And all of us that are on the city commission now supported that. We hired an urban forester to develop a plan for us to preserve that canopy. Those were positive actions and others that we've taken in that respect. Now, I could, and this gets to where I want to go with this, because I could name for you, just off the top of my head, at least 6 African-American neighborhoods that existed in this community that were raised at one time or another. Smoky Hollow, the neighborhood surrounding what is the current Civic Center. That used to be an African-American neighborhood. The neighborhood behind Whole Foods, that was an African-American neighborhood. Gone. where the Frenchtown Retention Pond is. That was a vibrant neighborhood, and we allowed it to be flooded out. Those people had to access their homes in boats when it would flood, these were decisions made by commissions past, and I'll tell you where I'm going with this. But what we have done now, certainly as a city commission, and I know my county colleagues are in sync with this, we have said now we will make a commitment to revitalizing those neighborhoods. We have made, right now we've appropriated through the CRA $300,000 for a linear park in the Bond community, a $6 million investment over, the next 3 years. We're doing the same thing in Frenchtown and Griffin Heights, and there are efforts now to revitalize South City. Neighborhoods that have been neglected during the 45 years that I've lived here. And the reason that part of the reason my wife and I chose to build our home on the south side of town, and live there like Commissioner Williams Cox has done, is because we wanted to show people that people like us, professionals like us, would choose to live on the south side of town and build a home and raise a family there. But what saddened me tonight as I listened to the speakers was that maybe to address the human element here, it was all about trees. With all of the challenges that we face in the Bond community, in Frenchtown, in all of these other neighborhoods on the south side of town, it came down to a tree. And I was listening to hear that human element include, and let me tell you something, sitting under a tree is not a part of the heritage of the African American community. I've been black all my life, and I have never sat under a tree as a part of my heritage. I was offended by that. Now, if there are people in the Boynton Steeles community that say that is a part of their heritage, I believe that, and they are entitled to that, but it ain't part of my heritage. I can show you places where people are hanging out under trees, and let me tell you, they ain't necessarily healthy places to be, because all kinds of stuff is going on. I can point them out to you around this town. That's not a part of our heritage. But what I would challenge you all to help us do is to make those communities as healthy and vibrant and successful as the communities where you live. That's what we ask of you. So when this issue is resolved, however it is resolved, I hope that we will see the same kind of energy and compassion and passion for helping us to rid all of our communities, all of our neighborhoods of crime, of dilapidated housing, of inferior education opportunities, all of those things that we're trying to improve throughout our community. I hope that you all will show that kind of interest as you have in 3 trees in this neighborhood. And what we are trying to do through the extension of Family Way is to bring about that kind of development. Make it a destination, a place where people will want to come to. We see that now along the already established segments of FAMU Way. When I am on my way home, I drive through the FAMU campus, and I see people walking of all races and ages, walking along the FAMU Way, along the trail, riding their scooters, parents taking their kids to the little park there near Railroad Square. That's what we want for the south side of town. And so we want you all to help us build that and to bring that same kind of passion and energy and enthusiasm to those efforts as you have this tonight. And then we can say that Tallahassee is an all-America city for all of its citizens. And I really believe that's what all of us aspire to, and we can get there working together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Great debate. Let me weigh in real quick here. I've been white all my life. I have sat under trees. I have 2 kayaks and 3 bikes, and I spend as much time as I can outside. I think it's worth reading real quick with the trail projects, because there's been a lot of talk about I didn't know. 13 community meetings, web page, social media accounts, 16 media releases, 16 direct mailings, 4 door-to-door outreach efforts, distributed 1,300 flyers, 2 citizen surveys, numerous one-on-one conversations, FAMUA Citizens Advisory Committee, who we heard from tonight, and then what looks like 23 public meetings going back starting to 2008. So this is not something we've just started thinking about. And Commissioner Richardson, who served on Sales Tax Committee, I've been here for the county as long. Commissioner Proctor's the only one longer, so I've been part of this for a while. There's not an easy way to do this, and we have to look at the greater good. I could get to Commissioner Lindley's motion, but I'm probably going to support Commissioner Maddox just because I think that's probably where the will of the body is, and frankly, I'm fine with that. But I think that's a nice gesture to all the people that came out tonight, and it frankly gets us most of the way there. But look, I'm standing up, as Commissioner Daley said. We have spent $100 million to this point so far. It seems a little backwards to suddenly turn our back on it. For the people that have said that our staff is somehow corrupt or conspiracy theory, that's insulting. Commissioner Matlow made a comment earlier tonight, which I think is spot on, which is, look, my job tonight is to manage the process to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard. So to the times I gavelled everybody down, it's a point so that we all get our chance. We let 4 or 5 hours of public testimony. I think we're entitled to have a conversation. So that's where I am. So the substitute motion, as I understand it on the floor, is for options 1 and 2. So we will vote on that first. All in favor of the substitute motion as presented, options 1 and 2, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
I think the ayes. I have it. Who's against?
Against the motion?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. The ayes carried. Okay. Done. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh, yeah. You want to circle back with your after-action report idea, Commissioner Dozier?
Quickly, and I guess I would look to staff for some help on how to package this neatly. But I think having time to discuss what we've heard from Blueprint 2000 projects and how they got here, and Blueprint 2020, meaning Klarn, as they went forward, could be helpful. So the things that are on my mind are the electronic, how we communicate the status of the projects online and in our materials and keeping up to date, because this is a multi-year, how we coordinate to ensure all information on parallel projects is in one place, say if there was a road at the city and stormwater at Blueprint. And thirdly, how to digest what we've heard and the comments about information, the CAC, those types of things. That would be more the after action. So I will look to you, but if that can be summed up, I think, Autumn, you have an idea?
Yeah, I got the first 2. Can you repeat the third one?
The third is just more of the after action, which Commissioner Minor also mentioned. I don't know how to sum up that, but I think there's been a lot of comments about process pieces, questions about the public meetings, things like that. Some may be issues that we're okay with, but just kind of assessing some of the comments about public engagement and how we've heard that. That would be it.
I don't know if that's a motion, but I wonder if I could make a friendly suggestion.
Yes, I was trying to get to the motion and have some help, but if that is sufficient, Autumn, Ben, you tell me, then I would make that as a motion.
The reason I think we need to expand that to include just better outreach, even public relations, if you will, in terms of reaching out so people know about these small business loans, about these opportunities, about what we're doing. We live in a world where people get their information from myriad areas, much of it Facebook, which is, not necessarily a thoughtful forum. And I think we have to do better. I mean, there was a time, there was 3 TV stations and 1 newspaper or 2 newspapers. That's not the case anymore. And I think as an organization, we have got to really amp up our effort to be known, not just in the process of the projects, but just out there all the time with a far, far stronger approach to getting people the information they need. Commissioner Matlow's concerns and many of us here on various topics. So I would like to include not just the projects themselves, but everything we're doing and early on.
Commissioner Lindley, forgive me, Ben, for just 1 sec. I think you're right on track. When I said website, it is at 11:39 trying to sum up communications. I could better sum it up like this. Blueprint 2000, majority of that time had different technology, had different ways of communicating, and a different level of development activity in our community. How do we communicate better? And the communication plans we have, we do these public meetings, we go through these steps, that's good per project. We're talking holistically. How do we communicate better with Blueprint 2020, with our technology right now, and with the level of good engagement and infill and questions that are going to come to us in the next 20 years? Yeah.
Is
that-
Yes, I get it. Is it I think so, but...
For an agenda item
framing-
for general business, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is a request for a comprehensive report on how we are moving forward with effective public engagement across all platforms, moving from Blueprint 2000 to 2020.
Let me put a pause on that. We need to reflect on these two issues. I think this is a good learning opportunity for projects that are in the early stage and projects that are in the end stage. So after action needs to be part of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Reflecting on this, not just digesting a plan that we've already got.
You guys need a motion for that?
That is my motion.
Please.
Commissioner Minor?
Can I add something really quick? 2 sentences. In addition to that, it'd be also, I think, helpful for us to explore what type of response we have to certain assertions by the public, like the Wakulla Springs Alliance letter, for example, things that Jonathan Lammers has said. I mean, sifting through that information and having a response to some of those assertions, I think would be very helpful too. I don't know what form that would take, but I think that's part of the public engagement process, is to how do we respond to some of the statements and observations made by the public in that way. There have been people that have a lot of credentials that have made statements that conflict with our findings. I know Blueprint, you guys do a great job, but there are things that have been in direct conflict with what Blueprint findings have been. If there's a way we can try to sift through that, that'd be very helpful.
As part of the after action for these two examples.
Yes.
Do we need a motion for this?
I think
I have a motion. Yeah, we have a motion and we have a second.
And you
Yes.
second? Okay, I'm sorry.
Were you adding what he said to your motion?
Yes, Commissioner Williams-Cox, that is part of what, again, I'm actually not going into as much detail as normal. That is part of what I was thinking of the after action is, and I can get specific, an assessment of historic structures is, I mean, on the local level is a good thing. Not just the National Historic Registry, but how does it look for Tallahassee Leon to assess historic structures? That is a very good and very specific point that Ms. Lambert brought out. So yes, those types of things could be in the after action and how we communicate about that. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Matlow.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, but I just want to clarify it's the motion that Kristen made. I don't think she's asking for a comprehensive report on kind of the process we've been through. The complaints we've heard from the Citizens Action Committee, 945-page report, no way to index it, and those sorts of things. So identify the issues that have already been stated and see where we went wrong and how we can do better, and not just reflect on what we're already doing, but actually identify some of these concerns that we've heard. Is that correct?
I think we've got that. The reason I'm using the language of after action, let's just get real specific here. The county after action reports on hurricane the last 3 years are unprecedented from my perspective, and it is findings and action items and things like that. We don't need to do that level, but there is a way to reflect on where we've been and be proactive and creative where we're going. That's it. Yes. This is not adversarial. This is forward-thinking. Yes.
That's exactly right. I just think a comprehensive report is something different than what you were asking for, so I was clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, gut check. We got on our agenda 1, 2, 3 more general business items. I would ask Ben's opinion, but my gut tells me nothing is life-threatening. We're most of us are a little punch drunk at this point. We could roll those to, is there anything from a timing standpoint that would preclude us rolling that to December, or?
Both of the items, number 12, 13, and 14, were specifically requested to occur at this meeting.
Okay.
So you're pushing back action by
I get
3
that,
months.
but I would ask the body here to determine, what's the will of the body?
And we do have speakers on these.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we
Mr.
do.
Chair, with respect to the speakers who have been here a long time.
Yeah, I would absolutely,
particularly-
if there's people waiting to speak,
Actually-
but I want to get from the body here, do we want to
Mr. Chair, actually, I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to say that, actually.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, with respect to folks who have been here, and Charlie, I'm looking at you and others, I know you have a lot of really good comments that you want to talk about with eminent domain and the other process. This is so important. I don't want to lose anything because of how tired we are. So my perspective is, with gratitude for sitting here the whole time, we may be better served by having that discussion at a different meeting. But if it's the will of the board to keep going, I respect
Anybody
the
have
people
a
who
motion they
stayed.
want to, I can't make.
I make a motion to move to December for these items.
All right, I have a motion to move these items to December.
They're all important. They all require.
Chairman, would you accept a friendly amendment to hear the speakers that have been here? They can come back for the December meeting, but they've sat through ungodly numbers of hours to be able to speak. I'd like to have them speak.
Do that. I think that these should be the first lead-off items at the December, and let's not force them to the back of the bus and don't get no hearing.
So we have a motion, I would second her motion, and then there's an add-on, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Well, I just want to say this, the blueprint agendas are hefty.
Yeah.
So if we don't complete this, we're adding it to the next agenda, which is going to be hefty because we don't meet till December. And a lot of things are going to be going on. I believe in don't put off for tomorrow what you can do today. Okay. Now, on the Planning Commission, when I was on the Planning Commission, we were here till 1 in the morning on an issue, and we're almost there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's dispose of the motion. I got to man up, man.
Mr. Chairman, can you restate?
All right, so the motion is basically we adjourn the items until December, but what I heard was that we actually let the speakers, how many speakers do we have, Ben?
Let's say 7, 8.
We let them speak, but we closed, we basically don't get through the debate of the different issues.
I believe Commissioner Williams-Cox was saying we was about to make a substitute motion. We keep going.
Indeed.
What?
You made a substitute motion? Did I not hear that?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a substitute motion. All right, so let's figure this out. Okay, so the
Mr.
substitute
Chair,
motion
one
will
last comment before we vote on the substitute motion. I just want, for clarity, Commissioner Williams-Cox, if we were not meeting until March, I've been concerned about the long agenda. I'm with you. We did make a change today, so we're meeting in December and we're meeting in January. Right now, we've got 2 additional meetings in our next fiscal year that we have never had before. So you are absolutely right. The agendas have been enormous, but we are meeting in December and January. So I don't know if that matters to you. But
all right, so Commissioner Matlow, you want to weigh in?
I just throw out a third idea. If we had I'm not making a motion, but just a meeting in October or November that was short and did these 3 items as a compromise.
I think the ability to get this group together is...
We don't do short.
Yeah. All right, so let's deal with the substitute motion first. The substitute motion, as I understand it, is man up, go the distance. Is that...
No.
Woman up.
Hey, I'm a sister girl.
All right, I'm going to put my dress on and act bad. Sorry. Okay, so the substitute motion is that we go the distance. All in favor of continuing tonight signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. All right, okay. Okay.
All right.
So that's so let's step up to the plate.
Somebody put some coffee on.
Item number 12 is acceptance of a report that was requested at your last IA board meeting. It has to do with the Relocation Policy Procedures Manual Incentive Offer Program. Autumn and Kirsten have worked hard on this. They both have a quick presentation. Should you seek it?
Yeah, do we have any speakers?
We do. We have 3 cards. Max Epstein, followed by Charles Stratton, followed by Jim Spalla.
Okay. I'd say listen to the speakers, and then we'll have our decisions where we go with it.
Go for it. All right, Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. So like I said, why I got involved in this project to begin with is the people. and I was seeing displaced people. And when you look at the blueprint numbers, it says $287,000 was paid to the people who lived in Boynton Cell to relocate. $150,000 of that was business expenses. That means $127,000 for the 19 people that were living there. That's all that was paid to them. It's an average of about $5,500 was paid plus $1,000 to move. Now, as you'll hear from the experts behind us, me in line, that is not in line with federal guidelines. So if you are relocating people and using federal funding, they would have been entitled to up to $20,000. And if you're talking about, creating an upward movement for people, getting them out of a bad situation, you paid $5.1 million for the neighborhood. That could have been invested in that neighborhood if you just put the road down, gamble, again, my opinion, find another location for the stormwater pond. But the most important thing is those houses were renting for $500 a month. And there were a lot of very happy people who lived in that neighborhood. It doesn't seem like anyone believes that, but I've spoken with them. And they cannot find any replacement housing for that. I know one that just got her things thrown out on the street. Her name's Keisha, and she lived on Miles Street. And that's why we requested this grievance process that doesn't seem to exist anymore, is what's going on with these people? Why are we not following the federal relocation guidelines for these projects on the south side? When you have the projects up in Capitol Circle, those are following federal relocation guidelines. They're getting $20,000 a person or whatever the number is. Why did the people in this neighborhood get shorted? And then when you look at the payments that went to the other people in that neighborhood, take Mr. Benton, for example, and you're going to hear about how this incentive policy that people come to you and offer you a certain amount of money over what they think your property is worth, that denies you a jury trial by your peers. And if you take Mr. Benton, his tree alive is worth $150,000, $175,000. If you have a nice estate on the north side and you got a bunch of live oaks, you got this and that, that contributes to your property value. So if he had had a great lawyer, or the people in that neighborhood had a great lawyer, they would have been paid more. So this makes me very nervous when we go to phase 4 and we go through the other lower income neighborhoods. Who cares if you own your home? The people who live there can afford to live there. They're important to take care of too. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had asked previously Ms. Pingree's staff, do we owe some people some back money for underpaying them? So we have the schedule of what was paid out. I'm not sure, but it seems that we paid, when I say we, the blueprint paid people well beyond the appraised value is what I saw. So if the data that has been supplied upon our request indicates that a lot of people were paid far in excess of their value, and I just don't see the allegation that was made captured in the data.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying that's what I see.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker is Charles Stratton, followed by Jim Spalla.
Name and address.
Hello, Charles Stratton, 964 Rose Bay Court, Tallahassee. I'm an attorney. I've been an eminent domain attorney in Tallahassee since 1979. Worked for the Department of Transportation, taking property all over the state for roads from 1979 to 1986. When I left, I was the chief eminent domain attorney at DOT. I had 18 attorneys working for me around the state. Since that time, I've represented government and property owners and tenants and business owners all over the state. And I will tell you that Blueprint 2000 has a very bad reputation as a condemning authority. That got cleaned up for a while when Mr. Tedder was there. We really appreciate it. Is he still here? He was here a minute ago. I saw him. Anyway, he cleaned things up. I will tell you that on Coal Chute Pond, I worked very hard to convince Blueprint that they had to pay relocation money, which they were trying not to pay. I had a young man who was a tenant in Chalmers Thomas's house on Seaboard Street, just south of the railroad tracks off of Gaines Street. They left him out of the lawsuit. The law says he's supposed to be in the lawsuit. The people at Blueprint do not follow the Constitution of the state of Florida and the Constitution of the United States that says people are entitled to just compensation under the Fifth Amendment and full compensation under the Florida Constitution. They're using a failed program that DOT had, that DOT dropped because it doesn't work, to pay people a little bit extra so that they won't hire counsel and real estate appraisers and other experts like arborists, like Mr. Armstrong, who's worked with me and against me on cases. He's gone too. It's just not right what you're doing. The federal program is followed by DOT on every project. If the city and the county ever want to get money on FAMU Way, they need to follow the state and federal relocation policies, or they can't get money later on those projects. There are other cities and counties that have been in this situation. When they come to DOT and ask for money for ICE-T programs and things like that, they're told, well, you got to go back and clean up your relocation that you did 20 years ago when you didn't pay relocation. And it's been a real problem. I have a lot of other things I wanted to say, but now you're going into Providence and Callan. And what's going to happen to the people over there? You're going to pay them $5,000 to move? That doesn't do it. The way federal relocation does it is they say, okay, the guy renting Chalmers Thomas's house, he was paying $500 a month rent. He moved to another house down near his church. He was paying $1,000 a month. Under the federal guidelines, he got 42 months of $500 additional money. Blueprint 2000 said, well, tell him to come over here and get $500 every month. And I said, no, he's entitled, I know, he's entitled to all his money at one time. And when Mr. Tedder got there, he said, you know, you're right. And they gave him his $21,000. And what I heard from Blueprint employees was, well, we didn't want to give it all to him because he might go buy rims for his car. That's what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Charlie.
Question.
Well,
Question. How many lawsuits have been filed specifically on this particular? I got a question from my attorney. How many lawsuits have been filed specifically on this Cascades project in regards to condemnation?
For just this pond or for the whole project?
For this pond, for this project, the issue that we're dealing with tonight.
For this pond.
That we have been sued.
On this item, we have been sued parcels. $240, $241, $242.
That's the same owner.
$241 and $242 are the same owner. $240 is a separate owner. That's two separate.
So two.
And $231, another owner on this project. So
Three.
Three of them.
three owners.
individuals.
Three individual groups.
Remind me, too, who's of counsel represent them?
Of those, there's one that's unrepresented. One's represented by Mr. Chapman. I'm sorry, I don't know if the opposing counsel on the other side are. Eminent domain
Is it,
consultant, Ms. Shiro.
were we being sued over a price discrepancy for eminent domain proceedings, or because we were in violation of U.S. law or state law?
Our remaining suits that are still open right now are open for determination of heirs and resolving title issues.
Right.
So we've got a consultant working on, making sure we've got the family tree mapped out, making sure that we found all the heirs.
So we were being sued on title issues.
Right.
Not process issues.
Or value issues. Yeah.
Or valuation. That's what I wanted to get to.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information on the relocation issue to Attorney Stratton. I would love to see a policy, what he's talking about, the federal-state requirement. And counsel, might I ask, if there is a relocation federal violation, does that mean the venue jurisdiction would be federal and not state?
I imagine that would be the case, but to be very clear, this project didn't involve federal funds, and it won't involve federal funds in the future unless, as you said, we go back and
When something that drastic is made, I'm hopeful, Mr. Stratton, you can call me, to learn what you're talking about the disparity in the relocation. I love it.
I think maybe Mr. Spalla can tell you.
Why don't we let our last speaker speak, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Hear from him then.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Jim Spalla. I live at 2313 Trescott Drive in Benton Hills. I don't want to bore you with my background, but I do want to say something about it so that you'll know where I'm coming from. I've been an attorney for almost 50 years. Most of my attorney life has been dealing with eminent domain and condemnation. I was with the Department of Transportation a total of almost 25 years, and I was in private practice for 25 years representing both property owners and local governments in eminent domain. More recently, I just left the department the second time. I was the director of right-of-way, which administers the relocation program. I'm here to encourage strict compliance with the relocation benefits statute that Congress passed in 1970 and that the state of Florida has adopted. In cases where relocation or federal funds are used or state funds are used, they must comply with this act. If there's a chance that federal funds might be used in the future, as Mr. Stratton said, you have to go back and try to fix it, so on. The feds are very strict on using the act. So besides the funding part, though, my experience is that to use the act is doing the right thing. This act was passed by Congress back in 1970 because of the destruction of neighborhoods, and I've heard a lot about that tonight, and mostly minority neighborhoods. One in Florida was the Overtown district in Miami, where that neighborhood was almost wiped out. So Congress fashioned these benefits for people that went through the condemnation process, which doesn't really, in a lot of cases, pay for certain parts of what people lose when they go through that process. One of the benefits is assistance in finding homes to move folks into. That's a major part of that act. Also, of course, the moving expenses and expenses of relocating are required under that act. Folks are also required to be moved into decent, safe, and sanitary housing, which I've heard lectures go hours on what that means. But it's basically an act that makes the process very fair and does, in some ways, negate some of the problems that folks that go through this process and having their homes taken face. When I represented, like, Panama City Beach, if you've ever been over to Pier Park, I did the condemnation for that. I encouraged, and Panama City Beach did hire relocation consultants and went through that process. Even though they were using their local funds, they felt that they might one day want to use federal funds, and it was just, they felt it was fair to their citizens. With regard to the incentive offers, I used them when they first came out. I found that they were not really used properly. I'm not saying whether the city has done that or they have here, but it disincentivizes negotiation. It also obviously is a tool, as Mr. Stratton said, to try to limit the rights that citizens have their property taken, to have counsel and experts to be on a level playing field with the city.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking it out.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on point, I think that we should consider relocation consultants, what Panama City did. We're going into poor areas where people basically don't understand all of that, and we need an advocate. And I think Mr. Barber said earlier tonight that we can't assume one cookie size fits all, culturally, socioeconomically, and otherwise. So I think that if we could look at in December or one of those meetings, January, our staff, as we proceed with segment 4, plowing through other black neighborhoods, that we provide every safeguard and protection, as these two councils have waited until after midnight to share with us and to admonish us to do the same.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, Charlie, we've had public testimony, sorry. Autumn, did you want to weigh in? Was there something you wanted? There was.
Oh, I'm ready to go. Yeah, got a lot of great feedback here.
Okay, all right. I've got Commissioner Dozier, then Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Dozier?
I have a brief presentation.
You want to go? Yeah, I was going to say, you want to go through that?
Yeah, if it's okay. Staff has, I think, some answers to
Sure. Okay, that might answer. That might frame part of it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's what we have is a report on our acquisition policies. We have got 2 policies: the relocation policy and procedures manual, and the incentive offer program, which operates as a policy. And one of my notes is that if we involve state or federal funds or are on a state or federal road, then the local policies would not apply. So these policies were put in place before the beginning of the FAMU Way Cascades Trail Segment 3 project, because knowing that was only going to be local funds. So today we actually have some options for your consideration that will bring us closer or to the FDOT guidelines and standards through their right-of-way manual. So kind of getting right at what some of these guys are saying behind us. And one thing I wanted to note is that in the budget that was just approved, there was one new position in the blueprint infrastructure side, and that was for the position of a right-of-way manager. Knowing that we were going into more projects that were going to be in that acquisition phase, having a single point of contact for the community, and that right-of-way manager would have more direct connection to us as well. Right now, we utilize a consultant for that position. So somebody that could have their finger more on the pulse of this board's direction in regarding our acquisitions. So I'm excited about that. And they would also manage our relocation consultants, which we do use and which were used on the FAMU Way project. Okay, next slide. So in the suite of acquisitions, we've got a lot. Almost every blueprint project has acquisitions in some way. There's easements, there's partial takings, there's whole takings, there's temporary driveway connection. I mean, it's the world of things. It's also people's homes and apartment buildings and things like that. So I just wanted to say that our policies cover all types of acquisitions. And I'm going to turn it over to Kirsten, who's going to talk a little bit about eminent domain.
All right. Thank you, Autumn, commissioners. Thanks for sticking with us. I think you've got a pretty good grasp on what eminent domain is, and we got a constitutional lesson. One thing I'd like to point out is that all of this applies to owners of property, and there's not much in Florida law that provides for tenants. Nevertheless, when it comes to local funds, Blueprint developed our policy in 2011. Slide. It was modeled after the FDOT right-of-way manual that was in effect at the time, provides benefits to residential and business tenants. And since that time, the FDOT manual has been updated. So we've brought to you, yes, sir. We've brought to you some updates in your options that will bring us more in line with how the state conducts its right-of-way acquisitions, move us forward in a good direction. Our incentive offer program is substantially the same as the FDOT incentive offer program. There's a small discrepancy for property appraised between $1,000 and $2,500. You can see. So for low-value properties between $1,000 and $2,500, there's a 0.3% difference in that table, and your update D, staff recommendation, would make that update for those incentive offer programs. I don't think any of the interest that we acquired on this project fell within that dollar value.
So you say when a person has to move out their apartment, they have to have the first month, the last month, turn on utilities, and move and pay somebody to move?
I'm speaking about the
$1,000?
No, sir. I'm speaking about the benefit that's paid to owners of property during the acquisition. Our relocation policy on the last slide does provide for folks who have to move out. The payment is based on, similar to FDOT's, the cost of what your rent is now and what it is, the increase where you have to move. That's the payment amount. Blueprint's policy pays it for up to 42 months. The maximum amount was $5,250. FDOT's maximum is now $7,200. They've also made some differences in their thresholds between a lower payment and the maximum payment. In some cases on our projects, we did have tenants who needed help with that first and last month's rent. Our policy gave us the flexibility to help with that and make additional payments where requested.
Just quickly, and just to piggyback on what Autumn and Kirsten have both conveyed. So the policy that we have in place was created with parity with DOT. But there are 4 different areas that Kirsten really just identified where they've made some expansions, and we're recommending an A, B, C, and D in each of those areas to up through a policy revision that we're recommending in options 1 and 2, to make that modification. So moving forward, we will again regain parity with FDOT.
I think the biggest difference, and this was intentional in 2011 when the policy was adopted, and it was a decision that was made by the board to not offer relocation benefits to owners. And that's another option that's available to you, to go back and look at that policy and what it would cost to bring everything up.
All right. Yeah, Commissioner Dozier and then Commissioner Proctor.
We're still in the middle of the, is this the end of the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Go back one slide, Angela, because the last slide are the differences between the blueprint and the DOT policy. So these are all of the differences. So these are up for discussion and direction.
And these are going to be made uniform, assuming that FDOT has the Cadillac and we're driving the Kia. Is that right?
Give us a good Chevy or a Ford.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay. We're
All
trading
right.
up.
I got Commissioner Dozier, then I got Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. So thank you for sticking around. Good comments, good presentation. We're still at just after midnight, so I am struggling with how we can dig into such an important issue when I'm tired, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So with that, I'm going to start with option 2. You had that list, and it is getting closer to where FDOT is, not 100%. So we just heard some comments about that. If we were to move forward with option 2, we can still revise those elements once you bring those changes back, which means we can refine and address these items again, but we would have the full document, the manual, look at those changes and everything like that, and get more public comment. Is that right?
If you provide that direction today, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. No.
I got a motion and a second.
Okay, I'm not quite done.
Matlow.
There was a motion to keep going with the hearing, so I'm going to go. But thank you for that. I mean, we can. Did you just make a motion for option 1 and 2? Oh, you were seconding me. I hadn't actually gotten there, but
Option two,
okay.
and I was following
Okay.
you.
I made the motion that Commissioner Proctor already seconded for option 1 and 2. How's that? So with that, the direction, it was, Ben, the option 2 says you're bringing back an agenda item to update the policy. So you said if that staff direction.
No,
It is. Okay.
if you approve
Thank you.
the motion
Okay.
on the floor, that's what we'll do.
Again, it's late. I want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so bringing it back. The other 2 things that I wanted to bring up, because I think there may be some tweaks we want to make later, but if we're getting closer to where FDOT and the feds are now, I think that is good. But I still have a question here about the manual that's referenced, the 2011 manual. If we just heard that the state is not even using that manual that's referenced, is that what I heard? Charlie say that they have ditched their own manual and they're using the federal rules, or what are we looking at here when you reference where DOT is right now? Is it what they're basing their policy on, the federal rules, or is it this manual that's in the document?
We want to address the attorney here, yeah. Sorry, it's not a two-way conversation. Thanks, though, yeah.
I am also very tired. I believe
ma'am.
the answer to your question is yes, that FDOT's manual follows closely with the federal guidelines. The federal guidelines also break out move cost table by state. So FDOT adopts what is given to it in its regulations.
Okay.
So it sort of trickles on down.
Okay. In addition, if my second will stand with me here, that was a nod to you, Commissioner Proctor. That's what you always say. In addition to option 2, if we can have a bit more clarity on the federal DOT relationship, how that may differ, how it is the same in that next agenda item, I would like to know more and have more clarity on where we stand there. The last piece I will toss in here is that I'm really struggling with the rental issue here because we talk about affordable housing all the time, including in a couple minutes. And we don't have rentals with the same price point in all areas of town. And we don't have that many rentals in this area of town. We've just set up a land trust that city and county are involved in. I'm wondering how we can get creative. If we are displacing people because of a necessary infrastructure improvement, is there any city-county property that can be placed in a land trust and within that time frame focus on affordable rental housing if that's who we're displacing? I don't know how to crack this nut, but we may not have enough money to help people find affordable rentals if we don't have those affordable rentals for them to move to. And I think there's something that we could get into about that where we could use our ability when we do these projects and the land that blueprints or city county may own to meet another need. Now, I know we're going to get into this with the affordable housing and things like that. I don't want to mix those two issues. So again, late night, struggling with this, but I'm talking specific to this issue of compensation. Is there something in the affordable question that we could do for a long-term benefit? Or just contemplate that and bring it back. You don't have to answer it right now.
I think if I could, just for clarity of your motion as well, I do believe that component will probably be addressed in the now separate agenda item 13 that we're about to address. The prior point that you made.
The federal,
I just lost
yeah,
it.
this is
Yes,
it.
that we will bring back in the analysis when we bring back.
I don't want to
the proposed
lose
policy.
track of the rental issue when we look at this issue again.
Understood.
And the affordable housing and everything else, whatever happens on the next item. And I'm not looking at my notes on that item, and I don't remember what I'm, right now. So I'm focused on this item, and I think that is a critical issue to address.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. I have 2 more people lined up, Commissioner Matlow, then Commissioner Minor.
Sure, yeah, and I'll be brief. I think at the end of the day, we just want to do right by people. And if the federal policy provides more benefits for people, I think, that's what we should follow. I don't know if we need to reinvent the wheel. If there's already good relocation policies, we should just adhere to them. I think I am concerned about the rental displacement, especially where we've been and knowing people who are paying $300 a month in rent. You're not going to find that type of rent anywhere. And if you get $5,000, $6,000, you're going to take it because you've never had $5,000 or $6,000 in your entire life at one time. But if you get relocated to a place that's $850, $900 a month, that money goes away. And in 5 months, no, you're not going to sue. But, you know, where are you? They're not going to come to us. We're not even going to hear about it. So we need to make sure we have the policy in place ahead of time to do right by people.
Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Dozier, I think we're on the right track with option 2, and with the addition in particular, with Mr. Stratton's points, I think if we can have that section in there about how this relates to the federal policy and what the implications would be if we were to move toward that federal policy.
If I could, just so I'm square as well, what I heard from that is getting a clearer understanding in the analysis how FDOT utilizes their own policy vis-a-vis the federal policy as well. Not just jumping immediately to, because the assertion was that FDOT is not following their 2011 policy. If we have clarity that they are utilizing that policy and then we're taking an action to mirror that, then that's also informative. That's what I interpret.
I would like the agenda item that comes back to us to address those points.
Yes, sir.
Is the FDOT policy, does it follow the federal guidelines? If it doesn't, then what can we do to come close to the federal guidelines or adopt them? What are the implications of doing that?
We need to know about both.
Yes.
Is that clear?
Both.
Yep.
In a nutshell, an agenda item, both, that we can, so we have some numbers too.
All right, Commissioner Matlow, you want to weigh back in?
It was mentioned of what we did prior to 2011, if we just get an update on how the process worked back then also.
All projects prior to 2011 were on state roads, so we followed the state policy.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Dozier.
Not to belabor this, but because we're asking for an agenda item, I do have a concern. I think you addressed the question about state and federal funding coming in, and on a project where we might have handled acquisition in a different way. The projects are delineated so that a road that might be funded like Capitol Circle, you handle in a different way than something like this. That also sets up a paradigm where large roads that are mostly business or more affluent areas have access to higher dollar reimbursements than neighborhoods and other places because they're going to be naturally smaller roads. In general, that's my sense. I don't know that's true, but I can't help kind of reading that into this. So if we could have some clarity about just how we apply this when it comes to those larger projects versus smaller ones, maybe some examples that may help. I'm not trying to say that all things are equal there because there are a lot of factors, but I think that is a question that's been brought up and it might help the conversation.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, and I want to clarify the question that Commissioner Mallow had.
That's two staff members have said that tonight.
I'm sorry, but I did want to clarify that the projects, the Capitol Circle projects, the widening that we projected, those were state roads, but there was, I believe there were acquisitions on Franklin Boulevard, so parts of Cascades Trail, those early portions of Cascades Trail were local projects on local roads. So I'd have to go back and check to see what type of policies we used, if we took the state policy or not. I just don't know. I'll find out.
I think we've got enough here where you've got a lot of things in addition to just updating this and giving us another discussion item about it. Is that true? Yeah.
Well, and also direction to bring back a policy update, and we can weave the two together.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have a motion, and we have a second, and I think everybody's had a chance to weigh in. Any other discussion? Staff understand where the motion is?
Sure.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Next up.
Okay, next up, if you can advance us here. At the last meeting, motion was made to bring back a policy on affordable housing and how Blueprint, when conducting the various 27 projects that we have, when there is affordable housing units that are taken offline, what kind of policy options could exist moving forward. So go back one slide. So this agenda item just very briefly does exactly that. It describes the process by which you could use penny sales tax funds for land acquisition in accordance with state law to support affordable housing. Proposes a revision to your real estate policy to already begin coordinating closely for that purpose moving forward. And here's some of my missing here. I don't think I'm missing anything.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman, if I'm...
Yeah, Commissioner Richard.
So if there were a taking and the person was paying $300 a month rent, if we went this route, do we still have to, or would we still have to relocate them to an affordable housing structure that would be $300 a month? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
The point that I'm
But
trying to make.
two separate issues in my mind. The first one has to do with the individual that there's a taking regarding the process. The last agenda item really spoke to that. Okay, how do we move that person, keep them whole, the fair relocation policy that Blueprint has? This one has to do with actually when there is a taking of affordable housing stock, moving to keep that same level of affordable housing stock through the Blueprint process and how you could achieve that legally moving forward with policy options that are laid out before you.
Yeah, because I just believe it would be unrealistic to say that we could offer someone $300 a month rent if they're being put in a house that could garner more than that on the fair market. So that was my concern.
Mr. Chair?
All right. Let me see if I understand where we are here. Have a motion, have a second? We done with that? We're done with that? No, that was an after. Okay, all right. We're moving on to the next thing. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind.
Chairman, are you tired?
Oh, I'm sorry.
He blacked
I had a
out.
couple more people. Yeah, Commissioner Minor wanted to speak. I'm sorry.
Come back to
No
us.
motion on the floor yet,
I
right?
seriously think this is
Okay.
folly to continue.
Yeah. Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair. I just have a couple questions on the materials to make sure I understand this correctly. Page 311, first page of the Blueprint Affordable Housing Policy Proposal. The statute's definition of affordable has two components. One is basically a numeric, 30% of the amount that represents the percentage of the median annual gross income. But then the last part there is if the first institutional mortgage lender is satisfied that the household can afford mortgage payments in excess of the 30% benchmark. If I understand that correctly, that is based on an individual case on a particular household at that time, right? So if that's true, that doesn't apply to the Blueprint's definition of affordable, correct? You know what I'm trying to say? At 12:30 in the morning?
Mr. Chairman, I would really like to make a motion that we can just put off these last two. I think it's folly for us to continue.
We have a motion, we have a second.
I think it's
I think we'll make
bordering on
better policy
malfeasance,
later.
quite
We're at
frankly.
that tipping point.
Yeah, we are.
We, well, for the woman up here in the crowd.
Listen, I'll make a deal with you all. I have one item. If you all will indulge me in this one item, then I will let y'all go home.
Well, if we're doing one, we're doing them all.
Is this commissioner comment time or one of the agenda items?
It's not an agenda item. It's something that I want to ask that the Blueprint staff bring back to December.
All right. Well, I've got a motion and a second, and I'm fine with that as soon as we close out the meeting.
Okay.
You can ask those questions while we're still here, though. Is that okay?
Right.
Hold on one second, because it may be something that I'm aware of. Is this something that you would like to get IA board direction?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a quick one. You might want to take that before.
You want to do it as okay, let's set the motion. Can we set the motion aside while she does this, and then we deal with that? Is that okay, Commissioner Lindley?
Basically in between anyway.
This is real quick.
All right. This is.
I understand that there is a vacant store in the Griffin Heights area on Harlem and I think it's Alabama. I want to ask support for asking the OEV office to contact the owner, authorize them to contact the owner to see if they're willing to sell it. We need a grocery store in that area. We need to use this space for something before it becomes something that we don't want to own up to, that it's being used for. So if it's okay with with my colleagues, I want to make the motion that we authorize the OEV office to contact the owner to see if they're willing to sell it, get the purchase price, and bring us that information back at the December meeting.
I'd second that. I'm fine with that. Any other discussion? Sounds.
Just
Well,
for information.
Marion rescinded hers just for purposes.
I rescinded mine for the moment.
Okay, so we
But
have a
honestly-
motion and we have a second to do some research and come back with
Right. We'll come back with
plan.
policy options and
Okay.
option for sale if we can get it.
Good for you, Commissioner Williams-Cox, for keeping an eye on the neighborhood. All right, all in favor of the motion has been presented, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay.
And now
Commissioner
my
Lindley.
motion, the folly of continuing, we need to discontinue, do the next two.
Time to man down.
Time to
And
man
I'll second
down.
that.
Stand down
Any
as one
discussion?
down.
All in favor signify by saying aye. We stand adjourned. Thank you all.